Every typology depends on a theory of human nature, a method of therapy, a criterion of health, a selected run of patients. The scheme we shall offer here is no exception. The therapist needs his conception in order to keep his bearings, to know in what direction to look. It is the acquired habit that is the background for this art as in any other art. But the problem is the same as in any art, how to use this abstraction so as not to lose the present actuality and especially the ongoingness of the actuality. And how a special problem that therapy shares with pedagogy and politics not to impose a standard rather than help develop the potentialities of the other. If it is possible to find our concepts in the process of contacting, then at least it will be the actual patient that is there, not the past history or the propositions of a biological or social theory. On the other hand, of course, in order to be the means by which the therapist can mobilize the learning and experience of his art, these concepts must recognizably belong to his knowledge of human upbringing and his somatic and social theory. The actual situation is always, we must remember, an example of all the reality that there ever was or will be. It contains an organism and its environment and an ongoing need. Therefore, we can ask the usual questions concerning the structure of the behavior. How does it cope with the organism? How does it cope with the environment? How does it fulfill a need? Again, if we draw our concepts from moments in a present process, we can expect that, with awareness, these interruptions will develop into other interruptions, the ongoingness of the process will not be lost. The patient will be found not to have a type of mechanism, but indeed a sequence of types, and indeed all the types in explicable series. Now the case is that in applying any typology, rather than finding it in the actuality, one experiences the absurdity that none of the types fits any particular person, or conversely that the person has incompatible traits or even all the traits. Yet what does one expect? It is the nature of the creative to make its own concrete uniqueness by reconciling apparent incompatibilities and altering their meaning. Then instead of attacking or reducing the contradictory traits in order to get at the real underlying character that the therapist guesses at, or of trying to uncover the missing connections to what must be the real drive, we need only help the patient develop his creative identity by his ordered passage from character to character. The diagnosis and the therapy are the same process. For the ordered passage is nothing but the remobilizing of fixations into wholes of experience. The most important thing to remember is that every mechanism and characteristic is a valuable means to live if it can only go on and do its work. Now the patient's behavior, in therapy and elsewhere, is a creative adjusting that continues to solve a problem of chronic frustration and fear. The task is to provide him a problem in circumstances in which his customary solutions are no longer the most adequate possible solutions. If he needs to use his eyes, and does not because it is not interesting and safe to use them, now he will alienate his blindness and identify with his seeing. If he needs to reach out, he will now become aware of his muscular aggression against reaching out and relax it, etc. But this is not because blindness and paralysis are neurotic, but because they no longer achieve anything, their meaning has changed from technique to obstacle. To sum up, we offer the following sketches of character as a kind of bridge between the therapy of the actual situation and the therapist's concepts. These characters and their mechanisms are not types of persons, but taken as a whole they are a description of the neurotic ego in process. So we try in each case to start from a moment of actual interruption, indicate the normal functioning of the interruption, show how, against the background of repressions, it copes with the organism and the environment and gives a positive satisfaction, related to the cultural and somatic history. Finally we discuss the sequence of characters when mobilized. 3. The moments of interruption. The question in the loss of ego functions is, we saw, at what moment do I begin not to solve this simple problem? How do I prevent myself? Let us return again to our schematized sequence of grounds and figures in excitement and the reverse sequence in inhibition. In the neurotic inhibition the sequence was reversed and the body became a final object of aggression. The background is occupied by a repression, a chronic inhibiting that has been forgotten and is kept forgotten. Against this ground, the present interruption occurs. The difference in types consists in whether the interruption occurs before the new primary excitation. Confluence. During the excitation. Introjection. Confronting the environment. Projection. During the conflict and destroying. Retroflexion. At final contact. Egotism. 4. Confluence. Confluence is the condition of no contact although other important interacting is going on, for instance, physiological functioning, environmental stimulation, etc. We saw that normally the aftermath of contact, assimilation, occurs with diminishing self, and all habits and learning are confluent. The distinction between the healthy and the neurotic confluences is that the former are potentially contactful and the latter cannot be contacted because of the repression. Yet obviously immense areas of relatively permanent confluence are indispensable as the underlying unaware background of the aware backgrounds of experience. We are in confluence with everything we are fundamentally, unproblematically, or irremediably, dependent on, where there is no need or possibility of a change. A child is in confluence with his family, an adult with his community, a man with the universe. If one is forced to become aware of these grounds of ultimate security, the bottom drops out, and the anxiety that one feels is metaphysical. Neurotically, the present attitude not recognizing the new task at all is a clinging to unawareness, as if clinging for satisfaction to some achieved behavior, and as if the new excitation would snatch it away, but of course since that other behavior has been achieved and is habitual, there is no aware satisfaction in it, but only a sense of security. The patient sees to it that nothing new will occur, but in the old there is no interest or discrimination. The archetypal distances are unaware suckling or clinging to warmth and body contact that are not felt but whose absence makes one freeze. Toward the environment the attitude is to prevent the achieved behavior from being snatched away. The jaw is set in the hanging on bite of the suckling with teeth, who could go on to other food but won't, or one has a bear hug in copulation, or maintains a death grip in interpersonal relations. This muscular paralysis prevents any sensation. So he meets the frustration and the fear. What is the satisfaction? In the framework of muscular paralysis and desensitization, satisfaction is possible only in random spontaneity and independent of the ego surveillance altogether. Much so-called regression serves as an outgoing attitude in which the random impulses can find a language and a behavior. This involves a displacement of feelings and reinterpretation of the meanings of the satisfaction to make them appropriate. The regressive behavior is not neurotic in itself, it is simply prior to or outside the confluence. But the scattered satisfaction in it does not add up. And the bother is, of course, that in the outgoing behavior similar difficulties arise. Something demands to be contacted and then he begins to cling again. Culturally, the confluent responses will be on the most rudimentary baby-like or disjointed level. The aim is to get the other to make all the effort. 5. Introjection. The interruption may occur during the excitation, and the self then introjects, displaces its own potential drive or appetite with someone else's. Normally this is our attitude toward all the vast range of things and persons we are aware of but that do not make much difference one way or the other, conventions of speech, dress, city plan, institutions. The neurotic situation is that in which the convention is coercive and incompatible with a lively excitation, and where in order to avoid the offense of not belonging, the desire itself is inhibited and the hateful environment is both annihilated and accepted by swallowing it whole and blotting it out. Yet, unless human beings could imitate and assume a public uniform without much lively engagement, the great agglomerations of culture and cities of men that seem to belong to us would be unthinkable. Every natural convention was at one time a spectacularly creative achievement, but we use most of them neither really assimilating them nor being crushed by them. For instance, it is only after years that a poet assimilates English, yet other persons speak it unneurotically enough. Neurotically the introjector comes to terms with his own frustrated appetite by reversing its affect before he can recognize it. This reversal is accomplished simply by the inhibiting itself. What one wants is felt as immature, disgusting, etc. Or conversely, if it is an impulse to reject something that is inhibited, he persuades himself that the unwanted is good for him, is what he indeed wants, etc. But he bites it off without tasting or chewing it. The attitude toward the environment is resigned, and then childish and accepting. For it is necessary to have some personality, some technique, some desires. If he cannot identify himself and alienate what is not himself in terms of his own needs, he confronts a void. The social environment contains all the reality there is, and he constitutes himself by identifying with its standards and alienating what are potentially his own standards. But the culture acquired with this attitude is always superficial, though it may be far-ranging. He will accept any authoritative position, even though it is the opposite of what he thinks he believes. There is even a secondary satisfaction in annihilating his previous authority. He is masochistically eager to be refuted. His own proper opinions are touchingly childlike, but because of the borrowed trappings they wear they seem affected and silly. The outgoing satisfaction of introjecting is masochism, nausea inhibited, jaws forced open in a smile, pelvis retracted, breath drawn in. Masochistic behavior is the possibility of creatively adjusting the environment in a framework of inflicting pain on oneself with the approval of one's false identifications. Intensifying the identification and turning further against the self, he indulges in sadistic biting, complaining, etc. 6. Projection. When the excitation is accepted and the environment confronted, there is emotion, the relating of appetite or other drive with a vaguely conceived object. If the interruption occurs at this stage, the result is projection. He feels the emotion but it is free-floating, unrelated to the active sense of the self that comes in further outgoing behavior. Since the emotion does not spring from himself, it is attributed to the other possible reality, the environment. He feels it in the air or directed against himself by the other. For example, the patient is embarrassed by what the therapist is thinking of him. Yet, normally, projection is indispensable. Projection into thin air is the beginning of gratuitous creativity, which then goes on to make an objective correlative for the floating emotion or intuition. In ordinary creative adjustment, it is the factor of hallucination necessary in the first approaches. By intuition or prescience we are warned of or invited by the meaning not yet apparent. The neurotic projector, however, does not go on to identify the floating feeling as his own, rather he makes it definite by attaching it to somebody else, and this can result in ludicrous and tragic errors. The typical instance of neurotic projection is that A has designs on B, but A inhibits his approaching, therefore he feels that B has designs on him. He avoids the frustration of the emotion by disowning that it is his. Toward the environment, however, he presents an unmistakable attitude of provocation. What he deeply wishes is the approach and contact, and since he cannot take the steps, he tries to bring it about that the other does. So, not moving, he does not sit quiet, but he communicates by lying in wait, in silence, sulking, brooding. Yet if the other reads the signal and does not approach, intense anxiety is aroused. What real satisfaction does he get? It is the acting out of the dreaded dramatic scene as in a dream. He chews it over. The brooding is full of highly colored thoughts. This is the activity possible to the self in the rigid framework of shutting out the environment, inhibiting the motor powers, and lying passively basking in free emotions. It is almost the figure of relaxation that induces hypnagogic images, except that instead of relaxation there is a framework of rigid muscles, so that the more feelingful and attractive the images become the more they become colored with pain and menace. Culturally, the areas in which projections occur will be stupid, wrong-headed, suspicious, for at the point where the fantasies and feelings could begin to inform themselves with the environment and learn something, the excitement is throttled, and the anxiety, the menace, is likely to be attributed precisely to those who are most objective, matter of fact. Much is made of abstract morality and sin. The more positive thinking abounds in far-fetched plans and future projects. 7. Retroflexion. Suppose now the outgoing energies of orientation and manipulation are fully engaged in the environmental situation, whether in love, anger, pity, grief, etc., but he cannot cope and must interrupt, he is afraid to hurt, or be hurt, he will necessarily be frustrated, then the engaged energies are turned against the only available safe objects in the field, his own personality and body. These are retroflections. Normally, retroflection is the process of reforming oneself, for instance, correcting the impractical approach or reconsidering the possibilities of the emotion, making a readjustment as the grounds for further action. So we suffer remorse, regret, we remember, reconsider, etc. Recreating in fantasy the unattainable object, the desire may again rise and one satisfies it by masturbating. And more generally, any act of deliberate self-control during a difficult engagement is retroflection. Neurotically, the retroflector avoids frustration by trying not to have been engaged at all, that is, he tries to undo the past, his mistake, his dirtying himself, his words. He regrets having encroached on the environment. This undoing is obsessive and repetitious in the nature of the case, for a reformation, like anything else, can be assimilated only if it comes to include new environmental material. Undoing the past, he goes over the same material again and again. The tangible environment of the retroflector consists of only himself, and on this he wreaks the energies he has mobilized. If it is a fear of destroying that has roused his anxiety, he now systematically tortures his body and produces psychosomatic ailments. If he is engaged in an enterprise, he works unaware for its failure. This process is often shrewdly managed to give secondary results that achieve the original inhibited intention. Example: in order not to hurt his family and friends, he turns on himself and produces illness and failure that involve his family and friends. But he gets no satisfaction from it, only further remorse. The direct satisfaction of the retroflector is his sense of active control, and of being busy with concernful matters, for he is obsessively busy and he feels the impact in his skin. His ideas and plans are often well informed, well considered, and felt with extraordinary earnestness, but one is all the more baffled and finally undeceived by the timidity and hesitation with which he stops short of action. The orientation, the sense of where he is in the situation, seems to be remarkable, until it becomes clear that the simple practical possibility is being overlooked. There is considerable reminiscence and clouding of the actuality by this means. The direct satisfaction of retroflection may be observed when the drive is erotic, as in masturbating. The masturbation is a kind of rape, for the body is likely to be no more responsive to it than any other tangible body in the environment, but the satisfaction belongs to the aggressive hand, the sexual pleasure is irrelevant. 8. Egotism. Lastly, when all the grounds for final contact are adequately prepared, there is interruption of letting go the control or the surveillance, of giving in to the behavior that would lead to growth. Example: performing the action that he can do and that the situation calls for, or finishing off what he is making and leaving it. This is a slowing down of spontaneity by further deliberate introspection and circumspection, to make sure that the ground possibilities are indeed exhausted. There is no threat of danger or surprise before he commits himself. Normally, egotism is indispensable in any process of elaborate complication and long maturation, otherwise there is premature commitment and the need for discouraging undoing. Normal egotism is diffident, skeptical, aloof, slow, but not non-committal. Neurotically, egotism is a kind of confluence with the deliberate awareness and an attempted annihilation of the uncontrollable and surprising. The mechanism for avoiding frustration is fixation, the abstraction of the controlled behavior from the ongoing process. The typical example is the attempt to maintain erection and prevent the spontaneous development of the orgasm. By this means he proves his potency, what he can, and gets a satisfaction of conceit. But what he is warding off is confusion, being abandoned. He wards off the surprises of the environment by seeking to isolate himself as the only reality. This he does by taking over the environment and making it his own. His problem ceases to be one of contacting some thou for which he is concerned, but of multiplying sciences and acquaintances and bringing more and more of the environment into his scope and power in order to be himself irrefutable. Such an environment ceases to be environment, it does not nourish, and he does not grow or change. So eventually, since he prevents experience from being novel, he becomes bored and lonely. His method of getting direct satisfaction is to compartment. By bracketing off an attitude that is achieved and safe, he can regulate the quantity of spontaneity. Every exercise of such deliberate control feeds his conceit. Given a certain amount of shrewdness and enough self-awareness not to make impossible demands on his physiology, the egotist easily transforms himself into the well-adjusted, modest, and helpful free personality. This metamorphosis is the neurosis of the psychoanalyzed. The patient perfectly understands his character and finds his problems absorbing beyond everything else, and there will endlessly be such problems to absorb him, for without spontaneity and risk of the unknown he will not assimilate the analysis any more than anything else. 9. Summary. We may summarize these moments of interruption and their characters in the following scheme. Confluence, no contact with excitation or stimulus. O. Clinging, hanging on bite. E. Paralysis and desensitized hostility. S. Hysteria, regression. Introjection, not accepting the excitation. O. Reversal of affect. E. Resignation. S. Masochism. Projection, not confronting or approaching. O. Disowning the emotion. E. Passive provocation. S. Fantasy. Retroflexion, avoiding conflict and destroying. O. Obsessive undoing. E. Self-destructiveness, secondary gain of illness. S. Active sadism, busyness. Egotism, delaying spontaneity. O. Fixation. E. Exclusion, isolation of self. S. Compartmenting, self-conceit. Repression. Reaction formation. Sublimation. The confluence with one's introjects is guiltiness, the projection of introjects is sinfulness, the retroflexion of introjects is rebelliousness, the egotism of introjects is the ego concept, the spontaneous expression of introjects is the ego ideal. 10. The above is not a typology of neurotic persons. To repeat it, the above scheme is not a classification of neurotic persons, but a method of spelling out the structure of a single neurotic behavior. This is obvious on the face of it, for every neurotic mechanism is a fixation and every mechanism contains a confluence, something unaware. Likewise, every behavior is resigned to some false identification, disowns an emotion, turns aggression against the self, and is conceited. What the scheme means to show is the order in which, against the background of a threatened repression, the fixation spreads throughout the entire process of contact, and the unawareness comes to meet it from the other direction. That there must be a sequence of fixation in the actual experience is evident, if we consider that at a certain moment one is in fairly good contact, is exercising one's powers and adjusting the situation, and yet a little later is paralyzed. The sequence may in fact be directly observed. The person walks in, smiles or frowns, says something, etc., insofar he is vital, he has not lost his ego functions and they are fully engaged. Then he becomes anxious no matter what it is that is too exciting, it may be the other, a memory, the exercise, whatever. Instead then of proceeding to orient himself further, he at once isolates himself and fixates the situation, he fixates the single achieved orientation. This is the ego cut off from the self. But this self-consciousness at once makes him awkward, he upsets the ashtray. He becomes muscularly rigid, and then he thinks that the other must take him for a consummate ass. He adopts this standard for his own and is ashamed, and the next moment he is dizzy and paralyzed. Here we interpret the experience as created by the spreading of the fixation. But of course it could be regarded in the opposite way, as the spreading of the confluence. At the anxious moment, he is out of contact with the ongoing situation for whatever reason, he may want to be elsewhere, reject a hostile impulse against the other, etc. But it is his standard to be all there and attentive. What right do they have to judge him anyway? So he angrily upsets the ashtray on purpose. Next moment he excludes the environment altogether and is sufficient unto himself. Regarding the experience as the spread of the unawareness, it would be hysteria; regarding it as the spread of the fixation, it would be compulsive. The hysteric has too much spontaneity and too little control. He says, I cannot control the impulses that arise, the body looms in the foreground, he is swept by emotions, his ideas and inventions are capricious, everything is sexualized, etc. The compulsive over-controls, there is no fantasy, warm feeling, or sensation, action is strong but desire is weak, etc. Yet these two extremes come always to the same thing. It is just because there is too little self, too superficial desire and too little spontaneity, that the hysteric organizes the experience apparently desired. The feelings are not dominant enough to energize the functions of orientation and manipulation, and thus these are pointless and seem to be too little. But conversely, it is because the functions of control, orientation, and manipulation are too fixated and inflexible that the compulsive is inadequate to cope with his exciting situations, therefore, he cannot control his impulses and turns against them, and then his feelings seem to be too little. The split of self and ego is mutually disastrous. This must be so, for neurosis is a condition of both chronic fear and chronic frustration. Because frustration is chronic, desire does not learn to activate important practical functions, for a man bound for disappointment and grief will not engage with the environment seriously. Nevertheless, the frustrated desire recurs and sets going fantasies and finally impulsive acts that are practically ineffective, and so he is again unsuccessful, hurt, and subject to chronic fear. On the other hand, a man who is chronically fearful controls himself and directly frustrates himself. Nevertheless, the drive is not annihilated, but is merely isolated from the ego, it reappears as hysterical impulse. The frustration, the impulsiveness, the fear, and the self-control all aggravate one another. In any single experience, all of the powers of the self are mobilized to complete the situation as well as possible, either in a final contact or a fixation. The accumulation of such experiences during a life history results in well-marked personalities, characters, and types. But, still in every single experience, regarded as the peculiar act of self, all the powers are mobilized. And since in therapy it is the self that must destroy and integrate the fixations, we must consider a typology not as a method of distinguishing among persons, but as a structure of the single neurotic experience. 11. Example of reversing the sequence of fixations. Let us invent an example to illustrate a therapeutic sequence. Fixation: the patient is potent, he can do the exercise to his own satisfaction. The bother is that when it comes to the finale, of getting something out of it for himself, or thereby giving something to the therapist, he cannot let go. He becomes anxious. When his attention is called to the fact that he interrupts at this stage, he becomes aware of his conceit and exhibitionism. Retroflexion: he reproaches himself for his personal failings. He adduces examples to show how his love for himself and showing off have stood in his way. He has no one to blame but himself. The question is asked, instead of reproaching yourself, whom would you like to reproach? Yes, he wants to tell the therapist a thing or two. Projection: the sessions have been failing because the therapist does not really want to get on. He is using the patient. If the fee were higher, one would think his intention was to get money out of him. As it is, the situation is uncomfortable, no one likes to lie there and be stared at. Probably the orthodox method is better, when the therapist is out of the way. The question is asked, what is your feeling when you are stared at? Introjection: he is embarrassed. The reason he shows off is that he wants the therapist to admire him, he considers him as a kind of ideal. In fact, he had a fantasy about him. Question: am I really attractive to you? No, but naturally one has to love, or at least be well disposed to, a person who is trying to help you. This said with some anger. Confluence, he is angry because the experiments are boring, senseless, and sometimes painful, and he is tired of doing them, he is getting disgusted with the therapy. At this he falls silent, he is not interested in making any further effort. The other must do it. The therapist declines to cooperate and holds his peace. The patient suddenly feels that his rigid jaw is painful and he recalls, in the stillness, that his voice had come between his teeth. He closes his teeth. Let us assume now that the energy bound in this confluent characteristic is available. During his silence he had been alternately guilty at not cooperating and resentful that the therapist did nothing to help him out. Now perhaps he sees that he has been imposing his own dependency unnecessarily, and he smiles at the picture it calls up. Nevertheless, the energy freed from the confluence will again be contacted and fixated according to the other characters. Thus, introjection, a man ought to be independent and do what he wants. Why shouldn't he look for other women? Question, is there anybody in particular you're interested in? Projection, he never had such thoughts before the therapy. He feels almost as though they were being put into his mind. Really? Retroflexion, it's the fault of his upbringing. He recognizes that censorious face on middle-class mothers, just like his own mother's. He embarks on a lengthy reminiscence. Question, what about her now? Egotism, he understands everything perfectly. What people don't know won't hurt them. Just do it within the rules of the game. Who's playing a game? Contacting the situation, he'll try the experiment again now and see if he gets anything out of it. 12. Sense of boundaries. The functioning of the ego, we have seen, can be described as a setting of boundaries of the self's interest, power, etc. Identifying with and alienating are the two sides of the boundary, and in any live contacting the boundary is definite but always shifting. Now in the therapeutic situation of deliberately contacting the character, what is the sense of the boundary? Engaged in an interesting activity, the self contacts its lost ego functions as blocks, resistances, sudden failures. One identifies with the interesting engagement, that is on one side of the boundary, but what is alienated is not, as in normal functioning, uninteresting and irrelevant, but precisely alien, oppressive, uncanny, immoral, numb, not a boundary, but a limitation. The sense is not indifference, but displeasure. The boundary does not shift with will or need, as one tries to see, remember, move, but remains fixed. Regarded topologically, as fixed boundaries in the shifting organism/environment field, the neurotic characters we have been describing are as follows. Confluence, identity of organism and environment. Introjection, something of the environment in the organism. Projection, something of the organism in the environment. Retroflexion, part of the organism made the environment of another part of the organism. Egotism, isolation from both ID and environment, or, organism largely isolated from environment. There is an exact opposition in the way these situations are sensed by the neurotic need of keeping them fixed and by the creative self concentrating on them. In confluence, the neurotic is aware of nothing and has nothing to say. The concentrating self feels hemmed in by an oppressive darkness. In introjection, the neurotic justifies as normal what the concentrating self feels as an alien body it wants to disgorge. In projection, the neurotic is convinced as by sensory evidence, where the concentrating self feels a gap in experience. In retroflexion, with the neurotic is busily engaged where the concentrating self feels left out, excluded from the environment. In egotism, the neurotic is aware and has something to say about everything, but the concentrating self feels empty, without need or interest. It can be seen from this that the treatments of an area of confluence and of an area of egotistic fixation present opposite difficulties. The confluent darkness is too embracing, the self is routine, no novel proposal is accepted as relevant, just as in the hysterical behavior anything is likely to be momentarily relevant. Now, In the history of psychoanalysis, the extreme opposite of this condition has been taken as the health of the self, namely the stage of all ego that feels a boundary of possible contact everywhere. The essential self is defined as the system of its ego boundaries. It is not seen that this is an ongoing stage of the self. The temptation to such a theoretical conception is irresistible because in therapy the awareness of boundaries dissolves the neurotic structures, and the physician defines according to what works in therapy. Further, any particular problem that arises in therapy can finally be met and solved in egotism by compartmenting it and employing all the ego functions within this safe framework, without engaging the feelings at all. This is a condition of too heightened consciousness, that will never have brilliant creative flashes, but is quite adequate for therapeutic sessions. To the self, everything is potentially relevant and novel. There is a boundary everywhere and no limit to action, but nothing is interesting. He is psychologically emptied out. This is, as we have said, the analysis neurosis. It is likely that any method of therapy continued too long must give this result, which in antiquity was praised as the Stoic apathy, and among the moderns is taken for a free personality. But such freedom of the individual, without animal or social nature, or in perfect hygienic and juridical control of the animal and social nature, such freedom is, as Kafka said, a lonely and senseless business. 13. Therapy of boundaries. For a concentration therapy, the problem of contacting the lost ego functions is no different from any other problem of creative orientation and manipulation, for the unawareness, or the unsatisfactory kind of awareness, is felt simply as another obstacle in the organism/environment field. It is necessary to need, approach, destroy, in order to identify, contact, and assimilate. It is not a question of recovering something from the past nor of rescuing it from behind an armor, but of making a creative adjustment in the given present situation. To complete the Gestalt in the present situation, it is necessary to destroy and assimilate the unawareness as an obstacle. The therapeutic exercises consist of sharp delineation and precise verbal description of the felt block or void, and experiment on it to mobilize the fixed boundaries. From this point of view, there is no mystery in the psychoanalytical miracle, that simple awareness is somehow cathartic, for the effort of concentrated awareness and mobilizing of the block entails destroying suffering, feeling, and excitement. Let us return then to the question of the patient that we started with: at what point do I begin not to solve the problem? How do I prevent myself? And now let us lay the stress not on the moment of interruption, but on the begin and on the how. Let us contrast the non-therapeutic and the therapeutic situation. Ordinarily, the self, trying to contact some interesting present actuality, becomes aware of the boundaries of its lost functions. Something of the environment or body is missing, there is not enough strength or clarity. It nevertheless presses on and tries to unify the foreground, even though the neurotic structure looms in the background as an unfinished situation, unknowable, a threat of confusion and a threat to the body. The mounting excitement is throttled, there is anxiety. Nevertheless, the self persists in the original task and allays the anxiety by further blotting out the background with reaction formations and proceeding with less and less of its powers. In the therapy, on the contrary, it is just the point of the interruption that is now made the interesting problem, the object of concentration. The questions are: what hinders? What does it look like? How do I feel it muscularly? Where is it in the environment? Etc. The mounting anxiety is allayed by continuing the excitement in this new problem. What is felt is some quite different emotion, of grief, anger, disgust, fear, longing. 14. The criterion. It is not the presence of inner obstacles that constitutes the neurosis, they are simply obstacles. To the extent that a situation is alive, when the obstacles to creativity appear, the excitement does not diminish, the Gestalt does not stop forming, but spontaneously one feels new aggressive emotions and mobilizes new ego functions of caution, deliberateness, paying attention, relevant to the obstacles. One does not lose the sense of oneself, of one's synthetic unity, but it continues to sharpen, to identify itself further and alienate what is not itself. In neurosis, on the contrary, at this point the excitement falters, the aggression is not felt, one loses the sense of the self, becomes confused, divided, insensitive. This factual difference, of continuing creativity, is the crucial criterion of vitality and neurosis. It is an independent criterion, generally observable and also introspectable. It does not require norms of health for comparison. The test is given by the self. The neurotic begins to lose contact with the actuality, he knows it but he does not have techniques for continuing the contact, he persists in a course that gets him further from the actuality, and he is lost. What he must learn is to recognize sharply when he is no longer in contact, how he is not, and where, and what the actuality now is, so he can continue contacting it. An inner problem is now the actuality, or probably the relation of an inner problem to the previous experiencing. If he learns a technique of awareness, to follow up, to keep in contact with the shifting situation, so the interest, excitement, and growth continue, he is no longer neurotic, no matter whether his problems are inner or outer. For the creative meaning of the situation is not what one thinks beforehand, but it emerges in bringing to the foreground the unfinished situations, whatever they are, and discovering and inventing their relevance to the apparent present lifeless situation. When in the emergency the self can keep in contact and keep going, the therapy is terminated. In the emergency, the neurotic loses himself. To live on a little, with diminished self, he identifies with reactive feelings, a fixated interest, a fiction, a rationalization, but these in fact do not work, they do not alter the situation, release new energy and interest. He has lost something of actual life. But the patient comes to recognize that his own functioning is part of the actuality. If he has alienated some of his powers, he comes to identify with his own alienation of them as a deliberate act, he can say, "It is I who am doing this or preventing this." The final stage of experience, however, is not a subject of therapy, it is for a man to identify with his concern for the concernful and to be able to alienate what is unconcernful. In its trails and conflicts the self is coming to be in a way that did not exist before. In contactful experience the I, alienating its safe structures, risks this leap and identifies with the growing self, gives it its services and knowledge, and at the moment of achievement stands out of the way. Let us reinforce this truism with an example from another human discipline. A literary critic comes to a work with a system of genres, what tragedy is, what farce is, etc. But he finds that not only are these incompatible types combined in Henry IV, Hamlet, Romeo and Juliet, but that the very meaning of tragedy or comedy has been transformed in each unique whole. Now, if this is true in dealing with simple musical and plastic media, how much more so when the patient has for his creations the entire range of human situations. The repression, sublimation, and reaction formation mentioned in the preceding chapter are themselves, of course, normal adjustive functions. Normally, repression is simply a physiological function, the forgetting of useless information. Sublimation we have regarded as only a normal function, the imperfect contact possible in the average situation. The interesting case is reaction formation. Normally, reaction formation is the automatic emergency response to a threat to the body, it is the class of such responses as playing dead, fainting, shock, panic flight, etc. All these seem to imply an immediate, and therefore indiscriminate and total, interaction between the physiological signal and the ego functions of caution, unmediated by the usual sequence of contacting. Normally, the emergency response seems to meet a commensurate threat, though often a slight injury leads to shock. When the threat has to do with the anxiety resulting from releasing a chronic and forgotten inhibiting, we speak of reaction formation. The example is invented. In this book we have quite eschewed the use of real case histories. For unless these are conveyed with the color and concreteness of a novelist, they are not convincing. They are merely examples for an interpretation, and the informed reader at once thinks of quite different interpretations and is annoyed that the author has left out the relevant evidence. Therefore it is preferable, we think, to give the intellectual framework directly, and omit the references to reality. Volume 2, Chapter I. Mobilizing the Self. Part 1, Orienting the Self. The starting situation. The second half of this book invites you to invade your own privacy, and it offers a technique for doing this which many before you have found workable. What may be accomplished by such a venture is a question which you will ask at once, but the answer cannot be delivered in a neat verbal package. As a matter of fact, a crucial part of the answer is nonverbal and must remain such. If you are to obtain it, it will have to come from doing work of the sort set forth here. But since we cannot expect you to initiate what appears to be a time-consuming and probably difficult course of action simply in the blind faith that it will in the end prove worth the trouble, we endeavor in the remarks that follow to present something of the general human situation as we see it and our grounds for believing that we have something important to share with anyone who genuinely wants to improve his lot. What we propose to help you do for yourself cannot but smack at first of the blandishments and unctuous phrasings that have been used to hawk messianic literary wares, for, baldly stated, it is this: to assist you to discover yourself and to mobilize it for greater effectiveness in satisfying your requirements both as a biological organism and as a social human being. Self-discovery may sound like old stuff, one more futile muttering of the lift yourself by your own bootstraps school of thought, but, as we employ the term, self-discovery is an arduous process. Far from being a sudden flash of revelation, it is more or less continuous and cumulative, and need never end so long as one is alive. It involves the adoption of a rather special attitude toward yourself and observation of yourself in action. To observe yourself in action ultimately, to observe yourself as action calls for techniques strikingly different from those you may have tried already and found wanting, in particular, introspection. If self-discovery sounds not unavailing but ominous, we shall not contest this reaction, however reminiscent of the psychiatric mumbo-jumbo of the movies. To suppose that you do have a secret or hidden self but that it is sinister and better left alone is an attitude you have not always had and need not retain indefinitely. It comes from your having in the past in time of stress rejected parts of yourself that were causing too much trouble. As the circumstances then were, these parts were sinister and, to live on in the situation which then existed, you had to get rid of them. Perhaps it was something like the predicament of a wild animal caught in a trap by one leg. Under such conditions the leg becomes a menace, and the animal will sometimes gnaw it off and thereby escape, though he spend the rest of his life a cripple. Your life as it now stands is far different from what it was when you rejected part of yourself, and this cast-out part, unlike the animal's leg, can perhaps now be salvaged. Whether the original grounds for rejection still hold or have now long since disappeared would seem, at the very least, to merit your investigation. In what is to follow we supply a method by which you may conduct a systematic examination and reconstruction of your present situation. The procedure is arranged so that each step lays the necessary groundwork for the next. How much of the task you can accomplish within a stated interval depends both on how much of yourself you have cast out and on what you are at present up against in your life situation. You will set your own pace. In any event, you will not go one step faster or further than you wish to. We have in store for you no easy steps to mastery, no moral uplift program, no guaranteed rules for breaking bad habits which you are actually determined to keep. We undertake to do nothing to you. Instead, we state some instructions by means of which, if you so desire, you may launch yourself on a progressive personal adventure wherein, by your own active efforts, you may do something for yourself, namely, discover it, organize it and put it to constructive use in the living of your life. Paradoxes in the above statements we leave until later. For the moment let us merely say that, in separating your and self instead of saying yourself, we have not wished to plague the proofreader in you but to emphasize the possessiveness of the possessive pronoun your. It is yourself. Also, Please note in passing that the you we speak of the you that must do any discovering that is done is at one and the same time obviously part of yourself. It is the part that is accessible to us as we address you now. It is the part that is subvocally repeating these words as it reads them. No suggestion is made that this undertaking will be easy. The directions as stated may appear easy, so easy, in fact, that it is quite possible for you to claim to the end that there is nothing to them. You may breeze through, get no results you did not foresee, and call it a day. If, on the other hand, you contact a bit more closely the experimental situations which you will set up, you will find that, in a peculiar way, they present the hardest, the most exasperating work you have ever tackled, but also, if you follow through, the most fascinating. In these pages we try to talk to you as if we were face to face. Of course, you do not, as in ordinary conversation, have a chance to take the floor, talk back, ask questions, or supply precise details about your personal situation, and we, on the other hand, have the disadvantage of not knowing you personally. If we did know particulars about you, your age, sex, schooling, work, or your successes, failures, plans, fears, then, while this would not change in any fundamental way what we wish to communicate, we could add or delete, change emphasis here and there, put things in different sequence, and perhaps effect shortcuts on the basis of such information. Nevertheless, we believe that practically everything we shall deal with is applicable, in some degree or in some respect, to every human being living in our times under the conditions of Western civilization. For you to make whatever application is appropriate to your personal situation constitutes your work in this joint undertaking. Since many of our views on the manner in which the self functions differ from currently accepted notions of human nature, it is important to realize that what we present is not something dreamed up overnight, but is, rather, the fusion of several lines of approach to the problem of the human personality. To make this clear, we must say something about the present status of the science of psychology. Psychologists, and by this term we mean all those who conduct systematic investigations directed at the understanding of human behavior, may be roughly divided into two groups. The members of one group take pride in following what has traditionally been called the experimental approach, while the others, regardless of their various self-christenings, are regarded, particularly by the experimentalists, as following the clinical approach. Common to both is the basic problem of understanding human behavior, but, because of divergent assumptions on how to go about the job, they have until recently had relatively independent development. Toward the end of the 19th century, when psychology was separating from philosophy and attempting to establish itself as a science, its leaders were eager to be accepted as true scientists. Accordingly, they did their best to copy in their own field the same methods that had won prestige for the older and more advanced science of physics. To correspond with the physicist's atom as the most elementary unit of matter, these early psychologists endeavored to identify atoms of behavior, that is, irreducible elements of human activity that might serve as building blocks for more complicated reactions. They tried to do this by employing as nearly as possible those methods of experimental analysis which were used in physics. By present standards these early efforts were crude, but, despite increased sophistication, present-day experimentalists still tend to be ultra-conservative in the selection of problems upon which to do research. Since they are fearful of turning up data not at once countable or measurable by techniques already at hand, they have relatively little to contribute as yet to such full-scale human problems as emotion and personality. Psychology, they say, needs perhaps another 50 or 100 years of development before it can deal adequately with such complicated matters. A little later we shall have to come back to the position taken by the experimentalists, particularly because of its bearing on the problem of proof. As you work along with us, you will be inclined from time to question statements that we make, and you will demand, where is the proof? Our standard answer will be that we present nothing that you cannot verify for yourself in terms of your own behavior, but, if your psychological makeup is that of the experimentalist as we have portrayed him, this will not satisfy you and you will clamor for objective evidence of a verbal sort, prior to trying out a single nonverbal step of the procedure. Failure to provide proof for their theories is the heaviest charge laid at the door of those who follow the clinical approach. The clinician, unlike the experimentalist in his laboratory, was forced from the beginning to deal in some fashion with the full complexity of human behavior, for his work was that of attempting to heal, and his patients lacked the grace to bring him simple problems. While the human urgency of his cases kept him centered on emotional crises of living and protected the vital level of his work from sinking ever to the depths of what may be performed in the name of experimental science, namely, to grub away at safe tasks for the sake of adding items to one's list of publications. Nevertheless, the clinician was swamped by the very richness and profusion of his case material. Usually pressed for time, inured by necessity to playing hunches, often unaware or contemptuous of the experimentalist's passion for verification, he spun theories which were bizarre blendings of keen insight and ungrounded speculation. Nonetheless, his work has been so fruitful that it carries the present potential of freeing the species from man's age-long distortion of man. Because of differences in temperament, training, and objectives, experimentalist and clinician have viewed each other with mutual distrust. To the experimentalist the clinician has seemed, as a scientist, an untamed wild man, careening drunkenly through areas of theory and practice, while to the clinician the experimentalist has appeared an untreated obsessional, miserably bound to his counting mania and, in the name of pure science, learning more and more about less and less. Recently, as they have converged on problems of mutual interest, they have manifested increased respect for each other and their sharper differences are being resolved. We must go to the core of the issue between experimentalists and clinicians, for this is not just a family quarrel within psychology but one that reflects the self-same division in beliefs and attitudes that exists in some degree within the personality of everyone reared in our society. Since the self-development procedures that we shall present constitute an informal but genuine joining of experimental technique to a clinical type of material, it is essential that we be clear about what we are doing. We must, for instance, face the fact that we blindly commit what to the experimentalist is the most unpardonable of sins, we include the experimenter in the experiment. To justify anything so preposterous, we must now consider further the fact that experimentalist and clinician alike are seeking, each with his own standards of rigor and workability, an understanding of human behavior. Let us examine their respective positions more closely and the extent to which their views and methods overlap, for it is in this area that we shall do our work. In a court of law the ordinary witness is permitted to give testimony only with respect to what he has seen, heard, or otherwise directly experienced. He is denied the privilege of stating any inferences or conclusions which he may have drawn from such experience, for, in the eyes of the court, his opinions are irrelevant, immaterial, and incompetent. The expert witness, on the other hand, is allowed to offer as testimony his opinions on those aspects of the case which lie within the area of his special competence. Unfortunately, the trial may then degenerate into a battle of opposed experts. A similar situation develops when human beings are asked to report on their own psychological processes. These reports differ widely from person to person, and there is no way of checking on which of them, if any, is correct. As a result, the experimentalist has long since outdone the courts in excluding unreliable testimony, and for him there exists no acceptable expert witness of events which are private. It follows inevitably, of course, that in excluding the single witness who is in a position to report on them, he also thereby excludes from his science all concern with private events as such. In his continuous stress on psychology's need to be objective and to banish eternally from the realm of science whatever is subjective, the experimentalist says, in effect, that whatever can be placed publicly on display for inspection by competent observers is admissible as scientific data, whatever is, by its nature, limited to a private showing, while it may outside of working hours be granted to exist, cannot be acceptable as part of the stuff of science because of its inaccessibility to other observers for confirmation. In the older terminology, what may be pointed to in the external world in such fashion that others may come and view it and say it deserves our confidence, whereas what one reports as being in his mind is wholly untrustworthy. Such a dichotomy between public and private has much to commend it, for the fallibility of testimony is notorious. The clinician, by a curious turn, is here in stride with the experimentalist, for, although he listens endlessly to what his patient has to say, he declines to take it at face value. The patient in his view is utterly incapable of telling a straight story, even to himself. To his own vocalizations the doctor may, perhaps, be a bit more likely to accord a clean bill of health. The experimentalist's conviction that in public display there is safety or, at any rate, less risk is, to be sure, not his exclusively. In all undertakings where much is at stake and where effort is expended to establish facts securely or to make binding for the future such formal commitments as promises, confessions, or depositions, we see the insistence upon signatures, attestations, multiple records, affixing of seals, and so on, to the extent that it provides a livelihood for notaries public. One says to a friend, "Whatever you do, don't put it in writing," or, if it is the friend who is trying to hold someone to something this changes to, "Make them give it to you in black and white." When such mistrust is rampant and even rational in everyday transactions, why should the scientist be immune? Experimentalists subscribe to this further safeguard. An investigator must publish his findings with such detailed specification of apparatus, steps of procedure, and so on, that any competent fellow investigator, dubious of his conclusions, may repeat the study. Though this is seldom done and, in many instances might be impracticable, nevertheless such a proviso presumably has combated temptation to cook the data for more positive results. In contrast to such formality in making public the conditions under which an experiment has been performed and which, if re-established, make feasible its redoing, consider how impossible it is to stipulate conditions under which the deliverances of private minds might be subject to recheck. Restriction of studies to situations capable of being reproduced constitutes a stifling limitation from the point of view of those habituated to thinking of psychology in terms of the nuances of personality. The experimentalist's reply would be that science can never concern itself with the unique. It seeks rather to specify the circumstances under which a given event may be reliably predicted. Should it become possible to do this in sufficient detail, then prediction changes into control and the event may then be made to occur at will. Those events that are of great complexity may stubbornly remain outside the range of direct control and not pass beyond the stage of somewhat increased accuracy of prediction. Let it be noted in passing that if the object of study be human beings, then any prediction or control of their behavior in the experimentalist's sense must be in the hands of someone empowered to act as stage manager in their theater of action. For the stage manager to be a part of the person himself adds nothing except change of locus of the control, and is but a special case under the more general formulation. Experimentalists who are eager to make the widest practical applications of their findings assert that we are on the brink of an era of human engineering. Already this is on an organized basis in such matters as propaganda, public relations, sales promotion, personnel management, and the proclivities of assorted action groups. The pity, say the experimentalists, is that such applications so often are not in the social interest, but, they add, when a new tool is forged it is not the fault of the tool or the tool maker if it is misused. The problem is to extend the human engineering to the point where it controls the motives of the user of the tool. This implies a hierarchy of controllers, with much dependent on the top human engineer. With respect to the individual, he is encouraged to be to an extent his own human engineer. By manipulating the situations in which he has found that he is likely or unlikely to come forth with various desired or undesired reactions, he may learn to trigger off or bottle up according to plan. That such devices of self-control are perfectly feasible is well shown in the case of the self-conqueror, who will come in for discussion later. The darker side of the picture is that this human engineer in the personality would have to be one part in charge of the rest, operating it according to what he conceived to be his own best interests, and these, by the very nature of such a setup, would be, as we shall try to show later, arbitrary and discordant with the animal needs of the species. The human engineering proposals are reminiscent of the Huxleyan Brave New World. There, even with the benefits of utopian technology, it may be remembered that, as a precautionary measure, it was deemed advisable to lock up in a vault the works of Shakespeare and other such inflammatory relics lest the social equilibrium so laboriously attained be set once more awry. Now let us have a further look at the situation from the standpoint of the clinician. His work, as we said before, has always been concerned with therapy, but we shall not review here the history of psychological healing. The name most frequently connected with interview therapy is, of course, that of Sigmund Freud. Psychoanalysis has since been modified, expanded, or variously transformed, particularly by auxiliary techniques which go far beyond what was available in the early years. The orthodox followers of Freud would, if they could, restrict application of the term psychoanalysis to their own practice, and have the various offshoots, derivatives, or innovations named otherwise, but control of the term has been irretrievably lost in the welter of loose usage. On the other hand, those groups who believe that their methods have moved so far ahead of what Freud called psychoanalysis that this term, applied to their own practice, is an antiquarian misnomer, are in no better plight. The generic appellation, especially in its elided form of analysis, has passed into the public domain and may be slow to be sloughed off. Clinical approach has been regarded by many as the antithesis of experimental approach. It has lacked rigor and quantitative evaluation of results. It has wallowed in subjective findings and remained unregenerate when sharply called to task. It has been unruffled by the unreproducibility of its data. It has coined words with abandon and been indifferent to problems of operational definition. In short, while there are now very few indeed who would defend the thesis that the whole psychoanalytical movement has been simply a tremendous hoax, from sundry quarters voices ask, but is it science? The answer, obviously, depends on how one chooses to define science. If the term be restricted to what is done under full laboratory rigor, then certainly clinical practice is not science. By the same criterion, however, the designation of science would have to be withheld from many other areas of study, notably the social sciences. Should this be done, their work would proceed as usual, though at a lower level of prestige. It is the current prestige of the word science that makes this tedious discussion necessary. What is scientifically established must be believed, and what is unscientific must be distrusted. Even the family doctor, for generations proud to regard himself as practicing the art of medicine, gives indication of climbing on the bandwagon with a new self-styling of medical scientist. Psychoanalysis might today enjoy better standing in the scientific family had it made use of that brand of human engineering called public relations. It would then, perhaps, have been less truculent when attacked, and where it saw a spade and called it such it might, when admonished to be more mannerly, have announced that, on second look, it was, indeed, a shovel. One thing it would never have done upon advice of counsel was to assert that no one who had not himself been psychoanalyzed was in any position to evaluate it with respect to method or theory. Among the protests which this called forth, one of the more temperate was to the effect that it is not necessary to eat the whole egg to tell if it is bad. Perhaps we can clarify, although not resolve, this altercation. Petty criticism of psychoanalysis, which expresses nothing but spite or repeats hearsay, we do not attempt to contend with. What we are concerned with is serious, informed criticism, from men of scientific attainment, who have evaluated psychoanalysis as a logical system and found it wanting. First we must ask, from what basis of contact with it do they render judgment? The answer would seem to be that their acquaintance has been with its verbal formulations, notably the writings of Freud, and it is to these verbal formulations that they allude when they apply the term psychoanalysis. On the other hand, when that same term is uttered by those who practice psychoanalysis and those who have encountered it as patients, they are not referring to the writings about psychoanalysis. They speak instead of what has over a long period of time become a way of functioning that has modified their whole organism. Their overall processes of seeing and doing have in varying degree undergone transformation. Correspondingly, What they say on the subject comes from sources that are not themselves exclusively verbal. This differs in no way from what happens in the behavior of a person who becomes skilled or expert in any specialty. Let us cite the case of the experimentalist reading the formal publication of a study done by a fellow investigator in a field related to his own. The diagrams or pictures of apparatus, which would stop the novice in his tracks, he readily comprehends. He has handled similar pieces, and has through arduous technical training come to appreciate the necessity for their seemingly overcomplicated design. The procedures are clear to him as stated, the results openly displayed, and the conclusions follow in logical order. If, to his practiced eye, nothing is amiss, the experimentalist accepts the new findings and will, if occasion warrants, use them as a jumping-off place for further investigations of his own. But suppose, to his dismay, the conclusions reported damage a cherished theory of his own. What shall he do? He can go vigorously into print attacking the study that has upset him, exploiting to the utmost whatever talking points he can ferret out. Or he can, and if he is a confirmed experimentalist, he will disdain the area of verbal polemic and take to his laboratory for a complete rechecking of the troublesome study. This is the only way he can solve his problem. A spate of words directed against the published words of his rival cannot suffice, for those words arose from nonverbal operations, and it is in the validity of those nonverbal operations that the words must find or lose their sanction. But we must also inspect the other side of the coin. To the extent that psychoanalysts have shrugged off criticism when it came from those who were not members of the esoteric brotherhood, they have defended themselves by a neat but infuriating twist of the wrist that has parried sound criticism together with the rest. But, however that may be, recent developments in clinical practice suggest that much that has been controversial can finally be relegated to the past. We return to the matter previously broached, the assumed antithesis of experimental and clinical. Putting aside the separate origins of these two approaches, Newtonian physics and the art of healing, let us look again at the actual activities of those engaged in each. Experiment derives from experire, to try. An experiment is a trial or special observation made to confirm or disprove something doubtful, especially one under conditions determined by the experimenter, an act or operation undertaken in order to discover some unknown principle or effect, or to test, establish, or illustrate some suggested or known truth, practical test, proof. According to such a definition, interview therapy is experimental. Consider the tremendous control of variables introduced by the deliberately simplified setting of the therapeutic situation as compared with the full complexity of everyday living. The doctor and patient are alone in an atmosphere cleared of distractions. The customary admonitions of the clock are in abeyance and, for the duration of the session, time is open for whatever may come to pass. For a period society is reduced to two persons. It is a genuine society, but, for this hour, there is respite from ordinary social pressures, and the customary penalties for misbehavior are humanely withheld. As the experiment of therapy proceeds, the patient dares more and more to be himself. He voices the statement that elsewhere he could only think, and thinks the thought that elsewhere he could not acknowledge even to himself. Fluid and changeable, differing from hour to hour or from stage to stage of the total process, such phenomena are not fortuitous and they are not imaginary. They are predictable when the setting is arranged with skill and the sessions expertly conducted. Apart from these larger aspects, the therapeutic interview is experimental from moment to moment in the sense of try it out and see what happens. The patient is taught to experience himself. Experience derives from the same Latin source experire, to try, as does the word experiment, and the dictionary gives for it precisely the sense that we intend here, namely, the actual living through an event or events. Our view of the therapist is that he is similar to what the chemist calls a catalyst, an ingredient that precipitates a reaction that might not otherwise occur. It does not prescribe the form of the reaction, which depends upon the intrinsic reactive properties of the materials present, nor does it enter as a part into whatever compound it helps to form. What it does is to start a process, and there are some processes which, when once started, are self-maintaining or autocatalytic. This we hold to be the case in therapy. What the doctor sets in motion, the patient continues on his own. The successful case, upon discharge, is not a cure in the sense of being a finished product, but a person who now has tools and equipment to deal with problems as they may arise. He has gained some elbow room in which to work, unencumbered by the cluttered odds and ends of transactions started but unfinished. In cases handled under such a formulation, the criteria of therapeutic progress cease to be a matter of debate. It is not a question of increased social acceptability or improved interpersonal relations, as viewed through the eyes of some extraneous, self-constituted authority, but the patient's own awareness of heightened vitality and more effective functioning. Though others, to be sure, may also notice the change, their favorable opinion on what has happened is not the test of therapy. Such therapy is flexible and itself an adventure in living. The job is not, in line with widespread misconception, for the doctor to find out what is wrong with the patient and then tell him. People have been telling him all his life, and, to the extent that he has accepted what they say, he has been telling himself. More of this, even if it comes with the doctor's authority, is not going to turn the trick. What is essential is not that the therapist learn something about the patient and then teach it to him, but that the therapist teach the patient how to learn about himself. This involves his becoming directly aware of how, as a living organism, he does indeed function. This comes about on the basis of experiences which are in themselves nonverbal. That this can be done has been incontrovertibly demonstrated in recent years by developments in the advanced wings of clinical practice. It is not the work of one man or any single group of men, and it has by no means reached the summit of its trajectory. However, since face-to-face therapy is expensive and time-consuming, it has been restricted to the few who could afford it as a luxury or who had to buy it as a necessity. This has limited it to those who were out-and-out neurotics. But what about that major bulk of the population which, while not malfunctioning by ordinary medical standards, not incompetent to the extent of being unable to hold a job, not in need of help in the sense of being emergency cases, still rates as under par from the standpoint of well-being and satisfaction in living? The question eventually comes into full focus as to whether the aforementioned miniature society of two, doctor and patient, cannot, for the sake of more widespread dissemination throughout the community of its benefits, be, for general purposes, reduced to one person, the reader of printed instructions and discussion. This question we put to a test a year ago. Using the material that is presented in this book in more developed form, we found that the answer to our question was a decisive yes. The material was put into the hands of undergraduate students in psychology at 3 universities. At one of these, where the students ranged in age from 18 to nearly 70, and where many of them were working part or full-time at a variety of occupations, it was handled simply as part of the homework for an otherwise standard course. Written reports were obtained at intervals over a period of 4 months, the length of the school term. The next time the course was given, an increased number of students worked with a revised and expanded form of the material. Permission was obtained from nearly 100 to use their reports in any way that would not disclose their identity, with the result that excerpts are available in their own words to give some indication of the range and kind of reactions elicited by this program. For many persons 4 months is all too short an interval, hardly a warming up period for anything beyond superficial effects, but we have statements from a number of cases that were followed up to the effect that the development begun while registered in the course continues at an accelerated rate even when the material is no longer a part of their homework. There is every reason to believe this can be the case for you. The basic endeavor is to assist you to become aware of how you are now functioning as an organism and as a person. Since you are the only one who can make the necessary observations, we shall, of course, be dealing with what we discussed previously as private events. The locus of such events is, in the ancient terminology which thus far has survived repeated and determined attempts to scotch it, the mind. We certainly shall not defend this term in its traditional meaning of a disembodied something that transcends organic functioning. In fact, we are on the side of the Scotchers with a difference. It will be strongly stated later on that we deny independent status to mind, body and external world. What these words apply to are artifacts of a dualistic tradition which has sought to build them right into the functioning of man's organism. If they are relinquished, and a unitary language developed which reports what exists for non-dualistic observers, then nothing important will have disappeared from the picture. Meantime, by making such dogmatic statements, we stand in danger of losing friends in both directions. Those who cherish their minds and intend to cling to them to the end will, at the very least, decline our suggested procedures if we show so little understanding of how they genuinely experience themselves, that is, as non-physical mind operating a physical body in an external world. This way of experiencing oneself is the fruit of the socialization process that we all undergo as children. Further consideration of this we leave until later, and merely say here that for those who refuse to go a step further without their mind, they will find that, in their terms, work along the lines that we suggest will broaden and extend the domain of mind. Those who espouse the strict experimentalist position will cheer us on if we attack mind, but turn on us belligerently if we tamper with the external world. Their insistence that we be objective, that we stick to matters that have public rather than private manifestation, is a plea that we place everything in the external world. But does external have significance except as the counterpart of an implied internal? Now, in a sense, the internal does exist for them, too, if come upon from the outside, that is to say, externally. How can this be done? Well, there are electroencephalographs for tapping in on the electrical activity of the brain, and electromyographs for picking up the so-called action potentials of contracting muscle, and sensitive galvanometers for determining changes in skin resistance to the passage of an electric current. Such physiological events are universally accepted scientifically as correlated with what the human being so investigated verbally reports about his mental activity. For the experimenter this is not mental. It is covert behavior, the hidden responding of the organism which may be invisible to the naked eye but detectable by suitable instrumentation. In contrast there is overt behavior, the obvious movements of the organism in external space. Please note, however, that what is here accepted by experimentalists as internal is so accepted only when it is located in their external world, the tapes and dials and counters of their recording instruments. Let us inspect a bit more closely this external and internal which even the experimentalist concedes to whatever organism he works with. What he means here, obviously, is inside or outside the skin, not inside or outside the mind. When he reports that his experimental subject, of whatever species, responds to changes in the environment, he is saying usually that when he, the experimenter, presents stimuli of certain kinds under certain conditions, the subject may do something that reliably indicates that the stimuli have had an effect. These stimuli may be visual, auditory, olfactory, etc., or various groupings of them. For them to have an effect, the organism must, of course, have appropriate receptors, or sense organs, which it does have in eyes, ears, nose, etc. However, it has become increasingly necessary, as work has proceeded, to acknowledge that responses are not under the exclusive control of stimuli from outside the skin, which the experimenter can manipulate with relative ease, but that, in addition to the exteroceptor, the organism possesses additional receptors inside the skin. One group of these, the interoceptors, seems largely restricted to the alimentary canal, appropriate stimuli for their excitation being distension or flaccidity of the hollow viscera, for example, the hunger contractions of the stomach, fullness of the bladder, etc. A further class of receptors inside the skin is the proprioceptors, embedded in muscles, joints, and tendons. In more subjective days psychologists spoke of their function as kinesthesia or muscle sense. In current literature proprioception now dominates this area as being more objective. It is interesting in this connection to note the derivation of proprio - from the Latin proprius, meaning one's own. Since any movement of an organism or even increased tonus in a muscle gives rise to proprioceptive stimuli, these are spoken of by experimentalists as response-produced stimuli. Their importance in controlling the behavior of the organism is more and more appealed to by experimentalists as they attempt to account for verbal behavior, which for them largely replaces what the old-time subjectivist alluded to as the higher mental processes, including consciousness itself. We could stud this section with bibliographical references, showing the rapid advance being made along these lines, but that would take us far afield from what is our intention here, namely, to orient with respect to its scientific aspects the technique which we shall introduce. In passing, let us merely mention a recently devised alertness indicator, which has been built around the fact that to be awake the human organism must have the proprioceptors that are spread throughout the muscles of the body functioning above a certain minimum level. If he relaxes further, that is to say, reduces muscle tonus still more, proprioception diminishes below the critical level and he is asleep. Now, by attaching electrodes to the forehead of the person and picking up action potentials from the frontalis muscle, it becomes perfectly feasible to arrange a relay that will operate when the volume of potentials falls below a predetermined point and close the circuit of, say, a loud buzzer, and startle the dozer back into alertness. Paradoxically, by going to sleep he wakes himself up. For pilots, long-haul truckers, or whoever else compels himself or is compelled to stay awake when it is time to go to sleep, such a device might on occasion be a lifesaver. However illuminating or useful within limits such an approach to the behavior that goes on inside the organism's skin may be, notice the emphasis on getting control of that behavior from the outside. It is as if the knowledge so painstakingly acquired is to be directed toward making the organism behave in prescribed ways in spite of itself. This statement still holds even though, in the human case, the prescriber may be a part of the person himself. If the prescriber of behavior could act with unlimited wisdom, then such human engineering might lose something of its aspect of arbitrary demand on the organism, but with such unlimited wisdom the prescriber might resign as such and give the organism a chance to regulate itself. That it could do so is attested by the fact that it did succeed in evolving to the point of having approximately the same form and functional properties as modern man prior to the time of the invention of language itself. If the claim be made that the human organism could not be trusted to regulate itself unguided amidst the complexities of present civilization, the counterclaim is just as valid that a self-regulating human organism would not tolerate civilization as it is. Neither claim is to the point, however, for, if the human organism does not regulate itself, what does? If one wheedles, bullies, or otherwise manipulates himself into doing what he otherwise would not do, then wheedler and wheedled, bully and bullied, manipulator and manipulated, are both still living flesh, no matter how sunk in civil war. If the question be raised of how it comes about that the human organism should be so divided against itself, if this is not an inevitable state of affairs, the answer must be a somewhat speculative one as to the origin and historical development of our present society. This has no place here, but a brilliant discussion along these lines may be found in L. L. White's The Next Development in Man. Our problem is with the unmistakable facts that human beings are so divided in their functioning, that they did not as babies start off their life at war with themselves, and that, specifically, they may, if not indifferent to the further vicissitudes of their lives, demonstrate this split more clearly to themselves and, in this very process, begin to heal it. The way, from the strict experimentalist's viewpoint, looks superficially like a relapse into subjectivism, but this is not the case. Once beyond a certain stage, one recognizes that subjective-objective is a false dichotomy. To clarify this further, let us return once again to the supposed polar opposition of experimental and clinical approaches. What is the crux of their difference? We have suggested it before, and now bring it to a head. We believe it consists in this: experimentalism, sired in method and outlook by physics, which deals with the inanimate, has, as nearly as possible, tried to deal with the living as if it were inanimate. Disregarding the flesh and blood humanity of the investigator, who has tried desperately to make himself nothing more than a disembodied I, it has studied the living as if from the viewpoint of an impersonal, but highly intelligent, recording instrument. It has seen the organism as activity, which it certainly is. It has found activity that regulates other activity, which it certainly does. But, no matter how far it goes, it finds nothing but more of the same. We venture to say that from the viewpoint of some dehumanized observer, and this, to repeat, is what experimentalism strives for as its scientific ideal. No matter how far research might be pressed, this is all that there would ever be. Furthermore, within the stated purpose of many sciences, including a portion of psychology, there is, both with respect to theory and application, no possibility of and no wish for anything beyond this. This is knowledge, sound and tested under conditions of controlled observation. It contributes mightily to man's actual and potential control over the conditions of his living. But it is not his living. In contrast, the clinician has sought ever more intimate contact with the activities of the human organism as lived by the human organism. His patient comes to him with a view of himself that is a conglomerate of fact and fiction. But it is what he notices about himself and his world. It is not impersonal. Rather, it is intensely personal. What he seeks from the doctor is not knowledge in the sense of verbal statements which report correctly what his situation is, how it came about, and what would be the process which would have to be modified to produce beneficial change. No. What he is after is relief, and this is not a verbal matter. To the limit of his ability, and everyone is limited, the clinician empathizes with his patient, feels the patient's experience by means of his own experience. He, too, is a human being living a life. When the patient talks about himself, his doctor does not say, "Please be more objective in your remarks or I shall have to discharge your case." Far from that, and especially with a patient who is a verbal type, the therapist works to get him to be less and less reserved, impersonal, detached, standoffish with respect to himself. He strives to help him to remove the barriers that he has erected between his official self, the facade he presents for the scrutiny of society, and his more intensely subjective self, the feelings and emotions that he has been told and has later told himself that he ought to be too manly or too mature to have. These shut-off parts have immense vitality, which needs to be reclaimed and put to better subjective use. And it takes more vitality to keep them shut off. This, too, needs to be rechanneled. The view here taken of the human organism is that it is active, not passive. For instance, inhibition of certain behaviors is not merely absence of these behaviors in one's overt performance, instead, it is, as the Latin source has it correctly, an inholding, or, put less awkwardly, an active holding in. If the inhibition is lifted, what was held in does not then passively emerge. Rather, the person actively, eagerly brings it forth. In the objective account of human behavior, the organism is an instrument operated by a kind of remote control. The control may variously be called cause and effect relationships, influence of environment, social pressures, or whatever, but, in any case, the organism is regarded as the unconsulted heir to an unasked-for legacy. So strong has become this attitude as to make modern man almost a bystander in his own life. The extent to which he himself produces his own situation, if a patient produces his symptom actively, is ignored or denied. While certainly something may be gained by being objective about oneself in the sense of trying to see how one's behavior might look to an outsider, it also does aggravate the tendency to talk to and about oneself as if this talker somehow transcended the status and limitation of one's organic life. It reverts to the ancient problem of responsibility. To the extent that one holds one's own life at arm's length and inspects it, as it were, from the outside, then the question of controlling it, regulating it, shaping it in one way or another, becomes a matter of technology. If the technology fails, then, whatever the disappointment or relief, one is freed of personal responsibility, for it can be said, in the present state of our knowledge, we haven't found out yet just how to handle this kind of personal difficulty. One cannot on any rational ground take responsibility for what one is not in contact with. This applies to happenings in distant places of which perhaps one has never heard, but it also applies equally to events taking place in one's own life if one is not aware of them. If one makes contact with them and becomes intimately aware of what they are and how they figure in one's functioning, then one becomes responsible for them, not in the sense of now having to assume some burden that was not there before, but rather in the sense of now recognizing that it is oneself who determines in most instances whether they shall or shall not continue to exist. This is quite a different concept of responsibility from that which has at its core the notion of moral blame. If we have in the above discussion made the point convincingly that the crucial difference between experimentalist and clinician is that the former strives for an impersonal formulation of processes neutrally at work in the universe, whereas the latter strives to formulate and work with human experience, this being, by the dictionary, the actual living through an event or events, then the issue becomes one of whether these two approaches must remain mutually exclusive, as has largely been the case so far, or, while reluctantly tolerant of each other, must agree to disagree, or whether they can, at least for the area of study concerned with how human beings regulate each other and themselves, join forces in the solution of a common problem. On this matter much is still shrouded in fog, but a few points are already clear. Clinical practice in its advanced forms gets results by subjective methods which are quite susceptible to measurement and evaluation by objective standards acceptable to the strictest experimentalist. For example, studies of the level of chronic muscular tension in the human being as determined before, during and after treatment by subjective methods have yielded positive findings by objective techniques. The whole content of the clinician's talks with his patient could reasonably be subsumed under the experimentalist's time-honored and still unsolved problem of instructions to the subject. Should he conduct his experiment without giving verbal instructions to his human subjects, he finds later that they have not operated in a void, but have given themselves self-instructions. As a makeshift, he now presents highly formalized instructions, perhaps printed on a card. He also has begun to perform experiments solely to determine the effect of variations in instructions, their clarity, timing, quality, kind, etc. And this type of work might effectively be extended to clinical practice and education in general. In contrast to these suggested aids which experimentalism is giving or may give to clinical practice, it will be interesting to see what happens to experimentalists when they begin to try out on themselves the sort of informal experimentation described in the pages to come. To the extent that it changes them as persons, it will also change them in their professional role as scientists, and perhaps make them more vividly aware of the fact that science, no matter how pure, is the product of human beings engaged in the exciting business of living their personal lives. The language for talking about personal experience is necessarily less precise than that available for describing public objects and activities. If a child has been taught that his pet quadruped is a doggy and later wins approval by saying doggy in the presence of a similar quadruped, there is nothing so far to prevent his saying doggy whenever he sees a four-legged animal of whatever kind. But suppose that, in attempting to call his mother's attention to a horse, he cries, "Oh, Mummy, look at the big doggy." She will reply, "No, honey, that's a horsey," and proceed to point out characteristics that differentiate horse from dog. By and by he will have acquired a precise vocabulary in this and other areas where what is named can simultaneously excite his exteroceptors and those of a tutor well versed in standard language. Private occurrences, though they do acquire a vocabulary of a sort, cannot be so precisely named, for they are not subject to correction when misnamed. A child learns to say, "It hurts," even when nothing shows by which someone else might notice and name the hurt. In such case the ability to report in standard language what is purely private derives from previous instances, such as falls, bumps, scratches experienced by the child, in which some solicitous person has told him, "It hurts, doesn't it?" But there can be no such thing as saying, "Here, take a feel of my headache," and have it make sense. Furthermore, since such a private event is safely private, it may, given appropriate motivation, be played down or exaggerated as one pleases, without fear that the deception will be unmasked. Experience is largely reported in metaphorical terms, and its effective sharing with others has traditionally been the province of the poet and novelist. A child may do this well before his verbal expressions become emasculated by convention. A small boy, walking with his mother on a hot sidewalk, announced, "I like the shadows better. The sun makes a noise in my stomach." Even were we poetically gifted, however, poetry would be an inadequate medium for conveying to you what we have to say about the functioning of yourself. Poetry undoubtedly can be profoundly moving and enlightening, but it can also fail to achieve any effect whatsoever, or can, on the other hand, produce effects that were entirely unintended. We must thus eschew any wild flights of language and remain quite pedestrian. For whatever help it can give us, we shall make use of terminology developed by Gestalt psychology. A generation ago, Gestalt psychology, an importation from Germany, made a scientific stir in this country. By ingenious experiments it demonstrated many previously overlooked aspects of visual perception. Scouting the notion that in seeing something one collects visual fragments and assembles them into the object seen, it insisted that seeing is organized from the start, that is, it is a gestalt or configuration. One's visual field is structured in terms of figure and background. Figure is the focus of interest, an object, pattern, etc., with ground the setting or context. The interplay between figure and ground is dynamic, for the same ground may, with differing interests and shifts of attention, give rise to different figures, or a given figure, if it contains detail, may itself become ground in the event that some detail of its own emerges as figure. Such phenomena are, of course, subjective, and it was this aspect of Gestalt psychology that limited its development when introduced into American psychology. The latter was at the time repudiating the subjectivism of Titchener by an uncritical espousal of the objectivism of Watson's behaviorism and Pavlov's reflexology. In the light of the foregoing discussion, it is significant to observe that while Gestalt psychology today is formally taught in the psychology departments of no more than a handful of American colleges and universities, it is vigorously applied throughout the country in the teaching of art, creative writing, or, in general, the humanities. The Gestalt movement did exert a lasting influence on psychology by wounding mortally the tendency to atomistic, building block constructions, and by getting into the language of psychology the concept of the organism as a whole. That its influence was not greater is attributable in part to the Gestalt psychologists themselves, who, in capitulation to the epidemic demand for objectivity, vitiated what was new and promising in their approach by prematurely or unwisely installing quantitative measures and excessive experimental restrictions. Figure 1. Since we shall make extensive use of the Gestaltists' concepts of figure and ground, we present several illustrative visual examples. Figure 1 is a well-known textbook example of the figure-ground phenomenon. In this drawing the figure may be seen as a white chalice on a black ground, or, if the white area is taken as ground, then the figure becomes two heads in profile silhouette. One may, upon continued inspection of this ambiguous picture, become adept at shifting from one way of organizing it to the other, but one can never organize it both ways at once. Furthermore, please note that when a change in what is seen occurs, it is not a consequence of some modification in what is objectively given on the printed page that was fixed once and for all when the book went to press, but is, rather, brought about by the activity of the seeing organism. Also, notice the three-dimensional quality of the two-dimensional picture. When one sees the white figure, the black ground is behind it. Likewise, a similar depth effect occurs when the two heads are seen as if outside a lighted window. Figure 2 again presents an ambiguous picture, this time one in which there is more detail. In glancing at this, you will probably see at once a young woman in three-quarter view to the left. On the other hand, you may be that one person in about 5 who immediately sees an old hag facing to the left and forward. If you do not for a time spontaneously reorganize what you first saw, that is, destroy it as such and use its parts to make the new picture, there are ways in which we can assist you, and these, essentially, are the same ways that will be employed in the experiments to follow. Figure 2. First, though, there are several important points that we can make with the situation as it stands. Unless we had told you that there was a second picture, you certainly would not have suspected it or looked for one. You would have been quite satisfied with the correctness and adequacy of what you saw at first glance. What you now see, whichever picture it is correct. It solves for you, in terms of the way your seeing is at the moment organized, the question of what is this a picture of. In the context of our present discussion of figure and ground, you are probably willing to concede that we are not trying to dupe you and that the alternative organization, if it has not by this time been achieved by you, will shortly be yours and you will see the other picture just as clearly as you now see the first one. In another context, you might regard someone who claims to see something that you do not as mistaken, or nuts, and pass on. If you see a young woman where we say there is an old woman, you might, if a compliant type, decide to submit and say what we say. If we greatly outnumber you, if we, for instance, are society and you an individual, then, if you will yield and agree with us, we shall reward you by acknowledging that now you are behaving normally. Please note, however, that in such case your acceptable behavior will have been imposed upon you and you will not be living it on your own. You will be in agreement with us only on a verbal basis, not on the basis of seeing, which is nonverbal. This picture has been constructed so that various of its details have a dual function. The long promontory, which is the old hag's nose, is the whole cheek and jawline of the young woman. The hag's left eye is the young woman's left ear, her mouth the young woman's velvet neckband or choker, her right eye a bit of the young woman's nose, etc. If we could trace these for you it would be more helpful, but by now you probably have seen the second picture. It will have come suddenly, perhaps startling you into a little exclamation of surprise. This is what Gestalt psychologists call the aha experience. Their formal name for it is insight. To give further illustration of what is meant by insight or sudden reorganization of behavior, we present figures 3, 4, and 5. The first is easy, the second harder, and the last very hard for most persons, although this order by no means holds in all cases. These are not ambiguous pictures. They are incomplete objects, with much of the detail that would ordinarily be present left out. However, the bits that are present are in their proper positions, and the work that must be done to see and name the object involves a kind of subjective filling in of the blank spaces in such a way, as the Gestaltists put it, as to effect closure. Staring fixedly at what is given, or deliberate attempts to force meaning on the hodgepodge of parts, usually blocks the spontaneous process of reorganization. That this must be spontaneous, as opposed to something deliberately decided upon, is shown by the failure of any attempt to will to see the old hag or the young woman. Freely shifting your gaze from one part to another and taking, if you can, an attitude of eager curiosity rather than vexed impatience, is the most favorable approach. If the pictures still do not come, they will at some later time when you examine them afresh. In the experiments to follow, when we talk of figure and ground, it may or may not be in a visual sense. We have used visual examples here because they are the only kind we can present in a book, but later we shall request you, for example, to examine bits of muscular tension that you may find here and there in your body, tinglings. Figures 3, 4, 5. From Street, Roy F., Gestalt Completion Test. Bureau of Publications, Teachers College, Columbia University, 1931. Reprinted by permission of the publisher and the author. Itches, or even blank spots, and to see whether they will perhaps suddenly come together as a gestalt, in this case a motor gestalt, which is the beginning pattern of action of something that you want to do. This will be difficult, time-consuming, exasperating. When you fail to get quick results, you may abandon the whole program, condemning it as a stupid waste of valuable time, or, at the very least, complaining that the instructions should have made the work clearer, quicker, and easier. These can be and will be improved. In fact, you can contribute to their improvement by reporting your difficulties to us, addressing us through our publisher. But we cannot do the work for you. Like seeing the other pictures in the example given above, you must do this for yourself if it is ever to be done. In separating this group of workers into two mutually exclusive subgroups, we lay ourselves open to the same charge of false dichotomizing that we bring to bear against others throughout this book. Actually, psychologists as a group constitute what the statistician would characterize as a bimodal distribution. We are here deliberately abstracting what we regard as typical of clinicians and of experimentalists when considered as distinct and contrasting subgroups, even though we are quite aware that this distorts the case in greater or lesser degree for those many workers who occupy intermediate positions. Many investigators acknowledge, to be sure, that in some particular study they have not managed to keep the experimenter out of the experimental picture. To the extent, however, that his presence has influenced the results, this is regarded as contamination, and attempts are then made, by statistical manipulations perhaps, to partial out his influence and thus purify the data. L. White, The Next Development in Man, Henry Holt and Company, New York, 1948. Volume 2 Chapter 2. Contacting the Environment. Experiment 1, Feeling the Actual. Our first move is directed at helping you to heighten your feeling of what is actual. Most people admit that at times they are only half there, that they daydream, lose track of things, or otherwise wander off from the present situation. They also comment about others: he doesn't stay on the spot, or he doesn't keep his eye on the ball, or, in general, he doesn't make good contact. Contact does not imply a constant state of pop-eyed alertness. This would indicate chronic apprehensiveness, which usually rests on a misapprehension of actuality. There are occasions when it is appropriate to let go, grow hazy, and bask in animal comfort. That few of us can do this fully is a curse of our times, consequence of unfinished business, but the ability to do so, which for the most part we now know about only from envious watching of our household tabby, is one that we can reacquire. Apart from such moments of occasional bliss, when we can afford to let alertness dissolve and give place to a diffuse glow of well-being, there are other times when sharp awareness of actuality runs counter to the organism's best interests. While the dentist is extracting an infected tooth, only that patient who needs to pose as a hero will spurn the anesthetic. Nature herself sometimes acts as anesthetist when she makes a creature swoon with pain. The situation is far different, though, when one buys patented painkillers at the drugstore. Here one attempts to trick the organism into losing its feeling of actuality: throbbing headache, agony of an abscessed tooth, fatigue from overwork, insomnia as an indicator of unfinished business. These are warning signals. They indicate something amiss that needs attention, and the problem is falsely solved when one merely turns off the signal. Obviously, there is no virtue in enduring the continuation of a warning signal after it has been heeded. If one has a toothache and has made an appointment with the dentist for the earliest possible time, then the painkiller comes in handy as a way of avoiding suffering that can do no good. With headaches, fatigue, insomnia, the case is not so clear. Sometimes the family doctor can dispatch them as readily as the dentist repairs or pulls the ailing tooth, but often even the specialist shakes his head and says he can find nothing organically wrong, though, if up to date, he may hint darkly of something psychosomatic. Even so, he will be wary of recommending psychological treatment, for it is long, expensive, and often unsuccessful. Frequently he will ease the patient out of his office with advice to forget it or take some aspirin. That pharmacological painkillers are a means of partially blacking out one's actuality, in this case, the actuality of pain, is well known to everyone. That comparable painkillers of a behavioral sort exist and are used still more widely is less often recognized. They are not taken in pill or tablet form, and the person using them, not being aware of what he is doing, will deny that his actions have this function. Furthermore, once he has become dependent on them, it would be cruel to wrest them suddenly from him, if this were possible, just as it would be cruel to deprive an addict abruptly of his drug. But, because this is behavior that the person himself controls, whether he knows it or not, there is no way, even were it desirable, as is not the case, to strip it from him by force. On the other hand, should he wish to uncover such self-defeating behavior and to change it gradually, staying always within the limits of what he cares to tolerate, that is another matter. As a first step in this direction we propose something that will seem fatuously simple. We state it in the few indented lines below. The indentation is our device for indicating that what is set off in this fashion we wish you to take as definite instructions. In what follows there will be many such passages. Whenever possible, try them out at once before you read further. If you read on, you may by the discussions which you encounter, cheat yourself of something you might have discovered for yourself. Try for a few minutes to make up sentences stating what you are at this moment aware of. Begin each sentence with the words now or at this moment or here and now. Now, having survived this first, brief testing of the water and found it neither too hot nor too cold, let's talk about it a little. Then we shall ask you to do it again. Whatever is actual is, as regards time, always in the present. Whatever happened in the past was actual then, just as whatever occurs in the future will be actual at that time, but what is actual and thus all that you can be aware of must be in the present. Hence the stress, if we wish to develop the feeling of actuality, on words such as now and at this moment. Likewise, what is actual for you must be where you are. Hence the stress on words like here. You cannot at this moment experience any event, that is, live through it at first hand, if it takes place beyond the range of your receptors. You may imagine it, yes, but that means picturing it to yourself, and the picturing will be here where you are. It has been customary for psychoanalysts, for instance, in the interpretation of dreams, to speak of the present as including the recent past, say, the past 24 hours. But whenever we speak of the present, we shall mean the immediate here and now present, the time of your present attention span, the time that is right now. Remembering and anticipating are actual, but when they occur in the present. What you remember will be something seen or heard or done in the past, but its recapture or review is in the present. What you anticipate will be something which, if it happens, will happen at some time in the future, but such foreseeing is the present seeing of a picture which you here and now construct and label future. These considerations may seem so trite as to need no further pounding home. But examine, for instance, these remarks from an intelligent student: I feel that we are all living too much in the present and disregard to a painful degree the memories and lessons of the past. Similarly, there is too much preoccupation with the present and not nearly enough consideration of the results of our current activities and their effect upon the future. What is missing here is a clear comprehension that the aim of this experiment is not to get us to live more exclusively for the present, blind to what the past should have taught us or foolhardy about what lies ahead and needs to be prepared for, but, rather, to get us to live in the present. Living fully in the present includes taking note of present reminders of past lessons and thus making more adequate present responses, and it includes taking note of present harbingers of things to come and adjusting our present behavior accordingly. The healthy person, with the present as reference point, is free to look backward or ahead as occasion warrants. A point that could bog us down in metaphysical mires if we did not meet it and dispose of it is raised by the statement from a student: others may be able to remain in the now, but, unfortunately, I find it completely impossible. There can be no constant now for me. At this very moment I have just passed now. The wish to seize the present and pin it down to mount it, as it were, like a butterfly in a case is doomed to failure. Actuality forever changes. In healthy persons the feeling of actuality is steady and continuous, but, like the view from a train window, the scenery is always different. We shall see later that when actuality seems fixed, permanent, unchanged and unchangeable, this is a fictional actuality that we continuously build anew because it serves some present purpose of our own to preserve the fiction. Actuality, as you experience it, is your actuality. You cannot experience what is actuality for someone else because you cannot tune in on his private receptors. If you were able to, you would be that person. You can share an experience with someone in the sense that you and he may experience similarly some situation that you and he have in common, but what he experiences is his and what you experience is yours. When you say to a friend in trouble, "I feel for you," you do not mean that literally, since he is doing his own feeling and no one else can do it for him, but simply that you, by imagining yourself in his place, construct a vivid picture of what the situation would be like, and then react to that. Now let us go back to the experiment once more. As you again produce sentences stating what you are aware of, put a pedantic emphasis on the words now, here, and at this moment. While this will be merely a verbal artificiality that we do not expect you to continue for the rest of your life, it will assist you not only to realize the nowness of your experience, but also to verbalize what you are doing or about to do, thus sharpening your awareness that it is you who experience whatever it may be. Feel the meaning of the now here as your own now here, thus, now I, with my breathing body sitting here in the chair in the room in the neighborhood now in the afternoon, this particular day, in this 20th century I now here am doing so and so. To repeat. Try for a few minutes to make up sentences stating what you are immediately aware of. Begin them with the words now or at this moment or here and now. Next we go to a very important part of the experiment. As you perform it, what difficulties do you encounter? This question may come as a surprise. A common remark at this point is, difficulties? There aren't any difficulties. It's pretty dull, but no difficulties. Then let us ask this, why did you terminate the experiment just when you did? We are not suggesting you should have continued longer, but simply asking if you are aware of what immediately preceded your stopping. Were you tired? Had you gone blank and ceased forming sentences? Or did you, perhaps, quit without being aware that you were quitting? Let us review some difficulties reported by others. These may not be your particular stumbling blocks. We mention them to give you some notion of the range of reactions to this experiment, to show you that nothing extraordinary is expected and also that you need not be disappointed if at this stage you do not already feel like a different person. If you are dissatisfied with the work so far, admit it. If you begrudge the waste of your time, then be aware of your resentment toward us for having misled you into this. One student said, "I was told this would seem fatuously simple." Well, it did and it still does. When this experiment is conducted in the doctor-patient situation, the patient in many ways can go through the motions in a fashion that observes the letter but not the spirit. For instance, an obsessional case, a Mary quite contrary, produce sentences like these, "Now yesterday I saw my friend and at this moment I shall see my friend tomorrow." This illustrates how easy it can be to win petty victories by carrying out instructions in a way that defies or nullifies their intent. To some extent most people have such a need for personal triumph over someone, and it is important to be on the lookout for this motive in doing these self-awareness experiments. While certainly you may not respond in this particular way, you may somehow feel that we are challenging you to a kind of tug of war, in which you must defend yourself against us. If so, you have the decisive advantage, for, so long as you feel that way, we cannot budge you. What we wish to do is to ally ourselves with you and help you to budge yourself. Should you succeed to the end in demonstrating that you can do these experiments and still remain unmoved, over whom would you have won a victory? Let us suppose that, far from being defiant, you are instead a good, well-behaved type who swallows indiscriminately whatever is offered. If you are such an introjector, you will find later experiments on chewing difficult but useful. Your initial reaction, though, may be one of enthusiastically talking about this program to your friends but neglecting to chew your way into it with your own teeth. Or you may be a person who does not want to get close enough to his experience to feel it vividly. A student reported, "I gave considerable practice to the now and here awareness process, but concluded that these things are only actions and reactions which have become conditioned responses. It is convenient, probably necessary, that they be relegated to the level of automatic habits. Habit, certainly, conserves time and energy, and our organized ways of dealing with things would be disrupted if we had to give close attention to every detail. When routine matters are truly routine, they are best handled in ways so standardized as to require the very minimum of attention. What makes this best, though, is that attention is thereby freed to deal with what is novel and non-routine. To make a point of maximizing automatic functioning and minimizing awareness of one's life is to welcome death before its time. It is the goal of the cybernetics workers in reverse, instead of trying, as they do, to make robots which are more and more like men, it is an attempt to make oneself more and more a robot. Again, you may be a person who is abashed, when you try to feel your actuality, to discover what a commonplace, lackluster actuality it is. Students have reported, "I am ashamed to say that I was not able to be aware of anything very remarkable. It was just such dull stuff as, now my nose itches and here and now I scratch it." But what impossible kind of actuality are you demanding if you require that, at any given moment when you try to feel it, it must be wondrous and exotic? If nothing more exciting is at hand to give attention to, what could be more healthy than to become aware of an itching nose and to scratch it? On the other hand, should you find your actuality chronically dull and uninteresting, what is to keep you from doing something to liven it up? What hindrances in this direction are you aware of? We are not at the moment suggesting that, in connection with whatever you become aware of, you rush pell-mell into action. Manipulation of actuality we shall deal with later. Here we focus exclusively on the topic, what is your actuality? Can you genuinely feel it? Can you feel that it is yours? Although the instructions for this experiment are as clear and simple as we can make them at this time, there is nothing we can do to keep you from reading in additional instructions of your own and then attributing them to us. For instance, a student, without being aware that these were his own instructions to himself rather than those given on the printed page, concluded that what this experiment called upon him to do was to search for something that was missing in his feeling of actuality. He stated, "I looked and looked but didn't find anything that was missing." His procedure is akin to making a roll call by requesting all those not present to shout out their names. What one can do is bit by bit to extend one's awareness by discovering and dissolving the resistances in oneself that have prevented this, but one cannot command what one is unaware of to march obediently into awareness. Nevertheless, we know from clinical practice that there may be a gross neglect of areas of awareness which may be corrected simply by pointing it out. For instance, one patient may make sentences only about what he is aware of by means of exteroceptors, while another may report awareness of no events other than those taking place inside his skin, the beating of his heart, the pulsing of his arteries, the aches, the tensions. Are we to suppose from this that, for the first person, actuality is limited exclusively to what may be seen and heard, and that, for the second, no external events exist? No, but we can say that these patients differ radically in where they direct their attention and in what they exclude from attention. If they were running a newspaper, we would say that they favor some available news sources to the exclusion of others, and our advice to them would be, whether you choose to print it or not, take notice of the range and kind of information that is pouring into your editorial office. Maybe you're passing up some good bets. You may react to the experiment this one or others to come as if it were some kind of test of your potency, that is, you will do it, prove to yourself that you can do it, and leave it at that. But of course you can do it. Anybody can, to a degree. The point, though, is to achieve a result that makes it worthwhile, a genuine change in your perspective of events, the feeling that you are a continuous flow of processes. We may suspect that something less than this had been obtained by a student when he claimed, "I tried the experiment. Really, I was completely successful in that I got just the feeling that the writers wanted and that I also wanted." Proving one's potency in this manner is perhaps the most dangerous of all self-deceptions. Some persons, confronted with these experiments, undertake to decide in advance how or whether they will have any effect. For instance, I have spent hours trying to decide how and to what extent the experiments on self-awareness would change my sensory and conscious thought experiences. First, I wanted to know if the sought-after end result would bring about a change that I would welcome. Second, I wanted to know if the time and effort would be worthwhile. At the present time I have not achieved any miraculous sense of awareness. Words are wonderful tools in their place, but why would anyone sit for hours with a meal prepared before him trying to reach a verbal decision as to whether it would taste good and be worth the effort of eating? Or, having taken a bite or two, why expect something miraculous? If one waters a plant, does it instantly burst into bloom? Perhaps, after these comments from others who have worked at the task, you are ready to try again. This time, maybe, you can notice more clearly when and if you leave the present. And if so, where do you tend to go? Some people suddenly find that it is as if they were in the past or in the future, without awareness that it is now and here that they reminisce about the past or anticipate the future. Other people, or these same people at other times, find that, while they maintain present tense, they do not stay here. It is as if they were outside themselves, observing their own experience as an onlooker rather than being the immediate experiencer. As one student put it, I take a man from Mars view of myself. Whatever you discover in this regard, don't try to compel yourself to change it and somehow force yourself to stay in the here and now. Just notice what you do in as great detail as possible. Make up sentences about what you are immediately aware of. Begin them with now or at this moment or here and now. Discussion of this experiment has been unusually prolonged because it is the first. Many of the points made will apply as well to all subsequent experiments, but will not be repeated there. Let us conclude by considering the here-now procedure in comparison to the approaches of Freud and Adler. These two men, each expressing what was characteristic of his own personality, laid stress, respectively, on past and future. In their work with neurotics they indulged, each in his own way, the patient's wish to dig into the past or to safeguard the future. Delving into the past serves the purpose of finding causes and thus excuses for the present situation. That the present is an outgrowth of the past no one will deny, but it does not, for instance, solve present problems to blame one's parents for the way they brought one up. Suppose, as an example, that you treasure memories of how your father has frustrated you. Such memories are important for you in actuality only insofar as you now feel that what you expected from your father is still to be fulfilled or that your resentment at its non-fulfillment is still to be expressed. In short, that your relationship with your father still presents a problem to be attended to and solved. Otherwise, your brooding on the past is a mere pretense of attacking your problems and is actually a convenient refuge from them. If, instead of carping about the past, one clings to it as the good old times or one's golden childhood, one is again escaping present frustrations or even neglecting present enjoyments by sentimentalizing or glamorizing what is past. Adler, contrary to Freud, encouraged his patient in a futuristic attitude. He asked him to dwell upon his life plan or prospect, his ambition, his final goal. Such a procedure aggravates what is already the usual tendency, to try to be, however impossible, always a step ahead of actuality. People who live futuristically never catch up with the events for which they have prepared and do not reap the fruits of their sowing. They rehearse for even the most unimportant interview and then have no ability to act spontaneously when it arrives. Situations for which they have failed to prepare catch them utterly at a loss. If your view of the future is not apprehensive but rosy, why do you so paint it? Are you consoling yourself for some present frustration with daydreams, resolutions and promissory notes? Is your hope for tomorrow a means of putting off doing something today? Now, as you know very well, the future course of events can rarely be predicted with much accuracy. Do you, perhaps, count on this real uncertainty so as to avoid involving yourself in what is certain, namely, the present, or even adopt such an attitude as a secret way to disappoint and punish yourself? Let us emphasize strongly here that we do not wish our experiments to foster new repressions, to rouse guilt feelings, to make the personality shrink still further. On the contrary, the aim is to expand or, better, to heighten awareness of what you are doing and how you are doing it. For instance, in this experiment on actuality, what present grudge, gratitude, remorse, or excuse makes you anticipate the future? Our method is not to suppress that grudge or that ambition, but simply for you to become aware that in terms of the way you are now structured, this is how you behave. With awareness, the structure will change in line with changes in your functioning, and your escapes into past and future will diminish. Do not moralize to yourself about escapist tendencies, but simply describe them in terms of the actuality, that is, as behavior that is going on. The relationship of past and future must be continually re-examined in the present. A useful way to begin is to describe the scene and situation you are in. Suppose, for example, you omit the reading that you ordinarily do in the subway on the way to work and instead look around and commence an internal monologue. At this moment I am riding in the subway. Now the train is swaying. Now people are beginning to move toward the exit. Now this man is looking at me. Now I am concerned with how I impress him. Stay aware of the two parts of the experiment, to use now or an equivalent in every sentence, and to discover your resistances to doing so. For instance, that you get bored or annoyed or, more likely, lose the sense of actuality. The theory of these two parts is this: to the extent that your feeling of actuality has been split off from your workaday personality, the effort to experience actuality will rouse anxiety, and what specifically rouses your anxiety will be the particular resistance by which you throttle and prevent full experience. We shall discuss this in more detail later. In this experiment we are concerned only with your discovering the actuality of such resistances to what, on the face of it, is a fatuously simple procedure. For the most part you will not notice the transition from contacting your environment to wandering off into thoughts about past and future. You may simply have the experience of catching yourself fleeing, or waking up with a start from daydreaming, or, on the other hand, of fearing to lose yourself in thoughts lest you thereby miss your station. A byproduct of this experiment on the feeling of actuality, the use and meaning of the words now and here, will be to increase your sense of the concreteness of experience and to sharpen the difference between the concrete and the abstract. Both concrete immediate experience and abstract generalizing, classifying, etc., are healthy functions of the personality, but they are different modes of behaving. To confuse them means to regard actual things and persons as stereotypes, as vague and irrelevant furniture, or, on the other hand, as mere bogeymen who do not really exist. The feeling of actuality dissipates such vagueness, and to this we shall return in a later experiment. To overemphasize the abstract is characteristic of so-called intellectuals. With some of them one feels that what they say derives solely from other words, the books they have read, the lectures they have attended, or the discussions they have engaged in without much flesh and blood contact with the nonverbal. For such persons the attempt to become aware of their immediate experience may be disturbing at first and feel like strenuous work. We quote from a student's report. I went through the first experiment for what seemed about 15 minutes. Increasing impatience was the main reason for stopping. It was an unusual experience. The word now is very successful in bringing about the feeling of the immediateness of being. This gave me a sense of fear, that I can describe only as breathing very deeply, feeling a constriction in the chest. On the other hand, an instant's experience was much richer than ever before, and I could actually see things in the environment at which I had only looked before. I was in my room, and as I went through the experiment I felt a drive to straighten out and put in order whatever was amiss. It was like seeing the things in it for the first time or after a long absence. The objects had an identity of their own, stood around me, but were in no way continuous with me. A tendency to go off into abstract thinking kept creeping in. The second time I tried the experiment I noticed the recurrence of the same sense of fear at the realization of the actuality of being alive, and also the tendency to indulge in adding modalities, qualifications, adjectives, to the objects observed rather than concentrating on the experience of the act of observing, which I found mentally tiring and disturbing. On the third occasion I practiced the experiment on the subway. The experience was rich and penetrating. The sense of fear was still present but to a slighter degree, perhaps because of other people around me. My ability to see seemed multiplied 100-fold, and this gave me strong pleasure. After a while it was like playing an amusing game, but one exacting much energy. To reacquire the full feeling of actuality is an experience of tremendous impact, moving to the core. In the clinical situation, patients have cried out, "Suddenly I feel like jumping into the air, and I'm walking, really walking, and I feel so peculiar, the world is there, really there. And I have eyes, real eyes." But there is a long road from this present experiment to such a full experience. Experiment 2, Sensing Opposed Forces. In the previous experiment we asked what difficulties you encountered, and these we called resistances. Now we must try to understand who or what does the resisting. As a clue, which you may easily verify, consider what happens when instructions for the actuality experiment are put to a healthy child. He finds in them nothing strange, artificial, or an affront to his dignity, and, if you are his friend, he straightway obliges with a copious flow of here and now sentences. In fact, at a certain stage in language development, he delivers spontaneous monologues which are play-by-play accounts of his aims and actions. Compared with ours, his resistances to the actuality experiment are negligible. It would thus appear that the resistances are not present to begin with. If we can understand how we acquired them, this should give some pointers on how to get rid of them. But in the present experiment we merely take the first step toward realizing that they, the resistances, belong to us, are ours, just as much as whatever they resist. This is difficult, for it involves discovering that we ourselves interfere with our own activity, in short, that, without being aware of it, we launch counterattacks against our own effort, interest, or excitement. As an approach, let us consider the concept of equilibrium. At its core is the notion of a balance of forces. In the chemistry laboratory, a student who has been instructed to use 5 grams of a certain compound determines this quantity by first putting a standard weight, a bit of metal known to weigh 5 grams, into one pan of a balance. In the other pan he adds the compound until both pans hang in the air, with precise balance indicated when the pointer on the scale stands at 0. Any tendency for it to move in one direction is exactly counterbalanced or cancelled by the equal and opposite tendency to move in the other. The car of an elevator hangs in its shaft in such fashion that the cables supporting it run over pulleys at the top of the shaft and down to heavy metal plates that weigh just about as much as the car. For the car to rise, the motor needs to exert a force only slightly greater than that which is necessary to counterbalance the weight of the passengers or freight. Conversely, for the car to descend, the motor must expend a force somewhat less than the weight of the cargo. This illustrates the fact that where large forces are truly in balance, it requires but little additional force, added to one side or the other, to produce large changes. A moving body does not come to rest until it meets opposing forces sufficient to counteract its further progress. A bullet fired from a gun does not, of course, go on forever, but it comes to rest much sooner if aimed, say, into the trunk of a hardwood tree than if discharged into a bale of cotton. Likewise, as is now well known, a feather, released in a vacuum jar, falls just as heavily to the bottom as a chunk of lead. Moving on from such simple equilibria, now consider some that require constant rebalancing. The total life processes of an organism demand continual rebalancing, but let us for the moment limit ourselves to the single activity of riding a bicycle. For the beginner this is an impossible feat. When he wobbles too far to one side, either he fails to compensate adequately by shifting weight or steering, or, in desperation, overcompensates, and then falls off on the other side. If, despite setbacks and bruises, he persists in trying to ride, eventually he handles the continuous adjustments, originally so troublesome, almost automatically. He does not reach a static equilibrium on his bicycle. Rather, he becomes expert in correcting disequilibria before they go too far, but this, far from seeming burdensome, provides much of the fun of riding. To attain and maintain a healthy equilibrium in his activities, a person must be able, like the poised rider of a bicycle, to appreciate and act upon differences in his situation as they occur. These may be subtle or so striking that they cannot be overlooked. For anything to be noticed at all, however, it must somehow be distinguishable from its background. It must differ from it in a way, as someone has said, that makes a difference. If, to a pure white surface you add a patch of white, it goes unnoticed because, literally, it doesn't make any difference. A patch of black, on the other hand, provides maximum contrast and is seen as blacker and the white whiter than would be the case if either were seen by itself. Many phenomena could not exist if their opposites did not also exist. If day were indistinguishable from night, no such distinction would ever have been made and we would lack the corresponding words. Now, as a first step in this experiment, think of some pairs of opposites in which neither member could exist were it not for the real or implied existence of its opposite. You may be dissatisfied with the number of the pairs of opposites you produced. Some, you may feel, are not genuine opposites, and others are opposites only in a very specific context. With some pairs you may have found that there were additional phenomena which fitted intermediate positions. For instance, beginning end has an in-between term, middle, past future has present, desire. Aversion has indifference. The middle term in such pairs is especially interesting, since it often constitutes a neutral dash or zero dash or indifference point along some kind of dimension or continuum. On an algebraic scale numerical values diminish one by one until zero is reached, beyond zero they increase again, but as negative values. The gear shift on many devices has extreme positions labeled forward and reverse and an intermediate position neutral, in which, with the motor running, the device remains stationary or idling. The pilot of a carrier-based plane must take off from a short runway. Unless he can attain speed sufficient to support him in the air by the time he reaches the end of the deck, he will simply drop off into the water. To minimize this hazard he first revs up his engine, while his brakes, fully applied, hold him stationary. Then, when his motor is whirling the propeller at such a rate that the plane shakes, throbs, strains at the brakes, he suddenly releases them and flashes into the air. Until this point the pilot, identifying himself with his ship, might verbalize his sense of the opposed forces by saying, "I feel the tremendous urge to fly, but also the equal and opposite tendency to hold back. If I kept this up for long, it would shake me to pieces and, of course, the whole maneuver would be completely senseless if there were not the clear intention, when the right moment came, to release the brakes and take off." Note the difference between idling in neutral, where no force is applied forward or backward, and straining forward with the brakes set. The first is a situation of resting, while the second is one of extreme conflict. In the case of the plane, the opposition is not forward-backward, but moving-not moving. A mechanical example of forward-backward conflict would be the situation where a ferry boat, coming into its slip too fast, reverses its engines to slow its forward momentum. Creative pre-commitment is the situation of being at the indifference point of a continuum, poised between but aware of and interested in the potential situations which extend in either direction. One feels the beckoning to action, but is not yet committed to either side. Now, to return to the original problem, just what does all this have to do with resistances? Situations in which you encounter blocks in carrying out tasks which you have set for yourself as conflict situations and, furthermore, the conflict is between one part of your personality and another. Of one part you are aware, the part that sets the tasks and tries to carry them through. Of the other part, the resistor, you are less or not at all aware. To the extent that you run up against resistances, they frequently seem, far from being of your own creation, to be imposed and inflicted on you from outside. If these experiments simply sent you about your ordinary business, you would experience little conflict, for in those situations you know very well how to avoid conflict. Instead, this work is designed with the express purpose of making trouble for you. It is intended to make you aware of conflicts in your own personality. If this were the full scope of the program, you could justly charge us with malevolence. But there is this further plan, to show you how, by appropriate action, the resistor can be reclaimed from unawareness and transformed into a most valuable assister. The resisting part of your personality has vitality and strength and many admirable qualities, so that, while it is a long and arduous job to achieve full reintegration of these disintegrated parts, to settle for less when it is unnecessary is to ratify the permanent loss of parts of your personality. The brighter side of the picture is that, before you have proceeded far, you are likely to feel that you have already salvaged priceless potentialities and energies. In these theoretical remarks we have split you as a person into two warring camps. If you are incredulous about this, we strain your incredulity a bit further by asking you to accept, as your own, the conflict between these factions. How are you to go about acquiring a sense of the opposed factors in your makeup? Well, along the lines just mentioned, would we not have to infer that the wishes and inclinations of this resistor, of whom you are so little aware, must be the opposite of the ones you feel that you bring to the task? And would it not follow, then, that you might get some notion of how things look to the resistor if you tried to imagine the direct opposite of whatever you, as the aware person, believe to be the case? If this seems worth a trial, do the following. Consider some everyday life situations, objects, or activities as if they were precisely the opposite of what you customarily take them to be. Imagine yourself in a situation the reverse of your own, where you have inclinations and wishes exactly contrary to your usual ones. Observe objects, images, and thoughts as if their function or meaning were the antithesis of what you habitually take them to be. Furthermore, confronting them thus, hold in abeyance your standard evaluations of good or bad, desirable or repugnant, sensible or silly, possible or impossible. Be satisfied to stand between them, or, rather, above them, at the 0 point, interested in both sides of the opposition but not siding with either. A benefit that comes from developing your ability to see things in reverse, to be uncommittedly interested in the opposites, is the power to make your own evaluations. Psychoanalysis has brought about many reversals. What used to be considered good, for instance, sexual inhibition, is now judged to be bad. What used to be rejected is now accepted. When patients came to Freud with concealments, he urged them to reveal. When he noticed that dreams were new synthetic unities, he set about to analyze them into separate elements. But, if all this is to be evaluated as good, by what criterion is it to be so evaluated? How is the patient to know that his analyst's evaluation of sexual inhibition is better than his own? If the analyst uses knowledge and authority to impose his evaluation, meanwhile disparaging the patient's opposite evaluation as resistance, negative transference, or irrational conscience, he may, by convincing the patient that he is wrong, foist on him a new compulsive morality in the opposite direction. But if, instead of this, the patient can come to feel within his own personality the actual clash of opposite evaluations without being swept off his feet or compelled, then, instead of being a person who feels himself as always being judged, he will begin to feel what actually is the case, that, ultimately, he himself is the person who does the judging. Perform the reversal experiment in a playful spirit. Never mind what amusing or tragic aspects the reversed situation may assume. As Socrates pointed out, the comic and tragic are not far apart, and the same event from different points of view may be comic or tragic. The mischance of a child or adolescent is comic to an adult. For instance, he looks so cute when he cries, or he's suffering from puppy love. And adult woes are comic to the gods. Change places, for once. Reverse such details as the P to Q in a line of type, or turn the P upside down to B. Reverse other letters that change meaning when rearranged. Notice what happens if you spell words backward, for instance, lap and pal. Inability to notice such reversals is an important part of the reading difficulties and mirror writing of some children. Imagine the motions around you as if they occurred the other way around, as in a reverse motion moving picture film, where a diver sails gracefully from the springboard into the water and then with equal ease flies back up from the water to the springboard. Reverse functions. Under what circumstances might a chair be used to eat from and a table as something on which to sit? Instead of looking through a telescope at the moon, make the man in the moon look at you. Take the white ceiling and blue walls of our room and imagine them the other way around. Turn the pictures upside down. Allow submarines and fishes to fly through the air. Let loose the schizophrenic possibilities of your imagination, for most of them are no more strange than the bitterly held conviction that persons, and society as a whole, act in an obviously sensible way. Freud made a significant observation when he said that if we find people standing on their heads, we had to turn them upside down to put them back on their feet. Take, for instance, the extremely common way in which the need to be loved is mistaken for loving. The neurotic claims to be full of love and kindness, but then it turns out that what he does for the beloved stems mainly from fear of rejection. Similarly, we often meet our dear friends with feelings of disgust and hostility. You may have noticed that all overcompensations are reversals of the original tendency. Compulsive modesty covers greed and cockiness hides inner shakiness. Consider what the situation would be if you hadn't got out of bed this morning. What would happen in a certain situation if, for once, you said no instead of yes? What if you were 4 inches taller? Or 20 pounds leaner? What if you were a man instead of a woman or vice versa? Every credit is a debit, a transfer from somewhere. Nature does her bookkeeping by double entry. Every addition is somewhere a subtraction. The food we wrest from the soil impoverishes the soil, and by disregarding this obvious reversal man has made barren areas and dust bowls. So, think of something you have acquired and consider where it has been lost somewhere else. What if you had failed to get it? And, with regard to something you didn't obtain, what would not be the situation if you had? Reactions to this experiment fall roughly into 2 classes. For a majority it is a release from the straitjacket of the actuality experiment and a chance to use the imagination. For others it is a foolish messing around with what all the time you know isn't so, or an uncalled for interruption of the tried and true policy of letting sleeping dogs lie. For instance, in any event, I had too many years when my opinions were dispassionately formless. All I can say is that I felt like a lost soul. With accumulation of experience I began to have my own opinions formed on empiricism and for the first time began to feel some sense of direction. In other words, I became hidebound. All right. But that's better than feeling like an amoeba. It seems more important to consider the accuracy of decisions an individual makes, rather than demand a chronic state of analysis. What is accurate? Evidently, what is considered eminently sensible by the society, a consensus of opinion. Has society any monopoly on truth? Probably not, but you cannot depart publicly too radically from the consensus. After all, despite the lack of funds and the overcrowded conditions of state hospitals, there is only so much bizarre behavior you can get away with before you find yourself committed. Can we venture a guess at the premise that must underlie such statements? At the very least, they imply that one had better toe the mark of conventional behavior pretty carefully, on pain of being shut away in a psychiatric hospital. To be sure, bizarre behavior can lead to commitment, and thought is a form of behavior. But is it reasonable to view what you have been asked to do in this experiment as bringing you dangerously close to the brink? Or may we say that here is a man who feels obliged to summon up pretty frightful bogeymen to keep himself walking a chalk line? Some persons make difficulties for themselves by demanding that they be able to find something that is, in literal detail, the exact opposite of something else. For example, I am typing. What is its opposite? Now I'm balked. What is the opposite of typing? Not typing. But that is just negation and doesn't leave anything. So I try various situations as opposites to typing, but none fits. Is canoeing the opposite of typing? Is conducting an orchestra its opposite? True, they're not typing, but they're also not its opposite. Now, for any highly differentiated activity or structure there is no reason at all to suppose that by looking around one can find another activity or structure that would be for it a perfect match in reverse. But, to stick with typing, consider what you do. You put words on paper. What is the opposite? You take them off, That is, you erase. Or, again, what are you typing? Perhaps a letter accepting a job. What is its opposite? A letter of resignation. Or, to shift the context again, the opposite of typing is to get someone else to do your typing. That the validity of opposites depends upon appropriate context is a point to which we shall return shortly. For some it is the height of absurdity to suppose that altering the position or sequence of letters in a line of type should pose a problem for anyone, but consider the following. When reversing such details as P to Q, etc., I found that disturbing, too. It was the same reaction I get when seeing a person opening a can or a package of cigarettes upside down. For me things have to be precisely as they ought to be, that is, the correct way. When I get in bed at night I can't go to sleep if I know that a drawer is open or the door to the closet is not shut. It's something that's wrong, something that should not be. Another student had still greater trouble with the letter reversals. When I turned letters around I became nervous. My heart began to beat faster and my eyes began to water. Since I was just looking at words on a page and trying to imagine how they would look twisted around, I thought maybe somehow I was straining my eyes to do it. So I tried writing them down in reverse and then looking at them, but after that my eyes watered so much I couldn't even look at them. That's crazy. What are you doing to us with these experiments? Creative pre-commitment can be misconstrued to be a state of chronic indecisiveness, rather than the phase of orienting to diverse possibilities and actualities, or even, after trying out one unsuccessful plan of action, of returning to the 0 point to reorient with respect to other possibilities. A student said, the attitude of seeing both sides ultimately results in an aloofness from reality. Perhaps he is referring to the trick of pitting one argument against another as an excuse for not taking action, and, if so, we would agree with him that this involves aloofness from reality, but we would say that it is the need to be aloof that gives rise to and supports this stratagem rather than the other way around. In trying to reverse one of his important life situations, a student reports as follows. The real situation is this: my sweetheart is coming home soon, after being over in Europe for nearly 9 months, and when she does we're going to get married. I have the just can't wait feeling about it all. Now if I try to imagine having opposite wishes and inclinations, I come up with something like this: I don't want her to come home, I don't love her, I'd rather run around with lots of new girls for another few years. Now that I've written this, I see there's a little truth in the last thing I said. That leads me to criticize what you said about the numbers that algebraically approach 0 and then increase again, only this time negative in value. This is a pretty complicated way to say something unimportant. Furthermore, it's wrong, because the truth about a situation is spread pretty well over the whole continuum. One side is not all positive, or all negative, and therefore what you said is misleading. Then again, perhaps only to me. We can use the above excerpt to illustrate several points. The first paragraph states this young man's official position with respect to his coming marriage, namely, he was completely sold on it. Then, in the very process of typing statements expressing the opposite situation, he recognized that he also possessed some contradictory feelings where previously he had suspected none. With little reading between the lines, it may be inferred that he then became angry with us for having led him to this unwelcome insight, for he at once attacked some of our statements. Finally, having expressed his aggression appropriately, that is, directly to the very ones who roused it in him, the air was cleared and he could in the end acknowledge that perhaps his objections were highly personal. Another man, a prospective father, by the reversal experiment foresaw that the little credit who was on the way would also entail some debits. My wife and I are planning a family, and I look forward with great eagerness to the prospect of having a child. To picture a situation where I could not stand such a prospect, I dwelt upon and was surprised at how readily they occurred to me. The loss of freedom, disturbances in the middle of the night, medical expense, and all the other possible disadvantages. I genuinely realized the truth of the statement, there are no credits without debits. Some reversals have a nightmarish quality. A zoology student reported, I am not dissecting the fetal pig. Now it is dissecting me. If you will notice your dreams, you will discover that you can make sense of a great many by treating them as reversal experiments spontaneously performed. In dreams, the resistor gets a chance to express himself more openly, but he does it in a language which you, the awake personality, find largely incomprehensible. Daydreams, too, are spontaneous reversal experiments, and their meaning is usually much more obvious. What we fantasy ordinarily is the reverse of a present frustration. If broke, we fantasy winning the sweepstakes. If jilted, we wallow in fantasied revenge. If we feel like a nobody, our daydreams put the world at our feet. There is nothing baneful in daydreams provided they do not crowd out real-life efforts. If given to daydreaming, you can learn from their content what the areas are in which you feel yourself frustrated, that is, you can learn more clearly the direction of your needs. If, for instance, you daydream about being in love with a famous film star, this may indicate, not that you need the film star, but that you would find it rewarding to cultivate your acquaintance with that attractive person who lives down the street. If you daydream about becoming a famous author, you probably have latent talents in this direction worth developing. When you follow up in a practical way the suggestions of daydreams, the outcome, while less grandiose than the fantasy, will be much more adequate in ministering to your genuine needs. A student reversed some situations in which she had become angry at people. She reports, some of them made me laugh out loud. There was relief, as if now I was through with them. Some persons report disturbance when they attempt to imagine hating someone they love. Others cannot conceive of such a possibility. One man, who tried to imagine hating his wife and could not, commented, "Perhaps this is a form of shrinking from completing the experiment, but, after all, it's still less than a year since I was married." There are several reversals that are especially likely to produce blocking and going blank. One is the attempt to imagine oneself as being of the opposite sex. Another, which might be a good one for you to try, is to attempt to reverse roles with your parents. A student, who tried out reversals in company with her mother, states that things went swimmingly, each of them suggesting situations for the other to reverse, until the mother suggested reversal of the mother-daughter relation. At this point, the student said, "My imagination dried up completely." Some persons imagine situations so vividly that they can feel the beginnings of what would be the appropriate overt behavior. I worked as a waitress last summer. For this experiment I thought of myself as a waitress who sat down at a table while a customer waited on me. Even though realizing the irreality, I could feel the muscles of my legs become tense in the effort to inhibit the impulse to get up and correct the situation. Now let us look a little more closely at what you do when you treat two situations as contrasting opposites. Whether aware of it or not, you put them in some context which includes both. So, having acquired the knack of reversing, try to sharpen the exactness of the oppositions by thinking up the precise context. For instance, fresh has an antithesis: rotten in the context of eggs, but modest in the context of character, and seasoned in the context of lumber or of college slang. Producing the precise context will give you improved orientation. You will begin to notice without effort important connections where previously you had to search for them. Most important, the contrasts themselves will begin to appear as functional relations between the opposites, that is, they will begin to generate their own explanations. For instance, mirror images may be understood as reversed from left to right because of the nature of the reflection, whereas camera images are reversed both from left to right and also from top to bottom by the action of the lens. Notice how the quality of a situation, happy or tragic, attractive or repellent, depends on the context. If to think of the loss of something you have makes you sad, try to think of someone, for example, an enemy whom it would make glad. Once again, take note of the main purpose of the experiment: to discover the circumstances or the persons that make it difficult for you, even in fantasy, to make reversals. Where do you find that you set in motion resistances to your own free activity? Do you love your parents? Then imagine in what circumstances you would hate them. Does your friend bully you? Then imagine bullying him. Can you do it? Watch for the point where anxiety, fear, or disgust comes to the foreground and makes you shrink from carrying through the experiment. For the most part, our obvious preferences and natural ways of looking at things are mere hand-me-downs. They become routine and right because we hold back from even imagining the opposite. Where people lack imagination, it is always because they are afraid even to play with the possibility of something different from the matter of fact to which they cling for dear life. The ability to achieve and maintain an interested impartiality between imagined opposites, however absurd one side may seem, is essential for any new creative solution of problems. Perhaps we can make sure that this point is clear by taking a look at the behavior of political parties in a democracy with respect to some national issue. Since each party position is espoused by a large portion of the population, it is most improbable that complete wisdom on the matter rests with either side. Neither of the solutions offered is likely to be a creative solution in which nothing valuable is lost. Yet each party is so immersed in its vote-getting and other obligations that it cannot be interestedly impartial, cannot think of the opposition in its precise context, cannot change the context. Almost surely this means that there are ambitions and vested interests that are not allowed to come into the foreground of awareness. Experiment 3, Attending and Concentrating. The preceding two experiments were opposites. In trying to heighten your feeling of actuality, you narrowed down interest to your now here, while, on the other hand, any success in getting the sense that there are in your personality forces opposed to each other depended on widening your perspective beyond your accustomed interpretations and evaluations of things. But the aim of both was the same, namely, to help you become aware of resistances encountered in trying seriously to carry out the experiments. If these resistances have been severe enough to make you feel somewhat helpless and inadequate to the tasks, there is no need to be despondent. When you blocked or went blank, you may have complained, "It's because I can't concentrate," and with this we would agree, but not in the conventional sense. Inability to concentrate comes from years of carefully learning to hold parts of your personality at bay as if otherwise they would ferociously eat you up. Then, when these parts are needed for something you try to do, you cannot beckon them back by the mere crooking of a finger. It does no good for people to insist that you pull yourself together. It does not make it any more feasible even if it is a psychoanalyst who says, "Just relax, don't censor, and remember the details of your childhood." Except very superficially, these things cannot be done by deliberate decision. What can be done is what you have started to do in these experiments, that is, to become aware of your efforts and reactions and to acquire toward them an attitude of creative pre-commitment. First, let us distinguish between what is habitually called concentration and what is genuinely healthy, organic concentration. In our society, concentration is regarded as a deliberate, strenuous, compulsive effort, something you make yourself do. This is to be expected where people are forever neurotically commanding, conquering and compelling themselves. On the other hand, healthy, organic concentration is usually not called concentration at all, but, on those comparatively rare occasions when it does occur, is named attraction, interest, fascination, or absorption. Watch children at their games and you will see that they are concentrating on what they are doing to such a degree that it is difficult to draw their attention away. You will notice also that they are excited about what they are doing. These two factors, attention to the object or activity and the excitement of satisfying need, interest or desire through what one is attentive to, are the substance of healthy concentration. In deliberate concentration we pay attention where we feel we ought to, at the same time withholding attention from other needs or interests. In spontaneous concentration what we are attentive to attracts to itself and includes the full range of our present interests. When we have to undertake a particular task, we are fortunate if deliberate concentration can turn into spontaneous concentration and draw freely on more and more of our powers until the task is finished. Where the personality is divided with respect to a given situation, so that the part that attempts the task is confronted with a sabotaging resistor, one's full power cannot flow freely to the object of attention, for part of it is already fixed on something else, perhaps precisely on interfering with and preventing the completion of the chosen task. Such interference the deliberately concentrating person will experience as distraction, and he then has to use a portion of his deliberately available energy to reduce to a minimum the disruptive influence of the distraction. Carefully note what happens here in terms of his total energy as an organism. His total energy is suffering a three-way division: part goes to the task, part goes to energizing the resistor, and part goes into fighting the resistor. Also note that what, to the deliberately concentrating person, constitute distractions, to the resisting part are attractions elsewhere towards something other than the task or toward fighting rather than accomplishing the task. As more and more of one's total energy gets committed to the battle over the attractive distractor, and less of it remains available for proceeding along the deliberately chosen line, one experiences mounting irritability and temper until one either abandons the task as a bad job or explodes. In other words, when one forces oneself to attend to what does not of itself draw one's interest, excitement accumulates, not toward this chosen object of attention, but in the struggle over the distraction which might really fire one's interest. Meantime, as more and more of the excitement of attentiveness becomes committed to suppressing the disturber, what one is deliberately concentrating on is correspondingly more and more drained of interest. In short, it is boring. Boredom occurs, then, when attention is deliberately paid to something lacking interest. The situation that could become interesting is effectively blocked. The result is fatigue and, eventually, trance. Suddenly attention switches from the boring situation to daydreaming. The sign of spontaneous attention and concentration is the progressive forming of a figure/ground, whether the situation be one of sensing something, making a plan, imagining, remembering, or practical activity. If both attention and excitement are present and working together, the object of attention becomes more and more a unified, bright, sharp figure against a more and more empty, unnoticed, uninteresting ground. This form of unified figure against an empty ground has been called a good Gestalt. But the Gestalt psychologists themselves have not, on the whole, been sufficiently interested in the meaning of the ground. The ground is everything that is progressively eliminated from attention in the experienced situation. In the figure/ground, what is included in figure and what in ground does not remain static, but changes in the course of a dynamic development. Consider such a simple experience as observing some visual shape, for instance, a square on a blackboard. When the square becomes sharp and clear, the everything eliminated comes to include the blackboard, the room, one's own body, any sensations other than this particular seeing, and any interest other than this momentary interest in the square. For the Gestalt to be unified and bright, a so-called strong Gestalt, all this varied background must become progressively empty and unattractive. The brightness and clarity of the figure is the energy of the excitement of seeing the square, which is freely being drawn from the emptying background. A crude analogy might be to think of one's diffuse attentiveness at the start of the figure/ground process as similar to light transmitted through a pane of glass and shining on a relatively large area. No part of the area is more brightly lighted than the rest. Then, if it were possible for the pane of glass gradually to form itself into a lens, the area as a whole would gradually darken while the spot on which the lens was focused would gradually brighten. No more energy in terms of light units would be required, but the rays would more and more converge from the periphery into the bright spot and intensify the energy there. Where this analogy obviously falls short of the figure/ground situation is that we have hypothesized nothing that would select the particular spot for the lens to focus on or the sharpness of its focus. In the organism/environment situation, it is, of course, the relevance of environmental objects to the organism's needs which determines the figure/ground process. In this connection, our example of a square on a blackboard is trivial unless we think up some extraordinary circumstances. We use it only to indicate that the figure/ground process is not reserved for what is unusual or dramatic. With regard to what we have said about the formation of a Gestalt, we suggest that you verify and practice as follows. For a brief period, pay attention to some visual object, for example, a chair. As you look at it, Notice how it clarifies itself by dimming out the space and objects around it. Then turn to some other nearby visual object and observe how this, in turn, begins to have quite a different background. Likewise, attend to some sound that is occurring and notice how other sounds form a background. Finally, attend to some body feeling, such as a twinge or itch, and observe how here, too, the rest of your body feeling recedes into the background. The dynamic, free-flowing relation between figure and ground can be interrupted, obviously, in either of two ways. The figure can become too fixedly attended to so that new interest is not allowed to enter into it from the ground, or the background can contain points of powerful attraction that cannot be emptied of interest, in which circumstance they actually distract or must be suppressed. Let us experiment with each case in turn. Stare fixedly at any shape, trying to grasp precisely the shape by itself and nothing else. You will observe that soon it becomes unclear and you want to let your attention wander. On the other hand, if you let your gaze play around the shape, always returning to it in the varying backgrounds, the shape will be unified in these successive differentiations, will become clearer, and will be seen better. Just as when stared at, an object is unclear when it has gained attention by brute excitation of a receptor, for example, the continued howling of a siren. It is not the physical violence that causes fatigue but the essential lack of interest, one's inability to draw something more into the figure from the ground. If a composer wishes to maintain a fortissimo, perhaps far louder than the siren, he keeps attention by varying the timbres and the harmony. Similarly, in spontaneously studying a picture or piece of sculpture, we let our eyes drift across it or we move around it. If we do not permit free change and play of observation, awareness is dulled. Thus, in deliberate concentration which does not tend to become spontaneous, there is fatigue, flight, and, to make up for it, staring. During the war a number of flyers complained to us of intense headaches during night landings. This was due to staring. When taught to allow small eye movements by looking here and there about the landing strip, that is, when they stopped staring, they found they no longer had headaches and their vision was sharpened. When staring is persisted in up to the point of complete disappearance of the figure/ground, the result may be blotting out of awareness altogether, that is, hypnotic trance. The opposite difficulty in freely forming a figure/ground is the inability to empty the ground, with the result that the figure falls short of becoming unified. The extreme of this would be the experience of chaos. To experience your environment as chaos is not easy, because, for practical living, you must always find differentiated unities. Possibly you have this feeling of chaos, though, in experiencing some works of modern art which do not, in terms of your past training, provide points of attention. You then flee from the chaotic feeling because you find it painful or ludicrous. The experiments below should help you to confront such experiences with a more free-floating attentiveness and acceptance, so that the meaning of the artwork can develop itself and not be rejected only because you steadfastly cling to previous notions. Select an impatience situation, for example, when you are waiting for someone or waiting for a bus. Let yourself freely see and hear the figures and grounds in the environment as instructed in the experiments above, that is, shift about from one to another. You will notice that the amount of excitement involved in the still continuing impatience situation will diminish the amount of interest you can invest in attention to other matters. Persisting, nevertheless, in noting what is about you, let yourself begin to feel the chaotic meaninglessness of the environment. As always, notice your resistances, blanking out, daydreaming. The environment as such is not, of course, meaningless. If you have by now acquired a good sense of actuality, you will be able to say, here and now there are people and things to be observed. Waiting for the bus is now part of the background. I am now impatient. Then, since nothing is to be gained from the impatience itself, it will not make the person or the bus arrive. You may as well make use of the time and achieve a creative pre-commitment in the actual situation. Often, under the most favorable of life situations, there are occasions where the ground contains strong attractions of which we may or may not be aware, but where we must, nevertheless, deliberately concentrate on some task. In this case, the mistake is to have too rigid an attitude toward the duty and to suppress too sternly the distractors, for then the foreground will become less and less clear and attractive. If we are more lenient with ourselves, we are more likely to work up an efficient interest in the task. For instance, a student who had tremendous difficulty in cramming managed the job by interrupting himself from time to time and deliberately allowing a few minutes of daydreaming. Let us now, in the context of the theory of psychotherapy, consider the two obstacles to spontaneous concentration, the two fixed figure and the two charged ground. In therapy, the aim is to shift the inner conflict, that between impulse and the counter-attacking resistance, into an open, aware conflict. Suppose that, as therapist, we concentrate and ask the patient to concentrate on his resistances. These are stubborn and combative, and the attempt to keep them under surveillance will have to be forced and a kind of staring. But such forced concentration, peering at and staring at what does not want to be seen, is itself disintegrative and compulsive. It teaches the patient, for instance, to be morbidly introspective. Instead of admonishing the patient to concentrate on resistances, suppose we follow the older Freudian method of free-floating attention, free association, and the like. This is spontaneous and unforced, and it reveals the hidden impulses in complexes, etc. But such free techniques lead to a flight of ideas. They avoid what are precisely the critical points, the conflicts with the resistances, and the technique of free association becomes a training in free dissociation. The therapist is led a merry chase. The thoughts and symbols produced all seem relevant to the hidden problem, but they deceptively go round and round in every direction. What is necessary is for the therapist to find some definite context, and then, keeping always to this, to allow a freer play between figure and ground, avoiding staring at the resistances, yet not allowing the patient to wander everywhere. In orthodox psychoanalysis, such a definite context is regarded as given in the transference, the erotic attachment to and hatred of the therapist, for this is an observable and more or less controllable life situation. In our method we use, instead, the experimental situation of the therapeutic session as the context. On what is a more general and a better basis, you may use as context your actuality, your present-day situation, its needs and aims. The more complete the felt contact between you and your environment, and the more honestly you feel and express to yourself your feelings of desire, loathing, coldness, boredom, disgust, with the persons and things you come in touch with, the more you will have a relevant context in which the inner conflict will emerge during the experiments. The following will facilitate your felt contact with the environment. Let your attention shift from one object to another, noticing figure and background in the object, and in your emotions. Verbalize the emotions each time, as, I like this or I dislike this. Also, differentiate the object into its parts, it is this in it I like, but that I dislike. And, finally, when this much comes naturally to you, differentiate your emotions, thus, for this I feel disgust or for this I feel hatred, etc. The resistances you are likely to encounter in yourself during this experiment are embarrassment, self-consciousness, the feeling of being too harsh, presumptuous, nasty, or perhaps the wish to be paid attention rather than give attention. If, with respect to the persons you are in contact with, these resistances should become too strong to tolerate and tempt you to abandon the experiment, restrict yourself for a time to animals and inanimate objects. In reporting on the first parts of this experiment, most persons express relief that here at last is something tangible. With respect, however, to differentiating figure and ground in their emotions, the results vary. Many insist that they get no emotional effects at all, and a few claim that it would take a lot more than this to get me emotional. On the other hand, some make statements such as this: as for differentiating emotions, I don't think I'm quite ready to do this. When I think of a person and try to say that I hate him, I feel too guilty. This happens even with inanimate objects. When I try to acknowledge that I hate a certain modern painting, I felt I was being unfair not giving it a chance. I also felt bad because it was done by my friend's father. Some had difficulty because for them anything that goes by the name of emotion must attain Wagnerian intensity. As we shall later try to show in the experiment which singles out emotions for special attention, there is continuity in the emotional life, although admittedly there are great fluctuations in its forcefulness. One student used an ingenious approach that you might find worth trying. I found it very difficult to verbalize likes, dislikes, and emotional effects in general to inert objects. I got a feeling of doubt that any object could engender this sort of experience. Some objects seemed to be just utterly neutral in their affecting properties. Then, getting no results, I finally began assigning emotions arbitrarily to each object. After I did this I started to feel these emotions as genuine and I almost forgot that the assignment of them had been arbitrary. It sort of scared me to see how easily I could fool myself into believing that I was having emotions. What do you consider more likely here, that the emotions that felt genuine were only faked, or that the original assignment of emotions was not so arbitrary after all? The following illustrates a common phenomenon: the surprise at discovering that one's emotions are what they are rather than what one supposed them to be. The emotional differentiation was performed in a crowded subway car, and I uncovered considerable aggression toward the other passengers. Instead of feeling ashamed or abashed about this, I confess I rather enjoyed it and actually felt the desire to tell them what I thought of them. Later, in a less annoying environment, I reviewed it and then I experienced the blocks which I would have expected to have in the original situation but didn't. For still another comes a statement worthy of consideration as showing the common tendency to condemn emotion in one's usual behavior and to take pride in being emotionally unmoved. The intolerable resistance I was supposed to encounter in my felt contact with the environment simply did not occur. Only once did anything of the sort emerge. Once, trying the experiment while talking in a group, I became aware of the wish to be paid attention rather than to give attention. But all that resulted was a smile, and I quickly forgot it. Where one recognizes unfriendly emotion in oneself, there is a strong urge to assign it to something which one may quickly discount and forget, as in the following. I was sitting near my father-in-law. I began to notice the figure and background and then to verbalize the emotions. I like him. But, as I said it, I felt some sort of anxiety arise which could be expressed in the words, I dislike something in this figure. It seemed to be a vague fear. At this point I terminated the experiment and only after later re-examination considered it definitely to be a fear reaction. Upon further pondering of this point and taking into consideration that my relationship with my father-in-law had been always on the best of terms, I looked a little further for this reaction and its reason. One reason is that through my wife and her sister I have often heard tales of their father's strictness when they were younger. This may have built up a prearranged reaction, although based on nothing concrete. If this father antagonized both his daughters when they were growing up, is it not probable that he is still a person who might be disliked directly rather than by hearsay? The following is an example of what happens when one tries to divide one's attention among several persons who are competing for it. When I permitted the chaos of divided attention, I felt angry and frustrated. My husband insists that I listen to him when he is holding forth on some theory, even at times when the children are concocting some situation which, if consummated, will be serious. I am torn between self-pride, the wish to answer him intelligently, and wanting to protect the children. This conflict quickly becomes intolerable and is then resolved by shifting my full attention to the children. Sometimes we fail to notice and express our emotions because it might give someone too much pleasure. Can you detect this in the following final excerpt? Today I concentrated on a friend's Cadillac, which he has owned and been tremendously proud of for over a year, and which I've frequently ridden in. I had always been a trifle scornful of his great pride of ownership. For the first time I really noticed the beautiful lines and curves of its construction, and its magnificent functional capabilities. I received an aesthetic emotion that I never would have expected a car would arouse. My pleasure from this was exceeded by my friends when I made a sincere and spontaneous comment on the car's beauty. A small incident, perhaps, but I found it indicative of the new areas of experience that true awareness can open for me. Experiment 4, differentiating and unifying. When spontaneous attention is directed to an object, so that it brightens as figure and the background darkens, the object simultaneously becomes more unified but also more detailed. While more and more details are noticed and analyzed one by one, at the same time they become more organized in their relation to each other. In contrast, forced attention gives a skimpy figure and divided attention gives chaos. The object of spontaneous concentration seems increasingly concrete and just itself. Correspondingly, it grows more meaningful in the sense that it becomes more and more the carrier of functions and importances that are matters of excited concern to the organism. For a classic example, consider the person with whom you are in love. Spontaneous concentration is contact with the environment. The actual situation is organized in a way that is detailed, structured, vivid, concernful. In the following experiment, while maintaining here and now actuality as your context, you are to let your attention freely play about an object. The continuously shifting figures and grounds will sharpen your appreciation of the difference between staring and looking, between dulling trance and alive participation. For an illustration, let us consider such an ordinary object as a pencil. Notice first that the pencil is this unique thing. There are other pencils, to be sure, but not this very one. Say its name, pencil, and realize vividly that the thing is not the word. The pencil as thing is nonverbal. Next, notice as many as you can of the qualities and properties that inhere in and constitute this thing, the cylinder of black graphite, the reddish wood, the weight, hardness, smoothness, the way it is sharpened, the yellow it is painted, the fact that its wood forms a hexagonal prism, the trademark, the rubber eraser and the metal that crimps it to the wood. Next, review its functions and possible roles in the environment, for writing, for pointing out a passage, for wetting with one's tongue or biting on, for sale as a piece of merchandise. Also, think of its more accidental roles, to burn if the house burns, to dig into a child's eye if he runs with it and falls, also, its more far-fetched and fantastic uses to send to someone as a Christmas present or to feed hungry termites. As you abstract from this unique thing, this pencil, its many qualities and functions, note how in detail they go together or cohere as a structure. For example, the wood firmly holds and protects the graphite and is gripped by the writing hand. Now try this out on something of your own choosing. In principle, this is the experiment that the philosopher Descartes carried out on an object formed by a piece of wax melted from a candle. Since this was malleable between his fingers, the shape was more accidental than that of our pencil. He concluded that certain properties of the thing, for instance, its mass and spatial extension, were absolutely permanent in it. These he called primary. Other properties, such as the color, he deemed secondary. We are not presently concerned with metaphysics, and the soundness of his conclusions is therefore not in question. What we are interested in is to realize, by freely attending to them, the various levels of abstraction, the thisness of the thing, this shade of yellow as distinguished from all other yellow paint in the world, the more obvious and intended functions, the more accidental, far-fetched, and fantastic uses, and to make as many as possible of these come together and cohere in the present experience. Thus, if consideration of an object should lead to a fantasy, keep the fantasy always returning to and connected with the present experienced object. Although the unique thing is nonverbal, as we stated above, nevertheless, its importance and concern for you are given in properties and functions that you can verbalize, that are abstractions from unique things and, as words, cover many cases besides the present unique thing. You might write with many other things besides this pencil. The merchant who sold it makes a profit as well on many other kinds of merchandise. This pencil, because its properties, qualities, importance, are shared by so many other objects, is not an object that can give rise to limitlessly rich, spontaneous concentration or fascination. On the other hand, a beloved person or a great painting seem unique both in their thisness and in their properties and functions. With them one gets into closer contact, and it is less easy to abstract. Suppose you try the experiment with a painting you like. Notice the lines and the drawing apart from the objects painted and the colors. For example, trace the outlines of the main figures and observe the pattern they form. Examine the pattern formed by the empty spaces between the outlines of the main objects. See the pattern produced by each color in turn. Abstract the patch of blue, of yellow, of red. If the picture gives an illusion of three-dimensionality, follow the receding planes, the pattern of the foreground, of the middle ground, of the background. Trace out the pattern of lights and shadows. Note the way that material is indicated by the texture of the brush strokes. Last of all, look at the story or scene portrayed, for this is where most people begin to look at a painting and become fixed. If you do as suggested and have liked the painting to start with, you will find that it suddenly begins to swim toward you with a new beauty and fascination. All kinds of new relations among the parts suddenly seem inevitable or just right. You will begin to partake of some of the constructive joy of the artist. Now you will be aware of the painting with spontaneous concentration. The details and their unity will be evident without painfully taking them apart and putting them together. This single, immediate grasp of the differentiated unity means that you are in contact with the painting. Try the same experiment with a piece of music. If not musically trained and if you regard yourself as unmusical, notice first how difficult it is for you to keep in contact with the music at all. The sounds soon degenerate into chaos and you into trance. In this case, abstract first the appearances of a single instrument. Then pay attention to the rhythm only, the timbre only. Detect what seems to be the melody and what the accompaniment. Often you will find that there are other inner melodies that you had not expected. Abstract the harmony as you feel it, that is, notice when the harmony seems unresolved, seems to call for something more to come after it, and when, on the contrary, it seems to resolve and close. Provided you do this seriously, suddenly all music will come alive for you. As your next experiment, pay attention to someone's voice. How does it sound? Monotonous? Varying? High-pitched? Strident? Melodious? Too soft in volume? Careless in articulation and hard to understand? Too loud? Flowing or faltering? Forced? Easy? Now ask yourself two questions. First, what is your own emotional reaction to the particular qualities of that voice? Are you, for instance, irritated at the too soft tone, frozen by the loudness? Second, what is the emotional background in the other person that produces the particular qualities in his voice? Is he whining, oily, sexy, angry? It often happens that, quite unaware of what he is doing, and often in contradiction to what he is saying, this other person is trying to produce in you, with his voice quality, precisely the reaction that he does produce. His words may be of a calm, take it or leave it kind, but his voice cajoling. Or the words may be wooing words, but the voice angry and freezing. Can you now try to pay attention to the sound of your own voice? This is very difficult, as shown by the fact that our voices heard for the first time on record seem quite alien to us. But be aware of the difficulties you encounter in the attempt. The Stoic emperor, Marcus Aurelius, recommends an experiment similar to ours with the pencil. In his words, make a particular description and delineation, as it were, of every object that presents itself to thy mind, that thou mayest wholly and thoroughly contemplate it, in its proper nature, bare and naked, wholly and severally, divided into its several parts and quarters, and then by thyself in thy mind, call both it and those parts of which it doth consist, and in which it shall be resolved, by their proper names and appellations. For there is nothing so effectual to get true magnanimity as to be able truly and methodically to examine and consider all things, and so to penetrate into their natures. Notice that the process we have been describing, by which one arrives at differentiated unity, is one of taking things apart and putting them back together, a kind of aggressive destructiveness and reconstructiveness. It is the destructive aspect that scares away people who have been taught to regard anything that goes by this or any kindred name as unwarranted, cruel, brutal, wrong. They must not interfere with things, but must let them stand unquestioned and unexamined. Those who follow such a concept imply that such investigation as was necessary to establish an evaluation that is correct for all time has presumably already been made by other and wiser persons, and to look into matters afresh from the standpoint of one's personal experiencing of them is presumptuous and worthy of condemnation. What is neglected in this petrified attitude is the fact, quite obvious in minor matters, that for any kind of creative reconstruction to occur there must first to some degree be a destructuring of what already exists. The present parts of a given object, activity, or situation must be recombined in a fashion more adequate to the requirements of the here and now actuality. This does not necessarily involve a devaluation of any of the present parts, but rather a re-evaluation of how they need to go together. Apart from detailed analysis and taking apart, there can be no close contact, excited discovering, and true love of any object. When we spoke earlier of abstracting detail after detail from a painting, this was the preliminary destruction of the painting prerequisite for heightened appreciation. Destruction and reconstruction refer here, not to literal reduction to fragments of the physical object, but to our own behavior with respect to the object. Close friendship is possible only if certain barriers can be destroyed so that the persons can come to an understanding. Such coming to an understanding requires that the other person be explored in a fashion somewhat similar to your study of the painting, so that his parts become reconstituted in relation to one's own background needs, and these, precisely in contact with the other person, now become foreground and figure. To put this in terms to which we shall return later, there can be no assimilation without prior destruction, otherwise, the experience is swallowed whole, never becomes our own, and does not nourish us. Now, just as you did for seeing and hearing, but in a more sketchy way, try the experiment of detailed abstraction with your closer senses of touch, smell, taste, and the proprioception of your own muscular actions. With these closer senses you will find that emotional factors very quickly become involved and that you soon resist or flee from the experiment. Upon discovering this, do not force yourself to continue, but proceed with the next experiment. By way of approach to a full awakening of your closer senses, suppose you do an experiment on your eating. We shall at this point suggest no changes other than that you concentrate on your food. Take stock of your eating habits. Where do you tend to concentrate while eating on your food? On a book? On the conversation? Do you taste your first bite only, or do you keep in contact with the taste through the whole course? Do you chew thoroughly? Do you tear the food off? Do you bite through it? What are your likes and dislikes? Do you force yourself to eat what partly disgusts you? Social function. One certainly would not be tempted to read during the important biological and social function of sexual intercourse. Eating, sexuality and, as we shall see later, breathing are decisive to the operation of the organism and are worth attending to. Against concentration on eating you are most likely to mobilize the resistances of impatience and disgust. With both of these we shall deal later in connection with introjections. Just now try to achieve what seems so simple and is, nonetheless, so difficult: awareness of the fact that you are eating when you are eating. This experiment on differentiated unity, which concludes a series of 4 devoted to improving your contact with the environment, is the first one to which the reaction of nearly all persons is, at least to some extent and in some areas, positive. Comments range from the claim that what is involved here is nothing more than a systematic approach to what the person has already been doing all his life to statements such as, after all these years of going to concerts and taking music lessons, for the first time I hear music. Fairly frequently criticism is made of our use of the word destruction in a favorable or approving sense. For instance, destruction has a wanton and antisocial connotation. Why don't you find some word which means taking apart for the purpose of putting together again in a better way? I can readily see that to reconstruct necessitates a prior destruction, as you call it, of what is to be reconstructed, but why use such an offensive name for it? No alternative word has thus far been proposed. What has been offered several times is a long sequence of words which practically duplicates the dictionary's definition of destruction. What could be done, of course, is to coin a new term which would mean precisely what we intend, but then there would arise the louder hue and cry about scientific gobbledygook and the irritated query, why don't you speak English? All this could be and is said just as cogently about such a word as aggression. This, to the editorial writer, means unprovoked attack. But, while this specialized meaning dominates current usage of aggression in everyday life, its broader meaning, as intended by the clinician, for example, includes everything that an organism does to initiate contact with its environment. We believe that if new words were made up for what clinicians intend by destruction and aggression, these, too, would eventually acquire the same offensive connotations, because, in our early training for full membership in the tribe, we are taught to condemn in others and ourselves not only wanton destruction and unprovoked aggression, but also forms of destructiveness and aggressiveness that are necessary to the health of the organism. Were this not the case, our social scene could change more rapidly and convincingly in the direction of the good life. All in all, is it not perhaps advisable to retain strong, efficient words like aggression and destruction, and meanwhile perform some aggressive destruction on the barriers which tend to restrict them to the specialized meaning of something obviously and unquestionably to be condemned? Our emphasis on the importance of the eating function meets with indignant rejection from almost everyone except a few who take themselves to be the rare exception who already concentrate on their food. A number of persons inform us that they wouldn't even consider wasting mealtime on just eating. Others point to the bad food and unpleasant surroundings of the typical city worker's luncheon and demand, would you have me concentrate on that? Granted that atrocious eating conditions do exist, would they continue to be tolerated were there not such a general devaluation of the eating function? For those who insist that reading goes naturally with eating but who also assure us solemnly that reading would be impossible during sexual intercourse, we can only cite the case of the man who delayed ejaculatio precox by imagining during intercourse that he was reading the evening newspaper. We cite the following from a student who took the eating experiments seriously. My lunches for years have been mere excuses for business discussions. I found that what I had previously boasted about my Catholic taste in food and the fact that I could eat anything was actually based on a nearly complete unawareness of what I was eating. I would read while eating, and bolt my food at a rate to be described only as alarming. Almost immediately upon applying the here-now test to my eating, I experienced heightened pleasure in my food. Although I spent several years in California, I am convinced that I never really tasted orange juice until yesterday morning. I still have a long way to go. You can't change the habits of many years in a few days, and I frequently forget to remain aware. I ask myself if these bad habits are not responsible for the digestive difficulties from which I've suffered in the past few years. In the last few days, since beginning to go to work on this eating business seriously, I've had none of the typical stomach disturbances I've grown to expect. It's still too soon, of course, to know whether this is or isn't something ephemeral. We conclude this beginning group of experiments with summary statements made by several students. I'm interested in the way the experiments tend to blend in with each other. I don't know if this is their ultimate purpose, but the here-now, reversal, figure/ground and differentiated unity experiments all seem to come to me at once or in various combinations. I seem to be operating all of them simultaneously tonight while watching several dance sequences on a television show. I felt that never had I seen a performance so clearly, and at the same time been able to observe so sharply the center of interest without being disturbed by non-essentials in the ground. Feeling of actuality, sense of opposed forces, concentration, and differentiated unity are so interdependent that if, in contact with my environment, I have one of these, then I have the others too. As I continue with these experiments, there seems to be a greater and greater integration of all of them. Each contributes more and more to the opening motif to attain a feeling of actuality. This last one in particular has continued this trend, but I by no means intend to say that anything revolutionary has been revealed to me with the concept of differentiated unity. The most novel effect has come when destruction and reconstruction of personalities is attempted, but I find it difficult to distinguish this destruction and reconstruction from the previous three experiments, for everything is merging, boundaries dissolving. Nevertheless, I find a strong tendency not to indulge in the self-awareness technique, beneficial as it may be. To get full benefits from the approach, I think I shall have to practice it first in theory, and subvocally, before I dare to do much of it right out loud in the company of others. Some of it already is beginning to be second nature. For instance, my growing tendency to think in terms of here and now no longer surprises me or seems like something special. It's getting to be part of me. Volume 2 Chapter 3. Technique of Awareness. Experiment 5, Remembering. The 4 experiments of the preceding group were intended to increase and sharpen your contact with your environment. Probably they have seemed to have little to do with personal problems of any sort. If so, we agree that we have not so far dealt directly with the inner conflicts of your mind, but rather with improving the orientation of your receptors, mostly your exteroceptors, so that you might gain heightened awareness of where you are. We hope that you have by this time realized and will not merely give lip service to what we now state: you and your environment are not independent entities, but together you constitute a functioning, mutually influencing, total system. Without your environment, your feelings, thoughts, tendencies to action would not organize, concentrate, and have direction. On the other hand, without you as a living, differentiated organization of awareness, your environment would be, for you, non-existent. Your sense of the unitary interfunctioning of you and your environment is contact, and the process of contacting is the forming and sharpening of the figure/ground contrast, which is, as we have seen, the work of spontaneous attention and mounting excitement. For you as a living being, contact is, then, ultimate reality. In touching, smelling, and tasting, the sense of contacting is fairly well preserved for most persons. With the more distant senses of seeing and hearing, however, most modern people feel that they are being invaded by external stimuli, that what they see and hear is imposed on them willy-nilly from the outside, and they respond more or less according to the pattern of the defensive reflexes. Such behavior is a symptom of paranoid projection, a matter which we shall discuss later on. What people in general are only dimly, if at all, aware of is that their seeing and hearing is a reaching out, an active stretching toward whatever is interesting and likely to fulfill their needs. With such awareness blacked out, they feel that the environment attacks them rather than its being, as must be the case for all healthy organisms, the other way around. Therefore, since their needs must obviously be satisfied by and in the environment, they, without being aware of it, want the environment to attack them. To put this another way, for it is an exceedingly difficult point for modern man to understand and accept, the organism and its supporting world must be in intimate contact for growth, development, and life. But if, and this is what we shall have to prove, the organism, by virtue of fears and trepidations acquired in previous functioning, does not dare to initiate and take responsibility for the necessary contacts, then, since they must occur for life to go on, the initiative and responsibility are thrust upon the environment. Persons differ with respect to what part of the environment they expect to do this work. It may be, for instance, my folks, the government, society, or God. Such agencies are supposed to supply me with what I need, or else make me do what I ought to do. At this point many of you, we know, are objecting. For instance, to say that a person experiencing what he sees and hears as imposed upon him by the environment thereby manifests a symptom of paranoid projection is certainly to use strong language. Genuine exceptions immediately present themselves. On occasion the environment does attack, and, were this not the case, the healthy defenses of the organism, which we wish to strengthen and supply with more effective weapons, would be superfluous. With respect to one's most intimate sense, proprioception, the feeling of one's own movements, people tend to be aware of and to accept only what is supplied by deliberately instituted movements, that is, what they do on purpose. Their spontaneous muscular interactions with gravity, with solidity, and with much else besides, are performed without awareness. What must be reacquired is the realization that it is you who are seeing, hearing, moving, and that it is you who are focused on the objects, whether they be interesting or dull, desirable or hostile, beautiful, ugly or plain. So long as you take your environment as something given or foisted on you and, at best, to be put up with, you tend to perpetuate its present undesirable aspects. This holds especially for your close-up environment, but also to some degree for what is more remote and public. Consider the importance of this, for instance, in the civic question of the layout of streets. If people regarded such environment as their concern and their environment, we would soon have better cities. Only the attitude of, well, at any rate, I can't do anything about it, this helpless acquiescence in the status quo, staves off the necessary destruction and reconstruction. The basic barrier to full, healthy experiencing is the tendency to accept as one's own only what one does deliberately, that is, on purpose. Of all one's other actions one tends to be studiously unaware. Thus, modern man isolates his will from both his organism and his environment and talks about willpower as if this were something that he somehow ought to be able to invoke in a fashion that would transcend the limitations of flesh and worldly circumstance. So, to increase the area of your awareness, begin now to attend to your spontaneous self and try to get the feeling of the difference between your deliberate and your spontaneous functioning. When you first attempt the following experiment, you will be unable to distinguish true awareness from introspection, and you will probably conclude that we intend for you to introspect. However, this is not the case. Awareness is the spontaneous sensing of what arises in you, of what you are doing, feeling, planning. Introspection, in contrast, is a deliberate turning of attention to these activities in an evaluating, correcting, controlling, interfering way, which often, by the very attention paid them, modifies or prevents their appearance in awareness. Habitual introspection is pathological. Occasional introspection, as practiced by psychologist or poet, can be a useful technique but is very difficult. Awareness is like the glow of a coal that comes from its own combustion. What is given by introspection is like the light reflected from an object when a flashlight is turned on it. In awareness a process is taking place in the coal. In introspection the process occurs in the director of the flashlight. When you have a toothache, you are aware of it without introspection, but you may also, of course, introspect it. Bite down on the sore tooth, wiggle it with your fingers, or, deliberately neglecting it, force attention stoically away from it. In this awareness experiment let your attention move about freely and allow the figure/ground to form. Previous experiments were limited largely to exteroception, the experiences given by receptors at the surface of the body, such as those for vision, hearing, smell, taste, touch, but now we are going to add the experiencing of the body and mind, which is given by proprioception and for which the receptors are in the muscles, joints, and tendons. At first you will almost surely merely introspect these self-feelings and block them. When you do, attend precisely to such blockages and the conflicts, opposition of forces of which they are a part. Our technique of awareness may strike you as being a variant of yoga. It is, but its goal is different. In the West we have for centuries devoted ourselves mainly to exteroception of the external world, while the Indians have turned the other way to heightened awareness of body and self. We want to surmount this dichotomy altogether. The Indian tries to overcome suffering and conflict by deadening sensation and thus insulating himself from the environment. Let us, on the other hand, not be afraid to enliven feeling and response to stimulation and stir up such conflict as may be necessary in order in the end to achieve a unitary functioning of the whole man. Our emphasis is on self-awareness, not because this is the ultimate attainment of living, but because this is where most of us are handicapped. Whatever lies beyond this one finds out for oneself in one's own creative adjustments, when one has available the awareness and the energy to make creative adjustments. Select a place where you will not be disturbed by intruders. Sit or lie comfortably in an easy chair or on a couch or bed that is, preferably, not too soft. Do not try to relax, although, if relaxation comes spontaneously, do not try to prevent it. Forced relaxation is as unsound as forced concentration. The muscular tensions that prevent relaxation constitute important parts of the very resistances that we want to attend to, so we must not drive them out of the picture to begin with. As you proceed with the experiment, you will find that in some respects you spontaneously relax further, but you will also begin to notice how you are preventing relaxation, for instance, by holding your breath or clutching the sides of the couch with your hands. Sometimes, when you notice a tension, you will relax it; at other times you will be taken with a strong anxious discomfort, an inability to be comfortable at all, and an imperious need to get up and terminate the experiment. Notice these things and the precise points where they arise. When we say, "Do not relax," this is to prevent your attempting the impossible. Forced relaxation can be achieved sometimes in one or more places, but only at the price of tightening up somewhere else. At this stage in our experiments, it is possible to become aware of resistances to relaxing, but not possible to bring about general relaxation of tensions. Unless we emphasize this, you would very likely tackle the impossible and be resigned in advance to failure. Our society frequently demands the impossible from us. Without the growth, training, or experience necessary for acquisition of many socially esteemed qualities, we are told to be strong, to have willpower, to be kind, forgiving and patient. Since such requirements are so insistently and universally pressed upon us, we feel that they must make sense. Consequently, we force ourselves to go through what we think would be the appropriate motions. In the first experiment we noted that, while it is pathological to live in the past or future, it is healthy, from the vantage point of the present, to remember past occurrences and to plan for future events. We now present instructions for an experiment designed to strengthen your ability to remember. Select some memory that is not too distant or difficult. For example, in fantasy revisit the house of a friend. Close your eyes. What do you actually see? The door, somebody opening it? Furniture? Other people? Do not try to ferret out what is in your mind, what you think ought to be there, but simply keep going back to the remembered place and noticing what is there. It is a basic tendency of the organism to complete any situation or transaction which for it is unfinished. Therefore, if you stick to the selected memory context, the figure ground will form quite without your deliberate intervention. Above all, do not think or reason like this: "There must have been chairs. Where were they?" Simply see. Use the technique of the last experiment, detailed abstraction on what you fantasy. Treat the images as if they were present here and now to your senses. Very soon forgotten details will appear of themselves. But you will also quickly come upon resistances, for example, the annoying feeling of just not quite being able to catch sight of something that you know is there, or to say what seems to be on the tip of your tongue. Again, do not force yourself. See if you can leave that item alone. It may appear before long in a sudden flash. However, some items needed to fill out the scene will not present themselves because your resistances are too strong. Others will not be remembered because they never were of sufficient interest to be included in the figure that you experienced in this situation in the first place. With respect to visual memory, persons vary from those who have none to those who, like Goethe, have an eidetic memory. Eidetic memory is infantile. You had it as a child, and perhaps animals have it. Few of us preserve this ability to review situations in such vividness, with figure and ground easily shifting. The conventional demands of our education that we abstract only useful objects and verbal knowledge from situations that are full of life so suppress the eidetic power that most of us experience it only in dreaming. Like any other asset, eidetic memory can be used well, as it was by Goethe, or misused, as in the case of a patient who could read off whole pages remembered with photographic exactness and thus pass examinations on material he had not in any way understood or assimilated. If you at present have little or no visual memory, the ability to see vividly in your mind's eye, this is probably because you have erected a wall of words and thoughts between yourself and your environment. Your world is not genuinely experienced, but is contacted only to the extent necessary to activate your previously acquired systems of abstractions. Intellect has superseded alive participation. We shall come later to a valuable experiment on acquiring ability to live in a nonverbal region, a situation of internal silence. Meantime, you must proceed as if you were in fact visualizing. While you will for the most part experience merely the shadows of the events you try to remember, now and then you are likely to get a brief flash of vision. The resistance is largely tension of the muscles of the eyes, as in staring. It may help to close your eyes and pretend that you are asleep. Though often you will then actually fall asleep, you may be able to practice to hold to the borderline between sleep and waking, the state in which the so-called hypnagogic images appear. When they occur, these will be of a schizophrenic, incoherent sort, but tolerate them, for they do not mean that you are going crazy, and do not pooh-pooh them because of their senselessness. They can be a bridge to the recovery of your ability to visualize and remember. The same sort of training can be applied to the auditory and other senses. Notice your resistance in trying to recall the voices of people. If you fail altogether in this, you can be sure that you never really listen to other people when they speak. Perhaps you are preoccupied with what you are going to say when you get the chance, or perhaps there was more dislike of the speaker than you realized. Smells, tastes and movements are not so easy to re-experience in this vivid way, which amounts to a kind of healthy hallucinating. But if you can re-experience any of them, you will discover that these close senses are charged with emotion. Emotion is a unifying gestalt of exteroceptions and proprioceptions, as we shall consider in more detail later. Seeing and hearing, because they are distant senses, can with relative ease be disconnected from alive participation with the body and become feelingless except in our responses to painting and music, which tend to get through our muscular blocking. Taste and smell, which are close senses, may retain feeling tone, although the dead palate and the stopped-up nose are quite common resistances. Now do a memory experiment as before, but this time, instead of stressing merely vision, attempt to integrate as many senses as possible, not only what you saw, but also what you heard, smelled, tasted, touched, felt in your movements, and try also to recapture the emotional tone that went with the experience. Do you avoid recalling any particular person? Do you notice that you can remember inanimate objects, or photographs of people, but not the persons themselves? Do your remembered situations remain static, or is there movement? Is there drama motivation in the scene? Do you get quick glimpses only, or can you follow up the details without losing the whole? Do the images tend to recede or become hazy? In sampling a few reactions to this experiment, we start with one that may serve as a reminder that the proof of potency is the most self-defeating of all resistances. I find no difficulty in the assigned task. I can remember with perfect clarity, scenes, events, situations, people, both recent and remote. I notice no particular tensions or blocks in memory flow. In their recall experiences, some individuals found that, while they had highly developed imagery of a visual sort, they were almost totally lacking in auditory imagery. For others it was the other way around. The remembering experiment was the most fruitful of any so far, since it provided me with a dramatic insight into a shortcoming. I had been rather smug in my feeling that I was already master of what was involved in figure/ground, concentration, actuality, and so on, with the result that when I tried this experiment the result was all the more shocking. I've always known that my ability to see and, in memory, to re-see, is exceptionally good, but I didn't know the extent to which it dominated my awareness and perhaps, alas and alack, compensated for what I was deficient in. On occasion, since I'm a fine arts enthusiast, I've remarked to friends, fine arts are for me what music is for other people. By this I implied that most people are blind to visual figure/ground relations but appreciative of auditory figure/grounds, as witness the difficulty encountered by modern abstractionistic painters in getting their work accepted by a public blind to visual figure/ground. What I didn't know was that I myself was practically deaf to auditory figure/ground. The naked truth is that in the remembering experiment I was utterly incapable of recalling an auditory experience. Since then I've been listening extra hard and I'm just beginning to realize, for instance, that there's something more to dancing than a mere shuffling of the feet. Many report difficulty in re-seeing what is animate and moving, and a number, unable to remember color, visualize only in black and white. Photographs of persons may be remembered when the persons themselves are not. In many cases the simple survey involved in this experiment and the discovery that something was missing in one's own private life that other people possessed initiated the corrective measures of giving more interest and attention to the underaware sense. Before I read the instructions and discussion for this experiment, I somehow had always thought that to talk about images was just a kind of figure of speech. I guess I thought that all we remembered was a result of what we had verbalized. I'm beginning to have a little success now, with some hazy images and occasionally a fairly clear memory flash. Oddly enough, it's easier for me to remember voices than memory pictures. The personal significance of the event recalled affected, of course, the vividness of the memory. For instance, voices either did not come through at all or they came through with such penetrating realism I became almost scared. These were the voices of my mother and my stepfather. When I heard them, my mind began to drift and sleepiness came over me. Another report contained the following. I found it much easier and relaxing to remember good occurrences than bad ones. One thing I recalled produced an automatic movement of my legs. It involved a situation where I had to jump back quickly or be cut by a broken beer bottle. I surprised myself to see that in the recall I had almost relived the happening. I realized that the speeded breathing and heartbeat were associated with this. As a last personal statement, we quote the following. With the auditory tests I must report absolute failure. I was horrified to discover that I could not even recollect my parents' voices. I think that I have an average ear, and I am very quick to notice accents and peculiarities of pattern in a voice. But I found it impossible to recall them unless I did so within a few minutes of the person's departure. Any attempt to recall them as much as a day later met with failure. I have refrained above from mentioning the one attempt when I did manage to hear a voice. Previously I had recalled only pleasant scenes. This time I deliberately set out to recall an unpleasant one. At first I was unsuccessful, but with perseverance I was able to remember it. It suddenly returned to my mind with extraordinary clarity. It seemed to me that I had recaptured it down to the minutest detail. Then I seemed to hear a voice. It was the man I had intended to marry. The impression was very fleeting, and I was suddenly seized with a restlessness which made further work on it impossible. Experiment 6, Sharpening the Body Sense. Our strategy for developing self-awareness is to extend in every direction the areas of present awareness. To do this, we must bring to your attention parts of your experience which you would prefer to stay away from and not accept as your own. Gradually there will emerge whole systems of blockages which constitute your accustomed strategy of resistance to awareness. When you are able to recognize them in your behavior, we shall turn to direct concentration on them in their specific forms and attempt to rechannel the energy with which these blockages are charged into the constructive functioning of your organism. Our present group of experiments is concerned with indirect awareness, as opposed to the directed awareness that will come later. The following general instructions are for setting up the appropriate context. Maintain the sense of actuality, the sense that your awareness exists now and here. Try to realize that you are living the experience, acting it, observing it, suffering it, resisting it. Attend to and follow up all experiences, the internal as well as the external, the abstract as well as the concrete, those that tend toward the past as well as those that tend toward the future, those that you wish, those that you ought, those that simply are, those that you deliberately produce and those that seem to occur spontaneously. With regard to every experience without exception, verbalize, now I am aware that. From the philosophical point of view, this is a training in phenomenology, the realization that your sequence of thoughts, your surface experience, whatever else it is and whatever it stands for, is first of all something that exists in its own right. Even if something is only a wish, it is something, namely, the event itself of wishing. It is, therefore, as real as anything else. As long as you are awake, you are at every moment aware of something. When absent-minded or in a trance state, awareness is very dim, the figure/grounds do not develop and the processes involved vision, fantasy, or whatever do not precipitate strong experiences in the form of memories, wishes, plans, actions. Many persons live in a permanent trance so far as nonverbal experience is concerned, and since nearly all that they are aware of is a tremendous amount of verbal thinking, they take such verbalizing as being nearly the whole extent of reality. Insofar as this applies to you, and it does apply to all of us in varying degrees, you are aware, at least, of this verbal existence and also have, perhaps, a dim sense that this is not all there is. Very much of what you are only dimly aware and almost unaware can be brought into awareness by giving it the requisite amount of attention and interest, so that a gestalt can be formed that is strong enough to precipitate an experience. It is true, of course, that there are the repressed contents as well as those objects that we cannot bring to awareness simply by attending to what is not there, but these we shall take up when we attempt to dissolve the blocks to awareness. To verbalize, now I am aware. With every experience is similar to Freudian free association, which also is intended to loosen habitual modes of experiencing and to make available, as indicated by one's ability to verbalize it, experience characteristically unnoticed and unfelt. But free association loses the context of actuality and often becomes free dissociation, or a means of bypassing what is important and practical in solving present problems. Furthermore, free association generally restricts itself to ideas, thoughts, mental processes. Our attempt, in contrast, is to recover all experiences concomitantly, whether they be physical or mental, sensory, emotional, or verbal, for it is in the unitary functioning of body, mind, and environment that the lively figure/ground emerges. The greatest barrier to this is one's tendency to interfere with and thus falsify the unitary flow of experience by holding back or by forcing. Since our interest lies not in recovering some particular item like a childhood incident but in extending and increasing integrated functioning, we have no need to force expression of anything, for example, embarrassing material, any more than we try to force relaxation. Forcing oneself to do anything could not take place unless there simultaneously existed the counter tendency to hold back, and the latter, as the opposed force, is just as genuinely you and worthy of consideration as the forcing. To grind ahead despite resistances by passing embarrassment, for instance, by being brazen, is as inefficient and wearing as to drive a car with the brakes set. Our approach is to attain first a realization that behind the embarrassment and holding back there is a concealed conflict that does not appear in awareness now because it would produce too much anxiety. It is sufficient at this point simply to note carefully any evidences of such conflicts. Now I am aware. Applied to all your experiences will, unless yours is a very conscientious, obsessional character, lead invariably to your wandering off into daydreaming, thinking, reminiscing, or anticipating. As you deviate thus from the experiment, you will lose awareness that you are now doing so, and you will wake in chagrin that such a simple task should be so hard to perform. Don't expect at the start to be able to carry on for more than a few minutes without slipping. But come back again and again to verbalizing, now I am aware. Until you get the feeling that I, now, and the object of awareness constitute a unified experience. So, stick to this formula and, further, keep to the surface and the obvious. Do not try to become aware of the extraordinary and arcane. Do not guess at interpretations of the unconscious. Remain solidly with what is. Without preconceptions, without models of any sort, without an official roadmap of whatever kind, come to yourself. In doing this you get the chance to identify yourself with what is your spontaneous experience in addition to your customary identification with deliberate on-purpose actions. The aim is to extend the boundary of what you accept as yourself to include all organic activities. By slowly but persistently doing this, you will gradually become able to do without effort much that was previously impossible, no matter how great the effort. So we proceed in such a simple fashion as this: now I am aware that I am lying on the couch. Now I am aware of the wish to do the awareness experiment. Now I am aware of hesitating, of asking myself what to do first. Now I am aware that the radio is playing in the next room. That reminds me. No, I am aware that I meant to listen to that program. I am aware that I have stopped myself from wandering. Now I feel lost again. I am remembering the advice to stick to the surface. Now I am aware that I am lying with my legs crossed. I am aware that I have a pain in the back. I am aware of wishing to change my position. Now I am doing that, etc. Notice that processes are going on and that you are involved in and concerned with these processes. To realize such continuous involvement is extremely difficult, and most persons escape by accepting as their own by identifying themselves with only those processes that are deliberate. But bit by bit you are to take increasing responsibility for all your experience, including your blocks and symptoms, and gradually to acquire both free acceptance and control of yourself. The notion that thoughts on their own initiative and without any help from you enter your mind, must give place to the insight that you are thinking the thoughts. At present it is sufficient to notice that thoughts are not like objects floating in space, but that they are processes that have some temporal span. Now, still accepting and identifying yourself with all your awareness, begin to differentiate as follows. Try first to attend mainly to external events, sights, sounds, smells, but without suppressing other experiences. Then, in sharp contrast, concentrate on internal processes, images, physical sensations, muscular tensions, emotions, thinking. Then, one by one, differentiate these various internal processes, by concentrating, as exclusively as you can, on images, then on muscular tensions, etc. Follow these though, as previously, by detailed recognition of the different objects or activities and, if possible, of whatever moving dramatic scene they may be components. The rest of this experiment and the following two are devoted to helping you to differentiate body, emotions and thinking. Almost all persons in our society have lost the proprioception of large areas of their body. The loss was not accidental. It was, when it occurred, the only means of suppressing intolerable conflict. The issues that were then at stake, if now gradually reintroduced into awareness, can be worked through on a basis that actually resolves and puts an end to the conflict. Then what was lost, one's power to manipulate himself and his environment in various constructive ways, to enjoy feelings and satisfactions now beyond the bounds of awareness, can be restored through remobilizing what are now missing parts of the organism. The following is to start you along this road. Concentrate on your body sensation as a whole. Let your attention wander through every part of your body. How much of yourself can you feel? To what degree and with what accuracy and clarity does your body, and thus you, exist? Notice pains, aches and twinges ordinarily ignored. What muscular tensions can you feel? Attending to them, permit them to continue and do not attempt prematurely to relax them. Try to shape their precise limits. Notice your skin sensations. Can you feel your body as a whole? Can you feel where your head is in relation to your torso? Where are your genitals? Where is your chest? Your limbs? If you believe that you have had complete success with the above experiment, you are almost certainly mistaken. Most persons, lacking adequate proprioception of parts of their body, substitute in place of this visualization or theory. For instance, they know where their legs are and so picture them there. This is not feeling them there. With a picture of your legs or a map of your body you can deliberately walk, run, or kick after a fashion, but for free, unforced, spontaneous functioning of these parts you need felt contact with your legs themselves. This you must get directly from proprioception of their tensions and tendencies to movement. To the extent that there is a discrepancy between the verbal concept of the self and the felt awareness of the self, and it exists to some degree in practically everyone, this is neurosis. So notice the difference as you slip from one to the other, and do not deceive yourself that you actually feel more than you do. It is helpful to verbalize somewhat as follows: now I am aware of a tightness in my chest, but now I am visualizing the relation of my throat and chest, and now I merely know that I want to vomit. Experimenting in body awareness is universally difficult and awakens resistance and anxiety. But it is profoundly important and worth spending many, many hours in doing in moderate doses. Not only is it the basis for dissolving the motor armor, but it is also the means of curing all the psychosomatic ailments. Miracle cures that are reported, such as the dissolving of an acute neurotic symptom within a few minutes, will seem natural to you once you feel the bodily structures of such symptoms. The neurotic personality creates its symptoms by unaware manipulation of muscles. Unfortunately, however, the neurotic personality cannot grasp that here symptom is figure and personality is ground, that this is a symptom/personality instance of the figure/ground of experience. He has lost contact with the ground of personality, and only the symptom is in awareness. To the extent that this applies to you, much reintegration will be necessary before you clearly sense what you yourself are doing, how you are doing it, and why you are doing it. But this and later experiments in body awareness, if seriously performed, take you directly on your way. What is important now is not to succeed, but simply to go ahead sincerely and without straining. If you take the attitude that you ought to be able to do whatever is put before you, you will at once limit what you may become aware of to what you now already know and expect. As much as you can, be accepting, experimental and curious, for what you discover about yourself in this way is fascinating and vitalizing knowledge. So, once again, walk, talk, or sit down, be aware of the proprioceptive details without in any way interfering with them. Do not be dismayed when you find this very difficult. You are so habituated to superficial corrections of your posture or way of speaking or whatever, that you find it nearly impossible to go ahead walking in a way that is wrong or speaking in a bad tone, even though you fully realize that any quick, deliberate readjustment will be as ineffective and ephemeral as most New Year's resolutions. And, in fact, your notion of what is the right way is likely to be unsound, since based perhaps on an incorrect military norm or on some actor's voice. In doing this experiment, you may suddenly become aware that you are divided into a nagger and a person nagged at. If so, notice this as vividly as you can. If possible, feel yourself in each role as nagger and as naggy. Finally, as you sit or lie comfortably, aware of different body sensations and motions, see if you can notice any combinations or structures, things that seem to go together and form a pattern among the various tensions, aches, and sensations. Notice that frequently you stop breathing and hold your breath. Do any tensions in the arms or fingers or contractions of the stomach and genitals seem to go with this? Or is there a relationship between holding your breath and straining your ears? Or between holding your breath and certain skin sensations? What combinations can you discover? Since difficulty in doing the body awareness experiment is reported by almost everyone, we begin our citation of various personal reactions with several that are exceptions. Concerning awareness of bodily sensations, I was apparently able to do what was asked for. My general reaction to it all was, so what? This type of reaction we have previously commented on as the proof of potency. It can take the form, as here, of doing the experiment and being finished with it before one has actually started. When I concentrate on the body, I become aware of insignificant twinges and aches, particularly in the extremities, which I do not usually notice in the normal flood of ongoing activity. We question the term insignificant. Anything may be evaluated as insignificant if one does not permit it to develop and reveal its significance. The wish to regard these phenomena as insignificant and therefore not a matter of concern and responsibility is readily understood. One can also understand resistance that rationalizes itself as precaution against becoming hypochondriacal. Since early childhood I have been sickly, and I have been taught and have taught myself to disregard my bodily aches and pains. I've played around with this experiment a little bit, and I've been able to feel, slightly, my body and all its quirks and tensions. That's as far as I'm going to take it, for, after spending my earlier years unlearning my body, I'm leery of allowing its aches and twists to take too much of my mind's attention. If it were our ultimate intention to acquaint you with the present malfunctioning of your organism and then to go off and leave you high and dry with no further effective course of action, this man's position would be unassailable. What we have tried to stress is that this is preliminary work, designed to give you better orientation with respect to your organism environment situation as it now exists. Specifically, in this experiment, the aim is to have you explore the chronic, meaningless tensions that exist within your body. Once you yourself genuinely feel the need to change it on the basis of such direct awareness of the situation, then it becomes practical to present corrective procedures. In doing the experiment, many did experience vividly the splitting of their personalities into a nagger and a person nagged. I found that when I was aware of talking, sitting, or walking, I was forever trying to correct or readjust what I was doing. A few were able to identify themselves a little more strongly with the naggy take his side for once than was their ordinary practice. Rather than finding it difficult to avoid correcting my posture and speech, I found it wonderfully exhilarating. I was able to ignore that part of me which was nagging about correctness. We come now to several statements from persons who were rather astonished and disturbed by what they found going on in their bodies. In the beginning, my feelings about this experiment were uncomplimentary in the extreme. It was about 3 weeks before I got any results. I then suddenly became aware of muscular tensions. All at once it seemed to me that I was a mass of knotted muscle. In fact, even as I write about it, it feels as though parts of me are in knots. The most severe tensions seem to be in the small of the back of the neck and in the upper part of the legs. I also noticed that as I did these experiments my mind would focus itself on a small irritation or pain, and then, as I became increasingly aware of this minor irritation, my whole consciousness would become directed toward it, obscuring every other part of my body. These tensions made me realize that resistances and tensions are part of the same thing, or maybe are the same thing. I have some insight into the reason for some of the tensions, but so far have had no success in relaxing it to any degree. The insight spoken of here is largely of the verbal and theoretical type which, while it may be perfectly correct so far as it goes, does not in itself contain the felt significance that is prerequisite to genuine relaxation of the tension. Normally, that is, before I let my attention wander through my body, I was aware of my body sensations merely as a general hum, a kind of poorly defined sense of general vitality and warmth. However, the attempt to subdivide this into component sensations was a source of genuine amazement. I became aware of a series of tensions in various parts of my body, knees and lower thighs as I sit in a chair, the region of the diaphragm, the eyes, shoulders, and dorsal neck region. This discovery was quite astonishing to me. It was almost as if my feeling had entered a foreign body with tensions, rigidities, and pressures entirely different from mine. Almost immediately upon discovery I was able to relax these tensions. This, in turn, caused me to be aware of a sense of looseness and even elation, a very sudden freedom, pleasure, and readiness for anything to come. Aside from these pleasurable sensations, I was not aware of any emotions, anxieties, fears, connected with these tensions and their relaxation. In addition, despite the fact that I had bared the existence of these tensions and succeeded in relaxing them, they invariably returned, and later sessions repeated this discovery relaxation satisfaction cycle. The elated relaxation attained by this person is by no means to be sneered at. It is comparable to the effects of massage or the training in progressive relaxation given by Edmund Jacobson. What is missing is the final resolution of the conflicts producing the tensions. As stated, they invariably returned. However, since they yielded so readily, the conflicts involved in these particular tensions were presumably superficial, and, had the tensions been concentrated upon instead of being prematurely and repetitiously relaxed, they might fairly quickly have yielded up their meaning and been disposed of once and for all. The sense of body experiment was quite dramatic. With little trouble I was able to capture tensions of the abdominal muscles. It was very frightening at first. Leg and arm tensions came through clearly, as did a stiffness and tension of the upper jaw, above the back teeth. It was very strong, like an intense toothache, but without pain. The only other time I can remember experiencing it was at a chug-a-lug beer party just before I got sick. Along with this tension was a tension of the neck muscles which made me feel as if I were going to be sick. I wonder if there is any connection. There is. What was present in both instances was the beginnings of, and the resistance to, the vomiting reflex. There is an extreme tendency to flee this exercise. Sleep overcomes me frequently. I notice a rigidity in my neck and jaw. I observe my respiration and find myself taking exaggeratedly deep breaths to assure my ability to breathe completely. I have some ability to visualize the relationship of parts of the body, but generally have to contract my muscles to continue the exercise. Throughout this experiment my jaw and neck are rigid, legs are tense, my fingers partially relaxed and back slightly arched. Instead of being as generalized as this, the holding back tensions may seem highly focal, as in the following. I was doing the awareness of internal muscular tensions on a train, and I was therefore seated the first time I did it. Since then I've tried this particular phase lying down, standing still, and even when walking, but I can't vouch for the correctness of all findings after the first one, for what I noticed then was to me so surprising that now whenever I try to see if that tension is still there, I invariably find it. The point is, though, how do I know that my very concentration on it is not what's calling it up? Here's what happened. I was feeling around my insides when I finally got around to the region of my rectum, and there I noticed what seemed to me a silly tension, something of which I felt completely unaware before. There I was sitting with the muscles of my rectum as tightly clenched as possible. It was as if I was holding my breath with the lower part of my colon, if that analogy makes any sense. I called this tension silly because when I examined myself I found that I didn't feel like defecating, but there I sat with the sphincters just about as tense as if I did. Corresponding with this I found a tension band extending across my belly in the region of my navel, not so strong, it seemed, as that of the rectum. Since then, while I'm lying down, I suddenly switch over to my rectal muscles to see if they're tight, and, sure enough, they are. I don't deliberately lie down to test this tension but rather look for it when I find myself in the bed, etc. At other times, when I'm sitting, I don't set out to find it, but I just switch over to it from whatever else I'm doing. I always find it now. This might be purely natural, physical tension, one that should be there, but, at any rate, I've never noticed it before. This particular tension is well known. As much as a generation or so ago Ferenczi spoke of it as the very manometer of resistance. It is present in all who are chronically constipated, and its release puts an end to this psychosomatic symptom. When I read the sentence, "Notice the pains and aches that you ordinarily ignore," I thought that, quite on the contrary, it is when you have pains that you start being aware of the aching part. However, I was later surprised to find that when deliberately paying attention to the way I was sitting I first of all noticed a pain in the under part of the knee, which, it seemed, had been there before, although I was really unaware of it. The above points up a verbal difficulty. To speak of a pain of which one is unaware sounds like a contradiction in terms. To be exact, we need to speak of some unaware condition which, if it becomes aware, does so as the experience of pain. A much better way of achieving body awareness would be to prescribe exercises and sports. Athletes are not outstanding for body awareness, but gymnastics, dancing, and other activities that emphasize balance and coordination do tend to keep alive or even to revive body awareness. Similar aids are massage, an electric vibrator, soaking in the bathtub, and applying a hot water bottle to areas of tension. I find suddenly I have nothing to do with my arms. I am aware of awkwardly crossing them on my chest. I put them in my pockets. I am aware of being uncomfortable. I keep shifting around and I'm suddenly aware of feeling confused. I get up almost immediately and walk about. My wife calls me for dinner and I am glad to leave the experiment. When attention centers in this fashion on parts of the body, but none of the behavior that you then produce gives satisfaction and ends the restlessness, these various abortive behaviors may sometimes be correctly construed as distractions designed to prevent your becoming aware of what it really is that you want to do with these parts of your body. Even in reading about this experiment, I found myself conscious of rigid muscle tensions, and I was constantly holding my breath during intensive efforts of concentration. All of this occurred despite my interest in the material involved. Shall we say that here, despite the interest, there is apprehensiveness and some tendency to run away? My thoughts suddenly stop. I find myself slightly clenching my fists now. My chest seems to be building up as if to make me yell something. I can't think what, even when I try. The yell broke surface a month later in the form of an effective telling off of the fiancé's meddling parents. On certain parts of my body there was merely the feeling of blankness or dullness. I knew that the middle of my back was there, but yet I couldn't feel it. Then an extremely ludicrous group of sensations occurred. Whenever I couldn't contact the middle of my back, I immediately experienced some unusual sensations and twinges in the area surrounding the uncontacted area. It felt extremely unusual, as if there were a void in one part of my body, a blank, insensitive spot which couldn't be felt. Others experienced blank spots between head and torso, that is, they had no felt neck, or toes, genitals, stomach, etc. Some reported that after working on this experiment they were fatigued. Others reported a terminal feeling of exhilaration. Some reported fatigue on the first attempts, exhilaration on later ones. Where the latter occurred, it was usually after some meaningless tension had become invested with significance. After repeatedly tracing out this same pattern, neck particularly stiff, lower lip strained out and protruding, heavy breathing, I found there were certain situations I could recall that seemed automatically to bring on this whole business. These were all situations where I had to hold in resentment. The clearest instance came when I was going over my notes preliminary to typing this up. At the same time that I found myself breaking into a broad grin, I was aware that I'd been having this particular pattern of tensions and, again all at the same time, I was aware of how put upon and martyrized I was feeling about having to do these experiments and report on them. It seemed that the resentment toward you have finally arrived. After that, when I've done the body awareness experiment for any period of time, I've ended up feeling, not all pooped out the way I did at first, but sort of refreshed and pulled together. As a final example, we quote the following. After many repetitions I was successful in the proprioceptive experiment, although there were many resistances. I plan to carry on with this, for already I have noted some benefits. I have succeeded in a limited way in making contact with most parts of my body, and I now find it very pleasant to do so, although at first it disturbed me. I find that the wisest procedure is to do it more frequently and for shorter periods of time than I first attempted. Becoming aware of my muscular tensions was a most alarming experience at first. There were so many of them, that my first impression was, boy, am I a mess. But further awareness has made them much less alarming, and, though I am making no conscious effort to relax the tensions, I now find contacting them almost pleasant. The main tensions I felt were in the muscles of the arms, legs, across the chest, the back of the neck, the jaw, across the temples, and a tension in the solar plexus, which I believe to be in the region of the diaphragm. In my last proprioceptive workout I concentrated particularly on my stomach, and I am convinced that I made strong contact with it. I felt a connection between certain activities there and the muscle tensions in my diaphragm, across my chest, and, strangely enough, across my temples. Experiment 7, Experiencing the Continuity of Emotion. The first experiments centered on exteroception, the basis of your awareness of the external world. Then, In the experiment immediately preceding this, the focus was on proprioception, which affords awareness of your body, its actions and tendencies to action. Such separate stress on outer and inner was, however, merely preliminary, for each of these is but an abstraction from your whole experience, which includes both. In the present experiment we ask that you give special emphasis to neither but instead try to be aware of the gestalt that forms when you no longer insist on assigning separate, independent existence to inner and outer. When the deliberate dichotomy between external world and body is not made, what you then experience is the organism/environment field, the differentiated unity which comprises you in your world. This ever-changing gestalt is never neutral but is of vital concern to you, for it is, actually, your life in the process of being lived. Its concernfulness, importance, relevance to your welfare, is omnipresent. Experiencing the organism/environment field under the aspect of value is what constitutes emotion. By such a definition, emotion is a continuous process, since every instant of one's life carries in some degree a feeling tone of pleasantness or unpleasantness. However, because in modern man this continuity of emotional experience is, for the most part, suppressed from awareness, emotion is regarded as a kind of periodic upheaval, which occurs unaccountably in one's behavior on those very occasions when one would most like to exercise control. Such eruptions which are so unreasonable tend, of course, to be dreaded and guarded against. Whenever possible, one endeavors to stay out of situations that might bring them about. Most students of behavior, while apparently going along with the notion that the term emotion should apply only to such volcanic instances, are fully cognizant of other phenomena which are highly similar though less violent. These are usually referred to as feelings, and scholarly attempts to give a full account of this area repetitiously adopt the title, Feelings and Emotions. We believe that this practice attempts to break in half what actually is a continuum. What determines the place of a given emotional experience on this continuum depends upon the extent to which the organism's concern in experiencing the organism/environment gestalt has emerged from ground into figure. Emotion, considered as the organism's direct evaluative experience of the organism/environment field, is not mediated by thoughts and verbal judgments, but is immediate. As such, it is a crucial regulator of action, for it not only furnishes the basis of awareness of what is important but it also energizes appropriate action, or, if this is not at once available, it energizes and directs the search for it. In primitive undifferentiated form, emotion is simply excitement, the heightened metabolic activity and increased energy mobilization which is the organism's response to experiencing novel or stimulating situations. In the newborn this response is massive and relatively indirect. Then, as the child gradually differentiates the parts of its world, the constellations of events which confront it jointly from within and without, on various occasions it correspondingly differentiates its early, global excitement into selective, situationally polarized excitements. These acquire names as specific emotions. Emotions per se are not vague and diffuse, but are just as sharply differentiated in structure and function as is the person who experiences them. If a person experiences his emotions as confused and crude, then these terms apply also to him. From this it follows that emotions in themselves are not something to be rid of on such trumped-up charges as being impediments to clear thought and action. On the contrary, they are not only essential as energy regulators in the organism/environment field, but they are also unique deliveries of experience which have no substitute. They are the way we become aware of our concerns, and, therefore, of what we are and what the world is. This function of emotion is grossly maligned in our society. As stated previously, it is regarded as arising only in crises, and even then only if the person loses control of himself and gets emotional. Calmness is prized as the very antithesis of emotion, and people strive to appear cool, calm, and collected. Yet calmness is not without emotional tone, for it is born of the directly evaluative experiencing of this particular situation as one that can be effectively handled, or, at the other extreme, as one about which nothing can be done. It is the fluid, open-ended situation, where one feels that he has much at stake and where his own actions may swing the balance, that is truly exciting. To affect calmness in such a situation is a front, achieved by suppressing manifestations of concern. To fool others in this way may be worthwhile if they are enemies, but to fool yourself is to mistake yourself for a foe and to deny yourself awareness of what's up. Certain negative feelings are customarily denied emotional significance. Yet such things as frigidity and boredom, for instance, are actually very strong feelings, they are not mere absence of feeling. One feels ice as surely as one feels fire. Numbness, the absence of feeling where feeling is expected, is, paradoxically, an overpoweringly strong feeling, so strong that it is soon excluded from awareness. That is why, in these experiments, it is so difficult to seek out blind spots and restore sensitivity. Because of the discomfort which they produce in grown-ups who are working hard to squelch awareness of their own emotions, the emotions of children are not permitted to undergo natural development and differentiation. What the adults do not guess and bitterly resist having revealed to them is that their impatience in getting the child to control his emotions is rooted squarely in the fact that in their own childhood, too, the authorities had this same warped, apprehensive attitude toward emotion. They themselves, since they were never allowed on the basis of unforced experience to differentiate adequately and thus outgrow childish emotionality, to a large extent never did. They merely suppressed it and are still doing it. When the child behaves spontaneously, it stirs the same latent tendencies in the grown-ups and threatens the precariously maintained maturity of their own conduct. As a consequence, the child, too, must be coerced as quickly as possible into the suppression of strong feeling and into putting on once and for all the false face of conventional self-control. This is largely achieved by emphasizing the external world and its demands as reality, while the promptings of organismic needs, as made aware by proprioception, are, to a great extent, pooh-poohed as being only in the mind. The child adjusts to this unremitting pressure by dulling his body sense and then devoting to the external world whatever interest he can still whip up. This whole crusade for control of the emotions is, of course, itself emotionally grounded, and it is prosecuted in a most emotional fashion. It does not fail to get results, but the results achieved are not those that were offered in justification of the program. It does not eliminate undesirable emotions from the person, for it cannot repeal the way nature designed organisms to function. What it does succeed in doing is to complicate further the already intricate organism/environment field by setting up a great number of situations which, unless avoided, are immensely emotion-arousing. For instance, if a properly trained person should, in certain types of situations, lose control of himself and spontaneously discharge what he has been bottling up, then this becomes a situation which gives rise to such intensely painful emotions as shame, chagrin, humiliation, self-contempt, embarrassment, disgust, etc. To forestall recurrence of such a demoralizing experience, he will tighten up his self-control to a still more suffocating degree of constriction. This constitutes whatever apparent success one may have in getting over being emotional. What happens is that certain emotions, before they can get far in organizing action, or perhaps even get into awareness, are stifled and immobilized by the counter-emotions that they arouse, with the whole resulting deadlock more or less effectively excluded from awareness. To become aware of this unattractive setup within one's own personality brings back painful conflict, turmoil, anxiety, and dangerous excitement. But, unless one is willing to accept this as the existing state of affairs, it is relatively immune to modification and hopelessly self-perpetuating. In the present experiment we ask nothing heroic of you, but merely that you make a first approach to increased awareness of your emotions. If you have not made yourself too insensitive to your bodily posture and functioning, perhaps you can, by means of the following instructions, demonstrate to yourself that emotion is, as we have stated, the concernful experiencing of extero and proprioception in combination. Attempt to mobilize some particular pattern of body action. For instance, tighten and loosen the jaw, clench the fists, begin to gasp. You may find that this tends to arouse a dim emotion in this case, Frustrated anger. Now, if to this experience you are able to add the further experience of fantasy, perhaps of some person or thing in the environment that frustrates you, the emotion will flare up in full force and clarity. Conversely, when in the presence of some frustrating person or thing, you may notice that you do not feel the emotion unless or until you accept as yours the corresponding body actions, that is, it is in the clenching of the fists, the excited breathing, and so on, that you begin to feel the anger. The celebrated James Lang theory of emotion as a reaction to bodily movements, for instance, running away gives rise to fear or weeping gives rise to sorrow, is half right. What needs to be added is that the bodily actions or condition are also a relevant orientation to, and a potential manipulation of, the environment. For example, it is not just running, but running away from something dangerous, that constitutes the situation of fear. It is only in the recognition of your emotions that you can be aware, as a biological organism, either of what you are up against in the environment or of what special opportunities are at the moment presented. It is only if you acknowledge and accept your longing for someone or something, the assessment of the strength of your urge to seek out this person or thing as you confront the distance or obstacles that separate you, that you obtain orientation for appropriate action. It is only if you acknowledge and accept your grief, the sense of despair and not knowing where to turn as you confront the loss of someone or something of great concern to you, that you can weep and say goodbye. It is only if you acknowledge and accept your anger, feeling the posture of attack as you confront persons or things that frustrate you, that you can mobilize your energies effectively for surmounting these obstacles in your path. Psychotherapy has often been called a training of the emotions. If it is to deserve this description, we can readily appreciate from the foregoing that it must employ a unitary method which concentrates both on orientation in the environment and on loosening the motor blocks of the body. Undue emphasis on either side can produce only pseudo-cures. The first puts too much weight on what is called adjusting to reality, which largely means complying more fully with the status quo as conceived and defended by the authorities. On the other hand, if the therapist works with the body alone, he may get the patient to simulate and express in the therapeutic sessions various feelings, but these, unfortunately, will not match up with or will be actually irrelevant to what he experiences his situation to be when he is away from the therapist. Only if the outer and the inner can be harmonized and integrated can the patient ever be discharged as cured. To sharpen your awareness of emotion, try the following. Lie down and try to get the feel of your face. Can you feel your mouth? Your forehead? Eyes? Jaws? When you have acquired their feelings, ask, what is the expression on my face? Do not interfere, but simply permit the expression to persist. Concentrate on it and you will see how quickly it changes of itself. Within a minute you may feel a number of different moods. So long as you are awake, you are aware of something, and that something always carries an emotional tone of some sort. Anything that is a matter of complete indifference, lacking in concern to you, that is, devoid of emotion, simply does not set the figure/ground process in operation to an extent sufficient to enter into awareness. It is all important that you become aware of the continuity of your emotional experience. Once emotion is understood to be not a threat to rational control of your life but a guide that furnishes the only basis on which human existence can be ordered rationally, then the way is open to the cultivation of continuous awareness of its wise promptings. To suppose that this would take extra time and attention is not correct. The analogy is crude, but consider the case of the skilled driver of an automobile. For him to be continuously aware that his motor is running smoothly is no burden, for this is not the focus of attention. That the sound of the motor is part of the dynamic figure/ground of his driving, however, and that it is something with which he is concerned, is indicated by the speed with which it becomes figure and claims more attention if it develops some slight, but significant, irregularity. Another driver, perhaps one who does not want to be bothered, will not hear the anomalous sound, or, if he does, will not recognize its meaning and will drive on for as long as he can, oblivious to the damage that may be occurring. To be continuously aware of emotion is possible only when you are willing to be aware of whatever is of genuine concern in your life, even if this be at variance with what others say or what you have previously told yourself. Many people feel that their lives are empty when in fact they are merely bored and blocked from doing what would eliminate their boredom. Boredom is, though, a condition that can be rather easily tackled, so let us turn to its remedy. In the experiment on concentration we saw that boredom results when deliberate attention is paid to something uninteresting and resolutely withheld from what would fire one's interest and allow spontaneous formation of the figure/ground. Nature's remedy is fatigue, the tendency to fall asleep or go into a trance where, once the deliberateness is relaxed, spontaneous interests can come to the fore as fantasies. If you will accept this as a natural process instead of fighting it, you can use the fantasies as a means of recognizing what it is that you would like to be doing. This is very simple when you are alone. Just close your eyes and permit a bit of dreaming. This will frequently precipitate a clear notion of what you want to do. In the company of others where there are considerations of duty, keeping up appearances, trying not to hurt people's feelings, fooling the boss, and so on, the situation is harder to handle. Even so, to admit to yourself that you are not interested may help you to find points of interest, if you cannot escape. But situations that chronically bore you, you must either modify or abandon. You have noticed how differently you feel when you are with different people. One person bores you, another irritates you, one makes you feel stimulated and another depressed. You prefer, of course, whomever makes you feel at ease, happy, or important. In these reactions of yours there is often a considerable degree of projection. Nevertheless, the following is often true: when you have a pronounced reaction to a particular person, it may be that person's aware or unaware intention to produce this reaction in you. The melancholic may want to depress you, the fawner to inflate you, the tease to hurt you, the nagger to annoy you. Conversely, the animated person wants to interest you, the happy person wants to have you share his enjoyment. It is by developing sensitive awareness of one's own reactions that one becomes a good judge of personality. When one has overcome the tendency to project his own unwanted and disowned feelings and attitudes into other persons, that is, when he has come to respond to the other person rather than to himself as projected into the other person, he can detect when someone wants to drown him with words and facts, to hypnotize him with his monotonous voice, to put him off guard or bribe him with flattery, to depress him with whining and wailing. You can develop this helpful kind of intuition if you first ascertain just how you react to every person in your environment and then see whether or not your reaction is confirmed by his other behavior. In doing this you will also begin to make the separation between what is the projection of your own unaware tendencies and what is true intuition of the other person. Imbalances of the personality are remedied, not by reining in and suppressing the hypertrophied side, but by concentrating on and lending additional weight and differentiation to the hypotrophied side. An overbalance of sensation is likely to produce hypochondria, of emotion, hysteria, of thinking, compulsion, and frigid intellect. But such overbalances are always accompanied by underbalances in other spheres. The re-establishment of harmony and integration comes about through unblocking what is blocked. This previously impoverished side of the personality will then claim its due share of energy and attention, and the hypotrophy will disappear. Another experiment for becoming sensitive to your emotional experiences is the following. Visit a gallery of paintings, preferably of wide variety. Simply take one quick look at each picture. What emotion, however faint, does it stir in you? If a storm is depicted, do you feel in yourself a corresponding turbulence? Do you quail a bit before the malevolence of that face? Do you feel annoyance at this garish splash of color? Whatever may be your quick impression of the painting, do not stay to make a dutiful inspection, but move on to the next. Notice the exquisite variety of emotional effects as you flash a glance at this canvas, then at that, and so on. If your response seems very faint and fleeting, or even just not there, do not take this as an unalterable state of affairs, but simply repeat this or similar experiments on other occasions. If a gallery is not easily accessible, Use a book of reproductions. The next experiment will be a genuine chore, for it asks you to seek awareness of emotions that we all prefer to avoid, the very ones we use to scare ourselves into self-control. Such unwanted emotions, however, must be brought to awareness and discharged before we become free again to enter situations where we have experienced them. Suppose that a man is afraid to speak in public because on one occasion when he tried it he flopped badly. Suppose that a girl is afraid to fall in love because once upon a time she was jilted. Suppose one is afraid to get angry because on a previous showdown with someone he was badly beaten. All of us have had numerous experiences that are now available to be conjured up to frighten us off from making fresh approaches to interesting situations where we have suffered mishaps in the past. These old experiences are unfinished business, which block us from undertaking attractive new business. You can begin to finish them by repeatedly re-experiencing them in fantasy. Each time you go through one of these painful episodes you will be able to recover additional details and to tolerate in awareness more and more of the blocked-off emotion that they contain. In fantasy relive over and over again, each time trying to recover additional detail, experiences that have carried for you a strong emotional charge. What, for instance, is the most terrifying experience you can recall? Feel it through again, just as it happened. And again. And again. Use the present tense. Perhaps in the fantasy some words will come up, words that you or somebody else uttered on that occasion. Say them over and over aloud, listening to yourself say them, and feeling yourself forming and expressing them. On what occasion were you most humiliated? Relive this repeatedly. As you do so, notice whether you tend to recall some still earlier experience of the same kind. If so, shift to it and work it through time after time. Do the same for as many other kinds of emotional experience as you can find time for. Do you, for instance, have an unfinished grief situation? When someone dear to you died, were you able to cry? If not, can you do it now? Can you in fantasy stand beside the coffin and express farewell? When were you most infuriated, most ashamed, embarrassed, guilty, etc.? Can you feel the emotion now? If not, can you feel what you do to block it? In reporting reactions to the experiment of feeling their faces, a number of students announce the discovery that theirs is a poker face. Some express pride that they can cover up in this fashion, and say they have absolutely no intention of foregoing what they take to be the advantages of hiding behind a screen. Does this imply that they see all of their interpersonal relations as one never-ending game of poker? If, as they say, they don't take off the poker face even in private, against whom, in this case, are they playing? Almost all find it difficult to perform the experiment, as indicated in the following typical example. The emotional awareness experiment has so far aroused too much resistance in me to give significant results. The main resistances were a feeling of uncomfortableness and boredom. I was unable successfully either to locate my facial expression or to note whether or not it was changing. The only expression I did note was one in which my lower lip pressed upward and outward in relation to the upper one. This I related to impatient cynicism, when I am hearing something that I don't quite believe. At other times I noticed a frozen quality to my face. This disturbed me to the extent of making me stop the experiment as soon as I became too acutely conscious of it. I have also become aware of my face under the influence of anger. Once again I found awareness of this particular expression too disturbing to linger on for too protracted a time. Some stated their expression did not change, but remained rigid, while others said that it changed so rapidly and constantly they could not name it. Some said that just as soon as they labeled what they felt in their features they immediately recalled situations for which it was appropriate, while others said that the only way they could get any expression into their face was by first thinking of some emotional situation and then noting what happened in their facial muscles. Discovery that their faces were relatively inexpressive gave some students new grounds for nagging themselves. I found, for the most part, that my face did not seem very expressive and often felt rather oafish. My mouth was frequently open and my eyes squinted. Both are habits which I can break only if I maintain an awareness of how I use my face. When excited, I found that my face was much more expressive. If I can control this, I'm sure that I'll be a more interesting person. This reflects the universal tendency to try to work on a symptom directly rather than on its underlying basis. To control the feature deliberately is not expressiveness, but play acting, and, unless one is a good actor, is likely to be just making faces. In the training of actors, it is recognized that one can play a stage role adequately only if one has had somewhat similar experiences in one's personal life and can again sense effectively the facial expressions and other behavior that accompanied these experiences. In the Stanislavski method of training actors, great emphasis is laid on the cultivation of sense memory and affective memory. What we are after, however, is not to teach you to play stage roles convincingly, but, rather, to act yourself. Experiment 8, Verbalizing. To verbalize means to put into words. If we describe objects, scenes, or activities, what we do is say their names along with other words which have to do with their arrangement, relationships, special properties, and so on. We verbalize what they are as based on seeing, hearing, or otherwise directly experiencing them. If we reason about them, we manipulate the sets of words that describe them. This may be without further direct experience, for, once anything is named, its name can for many purposes serve as proxy. Maneuvering names instead of the named objects may be tremendously labor-saving and efficient as, for instance, in planning how to move a heavy piano. But note, moving names around does not in and of itself actually move what is named. Healthy verbalizing usually takes off from what is nonverbal objects, conditions, the state of affairs, and terminates in the production of nonverbal effects. This is not to say that verbalization may not on occasion be useful when it is about what is already verbal: books, plays, what someone said, but this tendency to talk about talk is in our times a disease. When one fears contact with actuality, with flesh and blood people, and with one's own sensations and feelings, words are interposed as a screen both between the verbalizer and his environment and between the verbalizer and his own organism. The person attempts to live on words and then wonders vaguely why something is amiss. In the intellectual there is this hypertrophy of verbalizing. He attempts in compulsive and obsessive ways to be objective about his personal experience, which largely means to theorize in words about himself and his world. Meanwhile, and by this very method, he avoids contact with the feeling, the drama, the actual situations. He lives the substitute life of words, isolated from the rest of his personality, contemptuous of the body, and concerned with the verbal victories of righteousness, arguing, making an impression, propagandizing, rationalizing, while the genuine problems of the organism go unattended. But this word disease is not limited to the intellectual. It is universal. Partial awareness of the disorder leads people to write books bearing such titles as The Tyranny of Words, and the general effort of semantics in recent years has been to reconnect words to at least the environmental nonverbal reality by insisting that each word refer to a nonverbal something. Our experiments on actuality and abstraction have been in this direction. But the semanticists often use their precision with regard to the things out there to exhaust their time and attention, and thus avoid getting around to the semantic problems of what is in here. They rarely mention the biology of language, its sensory-motor roots. Our technique for exposing and becoming aware of the pathological aspects of verbalizing is, as with other functions, to regard it first of all as an existent activity. This applies whether the words are spoken aloud or whether they are merely thought, that is, occur as subvocal speech. Speaking aloud comes first, that is how a child is taught the language, but one can later put this publicly acquired language to private use as thinking. As such, in the integrated personality, thinking is a useful, active instrumentality in handling the complex relationships of aware need, imagined means of fulfillment, and the overt behavior that makes concrete what has been imagined. Most adults, however, look upon thinking as independent and prior. It is easy to think, but hard to express the thoughts. This is due to a secondary block, one's fear of how others will react to one's thoughts if they are voiced. Once a person gets to speaking at a good pace, warms up to his subject, loses the fear of committing himself, and stops rehearsing his statements before uttering them, it becomes obvious that, when there is nothing to fear, speech and thought are identical. In order to integrate our verbal and thinking existence, we must become aware of it. The means of orientation with regard to speaking is listening. Listen to your own production of words in company. If you have an opportunity, have your voice recorded. You will be surprised, perhaps chagrined, at how it sounds. The more your concept of yourself differs from your actual personality, the more unwilling you will be to recognize your voice as your own. Next, recite aloud a poem that you know, and once again listen to yourself. Do not interfere by trying to speak more loudly, clearly, or expressively. Just repeat the recitation, however it comes, and listen until you can feel the integration of speaking and listening. Next, recite the same poem internally in your mind. By now it should be easy to hear yourself saying it. Also, in doing your ordinary reading, listen to yourself reading subvocally. At first this will slow you up and make you impatient, but before long you will be able to listen as quickly as you can read, and the practice will vastly improve your memory by increasing your contact with the material read. Finally, begin to listen to your subvocal thinking. At first, when listened to, you as the internal speaker will go dumb, but after a while the babbling will start up again. You will hear incoherent, crazy bits of sentences floating around. If this produces too great anxiety, talk to yourself deliberately a little. I am now listening to myself. I don't know what to think. I shall do the now I am aware experiment silently. Yes, it sounds just as it did aloud. Now I have forgotten to listen. Etc. Notice the modulation of your internal voice. Is it angry, wailing, complaining, bombastic? Do you harangue? Does your voice sound childish? Does it go on pedantically explaining matters in detail even after the meaning has been grasped? Persist until you get the feeling of the integration, the going together, the belonging together of listening and talking. This internal dialogue is what Socrates called the essence of thinking. If you can come to feel the functional unity of the talking and listening, your thinking will become much more expressive. At the same time, the part of your thinking that is not expressing anything, that is simply like gears which were around without meshing and pulling a load, will tend to disappear. In your ordinary conversation and that of your companions, take note of the number and kind of supernumerary expressions, don't you think, right, well. Maybe, you know, I mean, as well as meaningless grunts, all of which serve only to prevent the slightest amount of silence in the vocal flow. Once you have observed these face savers and pleaders for attention, they will begin to vanish from your speech and leave it smoother and more to the point. When you have mastered internal listening, proceed to the decisive step, the production of internal silence. This is very difficult. Most people cannot endure even external silence. Do not mistake internal silence for blankness, trance, cessation of mind. Only talking and listening are in abeyance, all other awareness persists. Try to keep internally silent, to refrain from subvocal talking, yet remain awake and aware. At first you will be able to do this for no more than a few seconds at a time, for the thinking will obsessively start up again. So, to begin with, be content simply to notice the difference between internal silence and talking, but let them alternate. An excellent way to do this is to coordinate them with your breathing. Try to be without words while you inhale. Then, on the exhalation, let whatever words have formed speak themselves subvocally. If you are alone, you will find it helpful to say the words in a way that is intermediate between vocal and subvocal, that is, whisper them. If you persist in your performance of this experiment, what you visualize will become brighter, your body sensations more definite, your emotions clearer, for the attention and energy used up in pointless talking will now be invested in these simpler and more basic functions. Poetry, the art of expressive speech, resides in the ability to maintain silent awareness of need, image, feeling, memory, at the very time that the words are welling up, so that, instead of being banal stereotypes, the words when uttered are plastically adapted to a richly experienced figure. Such words express what had a nonverbal beginning. Listen to and interpret your subvocal speaking, its rhythm, tone, catchphrases. To whom are you speaking? For what purpose? Are you badgering and nagging? Cajoling? Do you turn the phrases as if you were holding back something, you know not what? Are you trying to impress? Is your thinking tentative and bewildered? Is it a bluff? Do you admire the way the words roll along? Is there always an audience? Much of what you customarily feel as evaluation and moral judgment is your subvocal speaking in such internal dramatic situations. If you can stop the internal talking and maintain internal silence, you will arrive at a simpler appreciation of the facts and your reactions to them. We shall now quote a few comments from students about this experiment on verbalizing. Most reported disappointment with the sound of their recorded voices, for it was higher, thinner, less forceful, and so on, than had been supposed. A few, however, were agreeably surprised. The significance of this experienced discrepancy was, in several cases, strongly disputed. That people's conception of self differs from their actual personality, I would agree, but inability to accept one's recorded voice as one's own is no measure of this. What about the fact that the more one comes to hear one's recorded voice, the more one comes to recognize it as sounding like one's own voice? Are we to gather that this would mean that one's concept of self was coming to be more nearly like one's actual personality? I think not. Although the above quotation concerns a relatively minor issue, let us briefly consider it. One can distort an indicator when it points to something that is unwelcome. If a man stepped on a scale to weigh himself, disliked the figure at which the pointer stopped, and then, to correct matters, bent the pointer, this would certainly not constitute a valid gain or loss in weight, but, provided he could in addition blot out awareness of the fact that he had worked directly on the indicator rather than on what it indicated, he could fool himself into believing that what he had disliked had now been corrected. If, after the initial shock of hearing one's recorded voice, one rationalizes about the differences in bone conduction of sound versus air conduction, the imperfections of the recording medium, etc., one can readily reconcile himself to the travesty that the recording instrument makes of what he still believes to be his true voice. Nevertheless, to come to accept one's recorded voice as actually one's own does, at least in some degree, bring closer together one's self-conception and one's actual personality. Listening to subvocal speaking brought forth a variety of comments. There was a badgering quality to my subvocal tone. It seems as if I'm not really satisfied with things as they exist, and I'm forever at myself in an angry, snarling way. I became aware that I was not merely speaking to myself, but it was as if I were delivering long sermons to an invisible congregation. Some of it was nonsensical, didn't hang together logically, but all of it was in the same aggressive, forcefully persuasive manner that I find I consider necessary to good public speaking. It was slow and very deliberate. The attempt to produce internal silence aroused the greatest interest and diversity of reports. I find it utterly impossible to develop what you call internal silence. In fact, to be quite frank, I'm pretty sure that such a thing is impossible, and, if it's really true that you get people reporting that they attain it, are you quite sure they aren't just pulling your leg? I succeeded in maintaining internal silence for short intervals, but it was boring and a complete waste of time. This is a momentary, unnatural state of affairs because the thought intrudes that one must return to normal activity because there are things that have to be attended to and accomplished which are of interest and consequence. In trying to achieve inner silence, I feel my throat muscles getting so tense that I feel I have to stop this silly business or I'll scream. I found that keeping internally silent made me very nervous and restless. After doing it for about 3 minutes, I was nearly ready to jump out of the window. It reminded me of the child's game of seeing who could stay underwater longest. The internal silence experiment is something I can't take. It was as if I wasn't breathing and I gasped for breath to be out of it. But I know it is this lack of internal silence that keeps me awake for a couple of hours every night after I go to bed. This inner voice keeps droning on and won't stop. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I hadn't really expected to be able to produce any complete silence and was all the more pleased, though puzzled, to see that after all it was possible and that it created a delightful, somehow complete feeling. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This is amazing. I can do it only for short stretches, but when I manage it, it is really wonderful, and what a relief from all that incessant, internal jabbering. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I can't keep from talking with one or more inner voices at once. This silence that I'm after happens for a duration that I really can't reckon, but it's practically no time at all. Then what happens is that I start making notes on my mental scratch pad, that is, I start rehearsing a competent description of when and why the silence breaks, and this, of course, constitutes a break in itself. For instance, first there's silence. Then I notice the sound of rain and a label sneaks into the silence, rain. Mental scratchpad makes a note that the first thing to creep in was the name of something, and very soon the whole business deteriorates into my usual subvocal ranting. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I had no luck at all with internal silence until last Sunday when I was walking in the park with my husband. For a while I was not preoccupied with the usual troubles which clutter up my mind. Suddenly I pinched the poor man and exclaimed, "It happened." This, of course, ended the silence, but, for quite a while, without any thinking, I had been experiencing the landscape, the wind, the rhythm of walking, and other such things. If this is the experience of internal silence, to call it wonderful is understatement. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The most exciting and difficult experiment was my attempts to produce inner silence. Most of the time I did not succeed, but on occasions when I did for a few seconds I was amazed at the result, which was a feeling of tremendous potential power and relaxation. Unfortunately, as soon as a few seconds had passed, I began to speak internally about this very success, which, of course, immediately sabotaged it. Experiment 9, Integrating Awareness. If you have seriously worked through the preceding experiments on body sensations, emotions, and verbalizing, you may already begin to feel more alive and more spontaneously expressive. We hope you are gradually recognizing that much of the constant effort you supposed necessary to hold yourself together is actually unnecessary. You do not fall apart, go to pieces, or act crazy, if you let up on your deliberate holding back, forcing attention, constant thinking and active interference with the trends of your behavior. Instead, your experience begins to cohere and to organize into more meaningful wholes. This, in contrast with forced, deliberate, pseudo-integration, contrived and maintained by determined suppression of some behavior and effortful squeezing out of other responses, is genuine self-integration. When you relinquish your determination to make your behavior fit the arbitrary, more or less fixed pattern that you have taken over from the authorities, aware need and spontaneous interest come to the surface and reveal to you what you are and what it is appropriate for you to do. This is your nature, the very core of your vitality. Energy and attention have gone into forcing yourself, because of a mistaken feeling of oughtness, along lines that run counter to your healthy interests. To the extent that you regain and redirect this energy, the areas of restored vitality will progressively increase. It is nature that cures natura sanit. A wound heals or a bone knits by itself. There is nothing the physician can do but to clean the wound or set the bone. It is the same with your personality. Every method ordinarily used in psychotherapy is, as single and isolated, relevant, but also inadequate. Since physical and social environment, body, emotion, thinking, speech, all exist in a unitary functioning that is the total organism/environment process, to give attention to any one of these components is appropriate for promoting personality integration. Those methods that abstract from the living unity one of these parts and concentrate on it more or less exclusively, for example, on the body sensations and muscular tensions, or on the interpersonal relationships, or on emotional training, or on semantics, should in the long run prove efficacious. Even if the method limits itself to a part, the effects tend to spread through the total unity of functioning. But it is reasonable to conclude that such partial methods, since they have the status of being merely abstractions from the concrete actuality, are in isolation not the essence of therapy, but only various approaches with therapeutic intent. The danger in the use of any one of them exclusively is that the effects will not spread sufficiently to those areas which the particular method neglects. If any partial approach is pursued, in isolation from the others, the unaware resistance in other components of total functioning will increase to such a degree as either to make further progress in the selected approach impossible unless or until other kinds of material are admitted, or else to achieve a cure in terms of a new, arbitrary pattern. This will be whatever the therapeutic authority sets up as a model, for instance, the spontaneous physical man, or the adjusted personality, or the psycho-person, or whatnot. Since you are working with the concrete actuality and not merely with an abstracted version of yourself, fitting yourself to one of the Procrustean beds is not the maximum that you can achieve. Have you thus far begun to develop a feeling for, and an acceptance of, the unitary functioning of the organism/environment field? Can you begin spontaneously, not just on the basis of verbal logic, to see, for instance, the interconnectedness of the human sciences, biology, sociology, psychology, anthropology, linguistics, and so on, and, likewise, of the arts? Our experiments so far have given special attention to various areas of your experience. Since these areas, when separately considered, are abstractions from your total functioning, let us now work on shifting from one area to another and note that, as you shift, your situation remains the same but that you express yourself differently, depending on which aspect of the situation receives your attention. On the basis of whatever awareness you now have, try to form sentences that, with more or less adequacy, express the same situation successively in terms of the body, the feelings, the speech habit, the social relations. As an example, I am clenching my jaw and tensing my fingers. In other words, I am angry, but not letting much of my anger express itself. In other words, my voice has a quivering edge but is soft and restrained. In other words, in our society the possibility of continued contact among persons depends on certain limitations of overt behavior. Each of these formulations is a relevant and essential insight into the living situation. Practice passing easily from one to another, for this will deepen and broaden your orientation with respect to where you are and what to do. We quote a few excerpts from students' reports to give some notion of the range of reactions to this experiment on shifting. My greatest disappointment with myself in the experiments is that I have thus far been unable to make spontaneous interrelations of the various functions. I have been able to reconstruct all my reactions to a given situation in retrospect, but never at the time they were occurring. I can only say that I have confidence that by continuing the experimenting I will eventually achieve the desired integration of function. ******. This so-called experiment is ridiculous. All this verbal ritualism contributes nothing. Awareness is too sharp, acute, and complex a thing to be expressed in these quite likely fallacious in other word sequences. To say one thing is not to say another. This is a hopeless technique for expressing different aspects or facets of the total awareness. It only distracts and corrupts. Having worked through all the experiments so far, I do feel a certain amount of self-integration and aliveness. It is a good feeling. I feel I am just beginning to get a feeling of what's really going on. I'm beginning to feel some sense of what it is to live as a part of the world. As far as being able to integrate the various areas is concerned, it will take a lot more work. If the material were presented with more understanding of the difficulties of the layman and with a clearer presentation of just what is required, I think it would be more beneficial. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There must be something I've missed. I can't feel an integrating awareness. It's as though I don't want to, as though I were trying very hard to avoid it, to escape from it, not face it. Why? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I honestly think my experience begins to cohere in more meaningful wholes. As a matter of fact, there's no doubt about it at all, but for some obscure reason I'm reluctant to admit that you've helped me. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Recently I've several times felt the rare elation associated with a sudden functional unity, the elation of dawning awareness, and this sudden insight when it has come has made me all the more anxious to continue with these experiments. My original doubts about putting any trust in your procedures are gradually fading away. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This experiment was fascinating, partly because the results were so different from what I had expected after reading the instructions. After doing the previous experiments I thought that just putting them together would be simple. Actually, it took a lot of practice. But what I came up with was this: when you talk about shifting from one area to another, it's not really a shift. For instance, when I formed sentences that would differentiate, say, the body situation from the feeling situation, I found that they are the same. The body, no less than the feelings and the speech habit, is a part of something, it's an integral part of a functioning something. And when one is able to give his attention to the different aspects of the same situation, then all the aspects combine to produce the total felt meaning of the situation. What you've done here, without saying so, is to give us the very same experiment as number 4, only this time the unity to be differentiated, instead of being a painting or a piece of music, is to be ourself. Volume 2 Chapter 4. Directed Awareness. Experiment 10. Converting confluence into contact. Thus far, in developing awareness technique, we have limited ourselves to helping you to improve the orientation of yourself with respect to environment and physical organism. We have worked on the senses, fantasies, and memories, pains and body sensations. Awareness has been indirect, in the sense that we were not asking you to seek anything in particular, but only to notice and acknowledge anything and everything that caught the attention. We come now to directed awareness, in which we narrow and sharpen our focus in an attempt to single out and become aware of particular blocks and blind spots. To do this, more stress must be laid on the self's manipulation of the body and environment. Your problem is to become aware of how you yourself manipulate yourself and your world. More attention must be given to the motor, specifically the muscular, system. As you approach what is hard to observe, you will have to facilitate and manipulate figure/ground processes through active use of your muscles. It is reasonable to correlate orientation with the sensory system and movement and manipulation with the muscular system. This is the usual distinction between receptor and effector function. It is important to remember, however, that in all healthy behavior, senses and muscles work in functional unity. For instance, seeing is impossible without continual small movements of the eyes. Similarly, the spastic who has lost proprioception from his limbs and can execute none but the crudest and most graceless of movements, still draws on a good deal of sensory experience, gravitational pulls, directional cues, and so on. Despite this genuine functional unity of senses and muscles, to approach our problems with initial emphasis placed on sensory orientation offers a tactical advantage. What we merely notice and register requires no conspicuous muscular action on our part and does not attract the attention of others. It is, rather, in the big, overt movements that we make in our environment that we run our greatest risks of incurring humiliation, suffering embarrassment, or in various ways bringing down punishment on ourselves. It is, therefore, easier and more sensible to work first to improve our orientation. But once we have a certain confident awareness of where we are, we can begin to move our muscles and, without unbearable anxiety, feel that we do in our larger actions. Also, In working initially with orientation and then with manipulation, we retrace in proper order the steps by which symptoms and blocks have developed. What usually has happened is that, first, as a child we inhibited overt muscular approaches and expressions when they made too much trouble for us in our social environment. Gradually we became unaware that we were deliberately inhibiting them. In other words, since their suppression was chronic and the situation held no promise of changing in a fashion that would render the suppression unnecessary, this suppression was transformed into repression. That is, by no longer holding our attention, it became unconscious. Then, since constriction of muscular action tends to constrict the senses and make them inefficient, we began to lose our orientation. In these experiments we reverse the process and sharpen our sense of where we are and what we feel. With some degree of orientation recovered we can then begin to regain ability to move about and manipulate ourselves and our environment constructively. We emphasize that in all types of activity, whether it be sensing, remembering, or moving, our blind spots and rigidities are in some aspect aware and not completely buried in an inaccessible unconscious. What is necessary is to give whatever aspect is aware more attention and interest so that the dim figure will sharpen and become clear against its ground. We can, at least, be aware that there is a blind spot, and, by working alternately on what we can see or remember and on the muscular manipulations by which we make ourselves blind, we can gradually dissolve the blocks to full awareness. Every healthy contact involves awareness and excitement. Every block conversely necessitates the performance of actual work to prevent contact. This work consists precisely of manipulating one's orientation, that is, limiting or distorting receptor functions, in such a fashion that figure ground does not form and, instead of there arising these two differentiated parts of the field, what would be figure and what would be ground simply flow together indistinguishably. In other words, there is confluence, the condition to which we devote ourselves in the present experiment. If, despite all efforts to counteract it, figure/ground tends to form anyway, the process will be accompanied by its usual excitement. This poses an additional problem in the prevention of contact, since it is not intended to apply the energy in the excitement as would be the natural next step in making and living through the contact, it must be suppressed. Suppression of excitement produces the breathing difficulty that is anxiety, the problem to be dealt with in our next experiment. A sensing and the object sensed, an intention and its realization, one person and another, are confluent when there is no appreciation of a boundary between them, when there is no discrimination of the points of difference or otherness that distinguish them. Without this sense of boundary, the sense of something other to be noticed, approached, manipulated, enjoyed, there can be no emergence and development of the figure/ground, hence no awareness, hence no excitement, hence no contact. It is only where confluence is maintained as a means of preventing contact that it is unhealthy. After contact has been achieved and lived through, confluence has an entirely different meaning. At the end of any successful experience, one that is not interrupted but allowed to complete itself, there is always a confluence of energy or energy-producing materials. For example, when food has been savored, chewed, and swallowed, one is no longer aware of it. The contact functions have finished their work. Whatever novel operations were necessary to make this particular food assimilable are finished, and the further work can be handed over to the standard, automatic and unaware digestive apparatus that has phylogenetically evolved. The stored energy of the food is assimilated literally, made similar to what is already present in the tissues and organs of the body. It is no longer foreign, different, but has been naturalized. It is now new strength added to the resources of the organism. It and the organism flow together, that is, what was food and what was organism are now in confluence. The process of acquiring new knowledge has exactly the same form. What is new must attract attention by its being different from what one already knows, and must excite interest as something to be accepted, rejected, or partly accepted and partly rejected. It may be a potential extension of one's existing knowledge, or possibly a replacement or substitute for something one has hitherto believed. To assimilate it, one must inspect it, try it for fit, work it over, and to some extent work oneself over. In this way the already known and the new knowledge are actually assimilated to each other. The range and scope of what one can understand and do are thereby increased. If assimilation is not carried through to completion, one may accept the new knowledge on a tentative basis as something to be applied in such and such circumstances. With complete assimilation the knower and his knowledge are one. There is no application of knowledge to a situation, like ointment to a wound or cold cream to the face, but only the person in action. The person and his knowledge are in healthy confluence. Should a way of thinking, believing, or doing which one has fully assimilated come later on any grounds to seem inefficient or be challenged by something that offers itself as possibly more adequate, it will raise a problem, come fully into awareness again, be worked through once more, and then be reaffirmed, modified, or discarded in favor of what proves itself to be better. It is only what one has been told he should believe, only what one has felt compelled to accept as what he ought to do, in other words, what one has not fully accepted as his own and assimilated to himself, that one feels himself unable to question, even though all present circumstances warrant it. Too much guilt and anxiety would be roused if he thus interrupted his confluence with the authorities. Pathological confluence is the situation where component parts, previously differentiated and separated from each other, have been brought together and then kept together by being isolated from the play of further experience. This binds the energy, literally ties up the actual and potential activity of both parts in a way that makes them of no further functional use to the organism. Consider, for example, the structure of some chronic inhibition. Suppose one inhibits sobbing by deliberate contraction of the diaphragm, and this becomes habitual and unaware. Then the organism loses both activities, that is, the man who manipulates his functioning in this way can neither sob nor breathe freely. Unable to sob, he never releases and gets finished with his sadness, he cannot even properly remember what loss he is sad about. The tendency to sob and the contraction of the diaphragm against sobbing form a single stabilized battle line of activity and counteractivity, and this perpetuated warfare is isolated from the rest of the personality. The task of psychotherapy, obviously, is to bring back the boundary of demarcation, the awareness of the parts as parts, and, in the specific instance, of the parts as consisting of crying and diaphragm contraction. Crying is a genuine need of a human organism that has sustained loss. Aggression against crying, in this instance, tightening of the diaphragm, has become a need only through the establishment of confluence with the authorities who say big boys don't cry. To dissolve the inhibition requires that the confluent, bound energy of the opposed parts be again differentiated into sobbing and aggression against sobbing, that the conflict be revived under present, more favorable circumstances, and that it be resolved. The resolution must include not just one but both sides of the conflict. The sadness will be released by crying it out once and for all. The aggression against sobbing, contrary to one's own natural functioning, will be redirected outward against anti-biological authorities. Useful habit sets attention free for what is novel and interesting. There would certainly be no point in making wholesale changes in one's ways of doing things simply to demonstrate ability to change. However, many of our habits were not freely developed and are not maintained because of their efficiency, but are confluences with someone who taught them to us, with a model of some sort, or with some abstract conception of duty, propriety, or utility. We take for granted that they were spontaneously acquired, but any attempt to change them brings us up against resistances so strong as to be unmistakable evidence of unhealthy confluence. Notice some of your habits: the way you dress, the way you brush your teeth, the way you open or close a door, the way you bake a cake. If they do not seem as efficient as they could be, or if some alternative seems just as good and has the advantage of offering variety, try to change. What happens? Do you take pleasure in learning the new way? Or do you encounter strong resistances? Does changing some item in your usual schedule throw off the rest of your routine? What happens if you watch someone perform a task similar to one of your own? Do you get annoyed, irritated, indignant at small variations from your own procedure? Shortly after awakening in the morning, one slips into a feeling tone that is habitual and a sequence of actions that unquestionably neutralize much of one's available attention and energy. Before arising, think of feeling or acting differently. Do not make resolutions to be grimly carried through, but simply visualize in a vivid way the execution of some simple and easily practicable alterations in your usual routine. Persons who live in unhealthy confluence with one another do not have personal contact. This, of course, is a common blight of marriages and long friendships. The parties to such confluence cannot conceive of any but the most momentary difference of opinion or attitude. If a discrepancy in their views becomes manifest, they cannot work it out to a point of reaching genuine agreement or else agreeing to disagree. No, they must either restore the disturbed confluence by whatever means they can or else flee into isolation. The latter may emphasize sulking, withdrawing, being offended, or in other ways putting the brunt upon the other to make up, or, despairing of restoring the confluence, it may take the form of hostility, flagrant disregard, forgetting, or other ways of disposing of the other as an object of concern. To restore interrupted confluence, one attempts to adjust oneself to the other or the other to oneself. In the first case, one becomes a yes man, tries to make up, frets about small differences, needs proofs of total acceptance, one effaces his own individuality, propitiates, and becomes slavish. In the other case, where one cannot stand contradiction, one persuades, bribes, compels or bullies. When persons are in contact, not in confluence, they not only respect their own and the other's opinions, tastes, and responsibilities, but actively welcome the animation and excitement that come with the airing of disagreements. Confluence makes for routine and stagnation, contact for excitement and growth. To be sure, there may be a healthy confluence in marriages and old friendships when it means the secure taking for granted of the other as like oneself. But this assumption must prove itself, as must any other healthy habit, by its flexible utility in fostering satisfaction and growth. A most important case of personal confluence is unaware identification. All social solidarity depends on identifications with our intimates, our vocational roles, party, language, etc. They constitute the we that enlarges the I. Like anything that is assimilated, identifications become unaware, and they are healthy only if, should occasion arise, they can again be noticed and then be once more affirmed or else modified or discarded. Consider as many of your traits as you can: speech, dress, general behavior, and ask yourself from whom you acquired them by imitation. From friends? From enemies? If you approve of a trait, can you feel grateful to the source? Interpersonal confluence is an instance of trance or hypnosis. We are all suggestible in this way, but the safeguard is the availability of the suggestion to awareness and the ability to evaluate the emotional attachment to the other person. Observe your reaction at a movie or play. Notice how, unaware, you identify with the characters. With which characters? Are there characters with whom you find it hard to identify? Ability to evoke such identifications from the audience is crucial to an artwork's success in establishing its reality, that is to say, its illusion of reality. Popularity of the work stems largely from this. Yet works of art that accomplish only this have no great value, for it is a cheap experience to drain off emotions by habitual channels, whether real or fantasied. An art experience is worth your while only if it leads you to a difficult identification, some possibility in yourself different from what is customary in action or wish, a larger vision or a subtler analysis. Furthermore, since from the standpoint of the serious artist, the handling, style, and technique are of highest importance, remember that you cannot grasp this by simply sinking into the characters but only by concentrating on how they are being created. As you become aware of the style along with your awareness of the characters and plot, you will be identifying with the artist and will share something of his joy of creation. Before concluding this discussion of confluence, we should like to have you consider guilt and resentment as symptoms of disturbed confluence. If a confluence between persons A and B is interrupted, A will think that either he or B interrupted it, and is, therefore, guilty. If he feels that he himself has done it, then he must make restitution to B in order to restore the confluence, but if he regards B as guilty, then he feels resentment, feels that B has to pay him something, which may range from an apology to a willingness to accept punishment. In German, should means either guilt or debt. To apologize is sich entschuldigen to indebt or guilt oneself. The aim of these inconclusive attitudes of nagging oneself or nagging the other party, guilt and resentment, is to restore the upset balance and mend the intolerable situation of broken confluence. What is avoided in such cases is actual contact with the other person as a person, whether this contact were to take the form of an explosion of anger, a generous act of understanding and forgiveness, enjoying the other's pleasure, being frank about oneself, or any one of a number of other actions that would be possible and appropriate if first consideration were not given to slavish restoration of the status quo. Notice with whom you feel guilty or resentful. Would the same action rouse the same feeling if performed by another person? Now consider your other relationships to this person. How much do you assume is taken for granted that is perhaps by this person not taken for granted? Do you want to change the status quo? Then, instead of nagging yourself with guilt or resentment, think of ways of enlarging the area of contact. The guilty and the resentful are, for the most part, clingers. They hang on. Such persons fear that, should a particular confluence be broken, then, no matter how contactless and unnourishing this emotional tie has actually been, they will be utterly and irredeemably starved. Many students regard the invitation to notice their habits as sheer nonsense, being quite certain that they have experimented with various ways of performing a task and then chosen the one most efficient and desirable. Why bother, then, to try something else as an alternative, since it is sure to mean loss of time and inconvenience? Several point to the tragic fate of the centipede which stopped to consider which leg came after which. A few went through several customary performances in an uncustomary way, found this possible, and thereupon concluded that they were not a slave to habit. Others varied all the way from the admission that slight changes in routine in shaving, for instance, were irritating, to bewildered confession that in some quite ordinary activities they couldn't diverge by one iota without getting considerably upset. One man found that he could introduce novelties into his behavior only at the price of feeling very unlucky. He discovered, furthermore, that many of his interpersonal relations were strained by his need to conceal the extent of his superstitiousness. With respect to his lucky daily route, he said, "If someone else is with me and wants to go a different way, I force myself to go his way because I wouldn't want him to know that I believe so helplessly in good and bad luck. But, although I've known that when I do this, that is, go the other fellow's way, I feel miserable and mad at myself, I never realized until now that I get mad at the other fellow and feel that he owes me a lot for my willingness to go his way when I secretly feel it's unlucky for me." Some say that they can with complete equanimity watch others do things in a way contrary to their own. Others feel annoyed or anxious. We quote a few examples. "My wife was ironing one of my shirts, a practice with which I myself am not unfamiliar. But of course when I iron a shirt, I don't use the same care and patience as she. My system stresses speed and, as a result, I got annoyed after watching her for a while, as if I could feel myself straining in an attempt to push the iron faster. I take pride in my proficiency in driving a car, but I'm very rigid about it. It has made me quite intolerant of other drivers either in my car or in theirs. I'm irritated when any fellow driver on the road violates any rule which I myself follow, even though the violation involves no hazard to me or anyone else. My wife incenses me highly if she deviates even slightly from what I consider proper technique, such as staying in low gear for a fraction of a second longer than I would. I'm beginning to realize that I frequently experience anxiety when an alternative course of action is offered me. I have what amounts to a compulsion to close doors that I find someone has left open. If I try to ignore these doors, I sit in agony, restless until the door is shut. I've attempted to ignore this, but I can't. the discomfort of getting up to close a door is much less than that of waiting until someone else sooner or later does it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm very disturbed when people do a job in a way different from the way I do it. I'm sure they're going to botch it. This feeling is so strong that I have to go someplace where I can't see what they're doing, or, if I stay there, I have to tell them how to do it, and sometimes I even take it right out of their hands and do it myself. A more extended statement goes as follows. I find that I'm a slave to my concept of efficiency. It has been my lifelong habit to reduce all necessary actions to systems of habits, presumably so that I'll have more time for the serious business of thinking. Since studying the literature on psychotherapy, I have, of course, become aware of the mechanism of compulsive tidiness, and I have managed to rid myself of a good many habits which had become inappropriate and ritualistic. In the present experiment, I have tried changing my habits even when I was convinced that the habit was the most efficient possible. This does create anxiety. Awareness that the new procedure is an experiment and can be abandoned at any time alleviates the feeling of uneasiness to a degree, but my superego keeps bothering my ego until we do something about it. In the case of observing others performing tasks which I do in a certain stylized manner, I am indeed disturbed when they go off the beam. I find it most difficult to keep from coaching them, even when their actions do not affect me and when unsought advice would be resented. I usually resort to fantasy for relief. Stupid bastard isn't worth fooling with. Far from feeling bound to any fixed routine in their daily life, a few reported a deplorable lack of any regular and effort-saving system for handling routine matters. With regard to the experiment of imagining, while still lying in bed, feeling or acting differently, some declare that when they first wake up they are much too sleepy to do anything of this sort. Others state that the seemingly small changes that result may make quite a difference in their day. For years I've tried to make myself get up a little earlier so that there wouldn't be this exasperating last-minute rush to get off to work. Last week, instead of turning off the alarm and snoozing for 15 more minutes, one morning I lay there and visualized what would happen if I renounced this small luxury. It wouldn't make any appreciable difference in my total amount of sleep, and it would give me a chance to start the day without pressure. The funny thing that happened, when I looked at it this way, was that I didn't feel that I had to make myself do it, but, instead, I wanted to do it. The result has been that I don't feel rushed, I'm less groggy all morning, and much more relaxed. Most persons admitted to identifying rather fully with some particular character type in movies or plays. Those who identified themselves with the hero or heroine assumed that everyone else did this too, but there were many who preferred to imagine themselves the underdog, the top dog, the saintly, the sinful, regardless of whether their preferred role was that of the hero or not. One man stoutly affirmed, "I'm always but always the villain." Except for bits of outstanding behavior, few were aware of having copied personality traits from others. One striking bit of behavior that I know I've imitated from my father is that of being the sage, the solver of other people's problems, the one friends rely on to fix things. I'm uneasy about this, because I don't believe it rests on sound foundations, that is, I don't have this understanding of all kinds of problems. While I get true pleasure from helping close friends where I can, and so does my father, I don't feel grateful to him for teaching me to be the center of the troubles of all and sundry. In connection with guilt and resentment, our suggestion to think of ways of enlarging the area of contact brought forth a chorus of impatient questions on how to go about doing this. A few, on the other hand, reported that they had started enlarging the area of contact. Recently I had some trouble with my girl. For once I put my pride in my back pocket and enlarged the area of contact by a frank discussion of my grievance. Presto, she stopped kicking me. Another said, "For the last 13 years my relations with my parents have been strained. I don't enjoy being with them, and usually I manage to make myself so unpleasant that they surely can get little enjoyment out of being with me. I feel resentment, primarily because I think they've been too strict. Probably I feel guilty, too, but this I'm not aware of. I don't know whether they sense my animosity, but I assume they still love me in spite of my rebellious behavior. I do respect them, for they have many fine qualities. I've never mentioned my feelings to them. By God, I think I will. It can't make matters worse. If I were to air how I feel, the worst thing that could happen would be to bring my war out into the open where it could be waged more intelligently. And we might even come to a better understanding and find that we have much more in common than I now let myself believe. It's certainly worth a try. In the light of these experiments, my behavior at present is silly, childish, and unadaptive. I hope my present enthusiasm for this long overdue project lasts, for I won't be able to put it into operation until I see my folks a month from now. Experiment 11, Changing Anxiety into Excitement. Relief from guilt and anxiety has always been one of psychotherapy's chief ends. Guilt we have discussed as a function of confluence, resentment is the demand that the other person feel guilty. Both constitute a resistance to contact, awareness, and differentiation. They are a clinging to the object in isolation from the rest of experience. Both pervade all neurosis. Anxiety is the neurotic symptom par excellence. Even if the person does not feel it because it is repressed, it will manifest itself to anyone with an eye for it in such signs as restlessness, increased pulse, or impaired breathing. Since therapists encounter it as the basic symptom in all patients, they have theorized about it ad infinitum. Birth trauma, choking by the mother's large breast, converted libido, inhibited aggression, the death wish, all these and others have seemed to one theorizer or another to be the central phenomenon in anxiety. With respect to certain striking cases, perhaps each theory is correct, but what they have in common has been overlooked. It is a very simple psychosomatic event. Anxiety is the experience of breathing difficulty during any blocked excitement. It is the experience of trying to get more air into lungs immobilized by muscular constriction of the thoracic cage. We use the term excitement to cover the heightened energy mobilization that occurs whenever there is strong concern and strong contact, whether erotic, aggressive, creative, or whatever. In excitement there is always an upsurge in the metabolic process of oxidizing stored food substances, and hence an imperious need for more air. The healthy organism responds in simple fashion by increasing the rate and amplitude of breathing. The neurotic, on the other hand, invariably attempts to control excitement, and his chief method is to interfere with his breathing. He attempts to create the illusion for himself and others of being unmoved, of remaining calm and collected, self-controlled. Instead of spontaneously deepening his breathing, both exhalation and inhalation, he deliberately tries to continue the breathing that was adequate before the excitement with its stepped-up oxidation rate. Then, in spite of himself, he narrows the chest to force exhalation, to rid the lungs of carbon dioxide, to create a vacuum into which fresh air can rush. Anxiety comes with the involuntary constriction of the chest. It develops in all situations, neurotic or otherwise, where the organism is deprived of adequate oxygen. It is, thus, not in itself a symptom of the neurosis, but it occurs in neurosis as an emergency measure produced by the conflict between strong excitement and fearful self-control. Anxiety and fear are to be sharply distinguished, yet the connection usually felt between them is easily understood. Fear is experienced with respect to some formidable object in the environment which must be either tackled or avoided. Anxiety, on the other hand, is an intra-organism experience without direct reference to eternal objects. To be sure, the excitement of fear, if suppressed, produces anxiety, but so does the suppression of any other excitement. It is a fact that many situations give rise to fear, but in our society no strong person wishes to reveal fear by panting or gasping, and this establishes the close connection between fear and anxiety. A pleasant prospect may be accompanied by anxiety when, for instance, we say we are breathless with anticipation. The anxiety occurs when we try to rein in the excitement within the limits of decorum. This is what Freud called instinct anxiety, caused precisely by over-controlling necessary functions of the organism. Another frequent instance of non-fearful anxiety is stage fright. The audience is not something to be actually tackled or avoided, and it presents no real danger unless it is the tomato-throwing kind. The actor is keyed up with excitement, without which his performance would be frigid and lifeless. Once he has overcome his breathing difficulty, he warms up and enjoys the excitement. Before the performance begins, he may generally be seen pacing restlessly up and down. While this is better than standing still, what would be more profitable would be to exhale deeply and gasp. The complication of this situation by self-consciousness is a matter that we must discuss later, but essentially it involves the actor's apprehensiveness that something will go awry, that he will give a bad performance and thus interrupt the confluence between himself as the actual performer and his ideal of himself as someone who never lets the audience down. Although any anxiety will have its particular quality, determined by what kind of excitement is being blocked, most often, as we said before, anxiety is toned with fear. Since sexual and aggressive excitement are especially dangerous and punishable, the fearful control of such excitement in various ways interferes with normal breathing. To control a burst of rage or angry shouting, one holds one's breath. This has the double function of denying the excitement its fuel, oxygen, and also of choking back what would be expressed if one permitted free exhalation. During masturbation or intercourse, one may, for the sake of concealment or in shame of one's animality, suppress excited, noisy breathing. The pompous He-Man chest, symptomatic of the need to exhibit a powerful torso, gives insufficient air, for, fearful that this facade will collapse since there is nothing much behind it, one maintains it rigidly. In artificial concentration and staring, one holds one's breath as part of the suppression of the feared distractor. There is nothing pathological in the momentary arrest of respiration which occurs when a strong stimulus abruptly presents itself. Observations throughout the animal kingdom indicate that, suddenly alerted, an organism halts overt movements, including breathing. It is as if, when full attention is needed to orient oneself to what is novel, the very sounds and sense of muscular movement that go with breathing are sources of distraction. We try to get rid of these distractions, either by breathing more shallowly or by suspending breathing altogether for a few seconds. What is pathological is to extend this emergency behavior indefinitely. Breathing is not just inhaling, it is the full cycle of exhaling and inhaling. Under normal conditions, exhaling does not require effort, since it is simply letting go and allowing the muscles that lift the ribs and lower the diaphragm to relax. But exhalation is, of course, just as important as inhaling, for it cleanses and empties the lungs so that fresh air can enter. The amount of air that can be exhaled obviously depends on how much has been inhaled, and it is to the inhalation phase that health cultists give emphasis. If there is interest and excitement and physical exertion of a meaningful sort, depth of inhalation takes care of itself quite adequately without resort to artificial setting up exercises. Although unrestricted breathing dispels anxiety, the neurotic who suffers anxiety states simply cannot follow the advice to exhale and inhale, that is, simply to breathe. This is precisely what he cannot do, namely, breathe, for, unaware of what he is doing and therefore uncontrollably, he maintains against his breathing a system of motor tensions, such as tightening the diaphragm against tendencies to sob or express disgust, tightening the throat against tendencies to shriek, sticking out the chest to appear substantial, holding back the aggression of the shoulders, and a number of other things that we shall discuss later under retroflexion. He is utterly incapable of a complete, unforced exhalation. Instead, his breath comes out in uneven spurt staircase breathing, and it may stop, as if bumping into a wall, long before thorough emptying of the lungs. After hitting such a wall, he may then, by forced contraction, expel more air, but this is artificial and continues only as long as the deliberate effort. The cure of anxiety is necessarily indirect. One must find out what excitements one cannot at present accept as one's own. Since they arise spontaneously, they must be related to genuine needs of the organism. Ways must be discovered to fulfill these needs without jeopardizing other functions of the organism. One must also find out just how, by various patterns of muscular contraction, one arrests full exhalation. While, as stated, the cure of anxiety is roundabout, involving awareness of what the excitement would express and overcoming the resistances to accepting this as one's own. A partial relief of any given instance of anxiety can be obtained, paradoxically, by tightening even further the narrowness of the chest instead of resisting it. In other words, give in to and go along with the motor impulse that you feel. A basis for achieving deeper and more lasting relief from anxiety is presented in the next two experiments on muscular concentration and development. If you are prone to anxieties and aware of them, try out and confirm for yourself the suggestion made above. A student comments as follows. I have experienced one mild anxiety attack during the past 4 months. This was while studying for an exam in physiology. The harder I worked, the less I seemed to know. To fail the exam threatened my self-esteem unbearably. I tried the business of tightening my chest even more and practiced the exhalation suggestion. It seemed to help. At least, I was then able to reconcile myself to failing the test. My main point here is that I was able to think with greater perspective after I relieved the physical tension of not breathing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After reading about anxiety, I attempted to dispel my own anxieties when they arose in later situations by the breathing exercises mentioned. By freer exhalation, inhalation, relaxation of the diaphragm, etc., I was able to end the tautness and semi-paralysis of anxiety, leaving myself much freer to act and think in that situation. However, the anxiety invariably returned, since nothing was done to correct the originally provoking incident or stimulus. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I read the discussion of anxiety, I can't say I was very much impressed. I forgot all about it until I went for an interview a few days later, an interview that I was very much interested in having turn out well. During the time while I was kept waiting, I tried reading a magazine, but when I found I didn't know what I was reading, I realized I was displaying just those symptoms of anxiety that the experiment had described. I was breathing rapidly but very shallowly, and I was getting more and more keyed up every minute. So I tried breathing deeply. At first it was very difficult, because I actually rebelled against slowing down my breathing and taking it easy. However, I kept at it, and soon I could feel that I was getting a grip on myself. At the same time, I noticed that the cold perspiration that was standing out on my neck and arms was stopping. I felt less and less like a lamb about to be slaughtered and more like a person going in to have an interview with a man who was no less a human being than myself. I was truly amazed by discovering that I could do something about a thing that I had previously considered completely out of my control. A few misinterpreted entirely what had been said, as in the following statement. I'm not sure that deep breathing is the answer to anxieties. Of course it isn't. The breathing procedure of this experiment was introduced with the explicit statement that it was no magic cure-all but merely a means of obtaining relief from acute attacks, with permanent changes in anxiety proneness dependent on modification of the underlying basis, that is, on release of the blocked excitements. Breathing is related to anxiety, undoubtedly. But even now, as I breathe in and out, I still feel an overwhelming anxiety. I feel like crying, but I can't. I only gasp and feel myself tense all over. My hands clench and unclench, my lower jaw is tight, and I shrug my shoulders and think it can't be helped, I'll just have to make the best of it. I can feel everything that you say in your description of breathing, except exhalation is simply the effortless elastic return of ribs and muscles to the resting condition which preceded inhalation. My exhalation certainly is not effortless. It is as though I were pushing the breath out with strong resistance from some part of me, the breath ending in a suppressed sob. Funny, I had never noticed that before. Now I am trying to exaggerate that, and, much to my surprise, it does bring relief, just as you said it would. Also, when I have felt extremely keyed up, I have forced myself to breathe in and out, preferably outdoors, and have found that that helps too. Some prefer to keep their investigations of breathing in the anxiety situation at the verbal level. About this conception of anxiety, are you serious? It's a cute idea, but I don't know enough physiology to judge. Anyway, I would think a little evidence in order. A number of references could be given to relevant physiological researches. We are not in this work, however, attempting to say everything that is relevant to this subject, particularly where it would involve unnecessary technicalities. Instead, we are limiting ourselves, for the most part, to what you yourself can validate in terms of your own experience. On the present issue, if you discover in your own functioning that anxiety does indeed arise when excitement is blocked and, conversely, is dispelled if you can lift these self-imposed restrictions on breathing, what better evidence could you want? Whether you are at present aware of anxiety or not, we recommend that you begin to notice your breathing. Think of yourself and feel yourself as a breather. Remember that the very term psychology derives from a Greek word which came to mean soul after it had originally meant the vital breath. At first it will be simpler for you to notice the breathing of others, the rate, amplitude, irregularity, stoppages, the yawns, gasps, sighs, coughings, chokings, sniffs, sneezes, wheezings, and so on. Then, in your own breathing, see if you can differentiate the parts of this complicated process. Can you feel the air going into your nose, down through your throat and neck, into the bronchi? Can you feel your ribs spread apart as you inhale, the stretching of your back, the increase in the amount of space you occupy as you expand your chest? Can you feel exhalation as simply the effortless, elastic return of ribs and muscles to the resting condition that preceded inhalation? Yawning and stretching are usually associated with drowsiness. We yawn and stretch in the morning when not yet fully aroused from slumber or at night when tired and ready for sleep. Unless they are suppressed in the name of good manners, yawning and stretching occur spontaneously on many other occasions, for instance, when we are bored, but feel that we have to pay attention, or, on the other hand, when tensely alert, perhaps while waiting for an examination to begin or just before walking onto the stage or meeting someone. All these instances have this in common: the organism needs to limber itself up and to change the existing situation. To see yawning and stretching at their luxurious best, watch a cat that has just awakened from a siesta. It arches its back, extends to the utmost legs, feet and toes, drops its jaw, and all the while balloons itself up with air. Once it has swelled until it occupies its very maximum of space, it permits itself slowly to collapse, and then is ready for new business. The morning yawn and stretch restores working tonus to muscles gone slack during sleep. All other occasions for this vigorous puffing up and then subsiding are apparently spontaneous efforts of the organism to break loose from the constriction of deliberately holding something back. Not much yawning occurs at night if one can tumble into bed without delay. It is when one feels obliged to stay awake despite wanting to go to sleep that he is beset by a succession of yawns. Boredom is a state of suspense. In clock-watching situations one knows boredom will disappear as soon as one is set free and able to go about doing what he finds more interesting. In a situation where one is apparently free, but says, "I don't know what to do with myself," he is himself blocking his needs from coming through to awareness. In waiting for the examination to begin or for one's cue to go out on the stage, one is keyed up but must await the starting signal. All of these are situations of suppressed excitement. The suppression is achieved by contracting one's muscles, breathing shallowly, and thus immobilizing the organism. To eliminate this constriction, or at least to soften its severity, it is the spontaneous and healthy tendency of the organism to yawn and stretch. The suppression of this, too, has been enforced by those who, rightly or wrongly, assumed that such an action on the part of anyone indicated boredom with them. However, even if one still, in polite company, chooses to follow this tenet of good breeding, he can, at least on other occasions, make it a steadfast practice to yawn and stretch to his organism's delight. Make it a habit to yawn and stretch frequently. Take the cat as your model. When you start your yawn, let your jaw drop as if you were going to let it fall right off. Draw in fresh air as if you had to fill not just your lungs but your whole body. Let your arms, bent at the elbows, come up and push your shoulders back as far as they will go. At the peak of your stretch and your inhalation, let go and allow the built-up tensions to collapse. Volume 2 Chapter V. Part 2, Manipulating the Self. The modified situation. All experiments thus far have been concerned with becoming aware of processes that are basic to the integrated functioning of the human organism. They apply to everyone. Now we come to experiments dealing with processes that occur chronically only when the organism is malfunctioning. They are abnormal. It is their prevalence in a person's behavior that justifies calling him neurotic or psychotic. However, granted certain kinds of upbringing and certain life situations, they are inevitable. This is not equivalent to saying that since they are so common, we need not be concerned about them. Those writers of abnormal psychology textbooks who draw a sharp line between normal and abnormal reveal themselves to be confluent with the authorities, whose concept of normal is so impoverished as to be synonymous with conspicuously respectable. There is now nearly universal agreement that every person in our society has his neurotic trends, unresolved conflicts, or areas of maladjustment. Where the informed disagree is not with respect to the ubiquity of neurosis but in regard to what should or can be done about it. The orthodox Freudian, following hard upon what the master set down in Civilization and its discontents, resigns himself to repression as the price we must pay for civilization. Others, more optimistic as regards the long view, can, nevertheless, foresee nothing more hopeful than many generations of slow amelioration. Because of the lack of widely available therapeutic techniques and anything more than drop-in-the-bucket methods of social prophylaxis, they use pussyfooting manners of speech for fear of being, as they think, unduly alarmist and upsetting. Were a tested remedy at hand which could be applied wholesale, we may be sure that they would more frankly publicize the epidemic status of the disease. Still others, with messianic fervor, and this present work will not fail to be classified as such, bring forth from time to time some simple nostrum and say, do this, and the world is saved. A major problem for all forms of psychotherapy is to motivate the patient to do what needs to be done. He must return to unfinished business which he left unfinished in the past because it was so painful that he had to flee. Now, if he is encouraged to go back and finish it, it is still painful, it reactivates his misery, and from the short-run view, it is still to be avoided. How can he be kept at the task ultimately? How can he keep himself at the task when there is such a quantity of unpleasantness to live through? To this question no positive answer exists today for most persons. An unknown number, perhaps a majority, believe they would have no troubles if the world would just treat them right. A smaller contingent does have, at least at times, a vague recognition that they themselves are responsible for the ills that beset them, at any rate in part, but they lack techniques for coping with them other than the old threadbare resolutions to do better, or moral maxims. Or they displace problems from their true arena to a spurious one that allows a great show of busyness and suffices, at least, to let off steam. A very small number take their troubles to an expert, hopeful that some magic formula will be uttered and their personal devils exorcised. Of those who start treatment, most do not continue. Their cases are not discharged by the therapist but are self-terminated. Many, when magic is not forthcoming from one therapist, try another, then another, and another. Among myriad ways of expressing dissatisfaction with one's doctor, a very common one is to the effect, "He doesn't understand my case." Perhaps he does not, and there may be merit in shifting. But most patients, perhaps all, wish in some degree to prescribe to the therapist how he shall cure them, and this prescription does not include that they shall suffer in the process. For surgical and pharmacological forms of medical treatment the patient can be perfectly passive, and it is better if he is. He may receive an anesthetic and wake up with the operation over. The notion that treatment should be administered to a passive patient generalizes to notions of how it ought to be possible to cure a neurosis. The latter, however, is not organic but functional. While the patient is not so naive as to suppose there can literally be surgical removal of his symptoms, he is likely to feel that little more should be necessary on his own part than to bring the body. Once he presents himself, the doctor, perhaps with the aid of hypnosis, ought to be able to fix him up. Since it is, nevertheless, the patient himself who must change his own behavior and thus effect his own cure, all methods of psychotherapy give rise to what, in professional jargon, are called disappointment reactions. These usually stem from realizing after a time that the therapist actually expects one to do hard work and undergo pain. As a matter of fact, without being fully aware of it, one may have sought out the therapist in the hope of acquiring exactly the opposite, namely, a better way of escaping work and avoiding pain. To discover that therapy involves concentrated doses of what one sought to be relieved of seems as absurd as to take the ailment and apply it as treatment. In the fortunate case, what happens is that, before the patient develops a disappointment reaction strong enough to make him terminate treatment, he learns that the hard work is not merely drudgery. However far removed it may at first seem from what he thinks is urgent and therefore the place to start, he gradually gains orientation and perspective. He comes to see particular symptoms as merely surface manifestations of a more general and complicated system of malfunctioning that underlies and supports them. Though now, in a way, the job looks bigger and will obviously take longer than originally supposed, it does begin to make sense. Likewise, with respect to the pain involved, he comes to see that this is not pointless, needless pain. He begins to appreciate the rough-hewn wisdom of the advice to get back on a horse, when thrown, and successfully ride him off. The patient's situation is different in that he has, perhaps, avoided his particular horse for a long time, years, perhaps, or even most of a lifetime. Nevertheless, if healthy functioning requires that he learn to ride and manage a certain kind of horse that has thrown him in the past, the only way he can possibly do this is to make approaches to the horse and then, sooner or later, get into the saddle. Although the therapist keeps leading the patient back to that which he wishes to avoid, he usually is milder and more considerate with him than the patient himself or than his friends and relatives. Their attitude is one of demanding that he snap out of it, stop pampering himself, and take the hurdle, whatever it is, in a blind, compulsive rush. The therapist, on the contrary, is at least as much interested in the avoidance itself as in what is avoided. Whatever the superficial appearances, where there is the tendency to avoid something, this tendency exists for good and sufficient reasons. The job is to explore and become fully aware of these grounds for avoidance. This is called analyzing the resistance. How the patient experiences and verbalizes these grounds will change, perhaps dramatically, as therapy progresses. With the change, not just in how he talks, but in how he feels himself and experiences his problems, he can make further and further approaches as he feels the initiative and strength to do so until he settles his neurotic difficulties once and for all. The strategy of motivating the patient to continue therapy is usually not particularly taxed at the very beginning. There is at that time the so-called honeymoon period, when what is uppermost is the satisfaction of having made a start after an interval of vacillation, the opinion that one's therapist is wonderful, the conviction that one will be the brightest, the fastest moving, in short, the most remarkable patient he has ever had, and that one will now blossom forth as that radiant, inimitable personality that one has always felt himself potentially to be. It is when the honeymoon is over that the motivation problem becomes critical. One has worked so hard, been so cooperative, been the model patient, and yet, well, there is so little to show for it. The glamour is gone, and the road still stretches far ahead. In Freudian analysis, this is likely to be the time of negative transference. The therapist, who at first seemed so all-knowing and all-powerful, has revealed his feet of clay. All he knows is more of the same, and the same is getting tiresome. In fortunate cases, such discontent with one's doctor breaks into the open as reproaches, disparagement, or even wrathful denunciation. When this occurs, it usually clears the air, and the case may then settle down for the long haul. If it does not, if the patient is too polite, too considerate, too understanding to attack the therapist outright, the case is likely to clog up with unexpressed resentment and be terminated by the patient. For the most part, the patient's progress in therapy is not aided and abetted by the persons he sees in everyday life. He may, of course, be fortunate enough to have friends and acquaintances who have themselves benefited from therapy, in which event it is not so difficult for him to maintain belief in the value of continuing. If, on the other hand, he lives with relatives who construe his action as a reflection on the wholesomeness of the family relationships, who view it as weakness to be treated for something mental, or who, to the extent that he progresses, find it less and less easy to domineer, exploit, overprotect, or otherwise be in neurotic confluence with him, he will have to struggle against veiled or open pressure to make him cease and desist from this foolishness. Many patients succumb to such emotional blackmail levied upon them by normal associates. As the effectiveness of psychotherapy has come to be more generally recognized, this situation has improved somewhat. Nevertheless, even though one may have a verbal understanding of what is involved in psychotherapy and a naturalistic conception of its rationale so that one does not boggle over giving it lip service at a distance, when it comes close enough to interfere with one's own life, for instance, through changes forced in one's relationship to a friend or relative who is in therapy, or through the heightened temptation to try it out oneself, then, to the extent that one is neurotic, one must fight it. For it is aggressive toward the neurotic way of life. The neurotic's resistance to psychotherapy, whether he is actually a patient or simply someone entertaining an opinion on the subject, constitutes his counter-aggression against psychotherapy. He feels threatened by it. And as a neurotic, so he is. What could be more natural, and, with certain qualifications, healthy, than that he should fight back? All that has been remarked above has centered on formal psychotherapy, that is, the situation where therapist and patient confront each other face to face. Now, how does the matter stand with respect to your continuing to do the work involved in these experiments? They provide you with instructions whereby, if fully followed through, the crux of what goes on in formal therapy may be reenacted by the single person. But it is difficult to keep going. Perhaps already, in the foregoing work on orienting the self, you have uncovered strong resistances against continuing. You are certain to encounter stronger objections to doing the experiments still to come, for they involve going a step further and taking decisive action in your life situation. As you have found out already, this work leads you to the discovery that the human organism functions in a manner that is at odds with conventionally held notions about human nature. These traditionally established opinions, however, have been so deeply trained into all of us and have been so invested with feelings of moral rightness that their modification, even when our own first-hand experience confronts us with this necessity, seems wrong and worthy of condemnation. There will be times in the work to come when, if you let it break through, your anger will flare against us for intimating that you possess feelings and entertain fantasies which, by your lifelong standards of what is proper, will seem despicable. At such moments you will be tempted to cast aside these experiments in disgust, and should you actually do so, certainly no one could say that it was not your privilege. On the other hand, if your occasional assumption that we are dangerous crackpots does not lead you to such a summary breaking off of our relationship, we are certain that you will sooner or later arrive at a more positive evaluation, for you will have acquired new values without the loss of any of the old ones that were of any importance to you. During your moments of wrath against us, it would be best if you could express it to us face to face. Since that is not practicable, the next best thing will be for you to fire it off to us in written form via our publisher. If too polite for that, then write the letter anyhow, even if you then consign it to your wastebasket. Whatever you do, try to get it off your chest. We are personally responsible for whatever discomfort you experience in doing these experiments, in the sense that, in recommending them to you, we commit an aggressive act aimed at your present status quo and whatever complacency it affords. That we act with the best of intentions or for your own good is beside the point. A certain highway is said to be paved with good intentions, and your life has been cluttered with meddlers who claim to act for your own good. In the experiments to come we shall make use of a formulation of behavior which, briefly stated, is as follows: various excitements, colored with pleasure, aggression, or pain, energize the organism to make contacts and creative adjustments in its environment. It is by feeling and contact that the organism grows and expands its boundaries. Every neurotic mechanism is an interruption of some kind of excitement, a prevention of its further development. As explained previously, anxiety is the consequence of such interruption. Rather than risk the new, unknown contact, the neurotic withdraws into a contactless confluence with his safe habitual functioning. Three important mechanisms with which we shall work are retroflexion, introjection and projection. These could be considered as defining three different types of neurotic character, since they have their beginning in different life experiences and are rooted in different physiological functions. However, even if one of these mechanisms should predominate in us over the others, we all use every one of them. Since our approach is an all-round one, you need not, hypochondriacally, ask yourself whether you are a typical retroflector, introjector, or projector for, by proceeding with all the abstract possibilities of environment, sensation, body, feeling, speech, and the various characteristic resistances, you will, regardless of what your particular diagnosis may be, develop areas of integrated functioning that will then facilitate still further integration. Volume 2 Chapter 6. Retroflexion. Experiment 12, Investigating Misdirected Behavior. To retroflect means literally to turn sharply back against. When a person retroflects behavior, he does to himself what originally he did or tried to do to other persons or objects. He stops directing various energies outward in attempts to manipulate and bring about changes in the environment that will satisfy his needs. Instead, he redirects activity inward and substitutes himself in place of the environment as the target of behavior. To the extent that he does this, he splits his personality into doer and done to. Why did he not persist as he started, that is, directing outward toward the environment? Because he met what was for him at that time insuperable opposition. The environment, mostly other persons, proved hostile to his efforts to satisfy his needs. They frustrated and punished him. In such an unequal contest he was a child he was sure to lose. Consequently, to avoid the pain and danger entailed in renewed attempts, he gave up. The environment, being stronger, won out and enforced its wishes at the expense of his. However, as has been demonstrated repeatedly in recent years by a number of experiments, punishment has the effect, not of annihilating the need to behave in the way that met with punishment, but of teaching the organism to hold back the punishable responses. The impulse or the wish remains as strong as ever and, since this is not satisfied, it is constantly organizing the motor apparatus, its posture, pattern of muscular tonus, and incipient movements in the direction of overt expression. Since this is what brings punishment, the organism behaves toward its own impulse as did the environment, that is, it acts to suppress it. Its energy is thus divided. Part of it still strains toward its original and never satisfied aims, the other part has been retroflected to hold this outgoing part in check. The holding back is achieved by tensing muscles that are antagonistic to those which would be involved in expressing the punishable impulse. At this stage, two parts of the personality struggling in diametrically opposite directions are in a clinch. What started as conflict between organism and environment has come to be an inner conflict between one part of the personality and another part, between one kind of behavior and its opposite. Do not jump to the conclusion that we imply that it would be fine if we could all without further ado release our inhibitions. In some situations holding back is necessary, even life-saving, for instance, holding back inhaling while underwater. The important question is whether or not the person has rational grounds for presently choking off behavior in given circumstances. While crossing a street, it is certainly to his advantage if he quells any urge to contest the right of way with an oncoming truck. In social situations, it is usually advantageous to suppress a tendency to go off half-cocked. When retroflexion is under aware control, that is, when a person in a current situation suppresses particular responses which, if expressed, would be to his disadvantage, no one can contest the soundness of such behavior. It is only when the retroflexion is habitual, chronic, out of control, that it is pathological, for then it is not something done temporarily, perhaps as an emergency measure or to await a more suitable occasion, but is a deadlock perpetuated in the personality. Furthermore, since this stabilized battle line does not change, it ceases to attract attention. We forget it is there. This is repression and neurosis. If it were true that the social environment remained adamant and uncompromising, if it were just as dangerous and punishable to express certain impulses now as it was when we were children, then repression would be efficient and desirable. But the situation has changed. We are not children. We are bigger, stronger, and we have rights which are denied children. In these drastically changed circumstances, it is worth having another try at getting what we need from the environment. When we suppress behavior, we are aware both of what we are suppressing and the fact that we are suppressing. In repression, on the contrary, we have lost awareness both of what is repressed and the process by which we do the repressing. Psychoanalysis has stressed recovery of awareness of what is repressed, that is, the blocked impulse. We, on the other hand, emphasize recovery of awareness of the blocking, the feeling that one is doing it and how one is doing it. Once a person discovers his retroflecting action and regains control of it, the blocked impulse will be recovered automatically. No longer held in, it will simply come out. The great advantage of dealing with the retroflecting part of the personality, the active repressing agent, is that this is within fairly easy reach of awareness, can be directly experienced, and does not depend upon Gestalt interpretations. Theoretically, the treatment of retroflection is simple: merely reverse the direction of the retroflecting act from inward to outward. Upon doing so, the organism's energies, formerly divided, now once more join forces and discharge themselves toward the environment. The impulse that had been blocked is given the chance at last to express and complete itself and is satisfied. Then, as is the case when any genuine need of the organism is fulfilled, there can be rest, assimilation, and growth. In practice, however, the undoing of a retroflection is not so straightforward. Every part of the personality comes to its defense as if to head off catastrophe. The person is overcome with embarrassment, fear, guilt, and resentment. The attempt to reverse the self-aggression, to differentiate the clinch of the two parts of the personality, is responded to as if it were an attack on his body, his nature, on his very life. As the clinched parts begin to loosen and come apart, the person experiences unbearable excitement, for the relief of which he may have to go temporarily into his clinch again. These are unaccustomed feelings which are being resurrected, and he has to make approaches to them and gradually learn to tolerate and use them. At first he becomes anxious and would rather retreat into his deadened state of unawareness. A main reason for the fear and guilt in reversing retroflection is that most retroflected impulses are aggressions, from the mildest to the cruelest, from persuasion to torture. To let these loose even into awareness is terrifying. But aggression, in the broad sense of its clinical usage, is indispensable to happiness and creativity. Furthermore, reversing the retroflection does not manufacture aggression that was not already there. It was there but applied against the self instead of against the environment. We are not denying that aggression may be pathologically misused against objects and other persons, just as it is pathologically misused when directed steadfastly against the self. But until one can become aware of what one's aggressive impulses are and learn to put them to constructive use, they are certain to be misused. As a matter of fact, it is the act of repressing them, the setting up and maintenance of the grim clinch of the musculature, that makes these aggressions seem so wasteful, antisocial, and intolerable. Once they are allowed to develop spontaneously in the context of the total personality, rather than being squeezed and suffocated in the remorseless clinch of retroflection, one puts quite a different and more favorable evaluation upon his aggressions. What is also feared in releasing a blocked impulse is that one will then be completely frustrated, for retroflection does give at least partial satisfaction. A religious man, for instance, unable to vent his wrath on the Lord for his disappointments, beats his own breast and tears his own hair. Such self-aggression, obviously a retroflection, nevertheless is aggression, and it does give some satisfaction to the retroflecting part of the personality. It is aggression that is crude, primitive, undifferentiated a retroflected childish temper tantrum, but the part of the personality that is attacked is always there and available for attack. Self-aggression can always be sure of its victim. To reverse such a retroflexion in one fell swoop would mean that the person would then attack others in ways just as ineffectual and archaic. He would rouse the same overwhelming counter-aggression that led him to retroflect in the first place. It is some realization of this that makes even the imagined reversal of retroflections productive of so much fear. What is overlooked is that the change can be made in easy stages that gradually transform the whole situation as they proceed. One can, to start with, discover and accept the fact that he does take it out on himself. He can become aware of the emotions of the retroflecting part of his personality, notably, the grim joy taken in administering punishment to himself. This, when he achieves it, represents considerable progress, for vindictiveness is so socially disesteemed as to be most difficult to acknowledge and accept even when supposedly one spares others and directs it solely against oneself. Only when accepted, that is, when it is reckoned with as an existing, dynamic component of one's functioning personality, does one reach the possibility of modifying, differentiating, redirecting it into healthy expression. As one's orientation in the environment improves, as one's awareness of what one genuinely wants to do becomes clearer, as one makes approaches that are limited tryouts to see what will happen, gradually one's techniques for expression of previously blocked impulses develop also. They lose their primitive, terrifying aspects as one differentiates them and gives them a chance to catch up with the more grown-up parts of the personality. Aggression will then still be aggression, but it will have been put to useful tasks and will no longer be blindly destructive of self and others. It will be expended as the situation demands, and not accumulated until one feels that he sits precariously atop a seething volcano. Thus far we have spoken only of behavior that the person was unsuccessful in directing toward others and that he consequently retroflected against himself. Retroflections also include what one wanted from others but was unsuccessful in obtaining, with the outcome that now, for want of anyone else to do it, one gives it to himself. This may be attention, love, pity, punishment, almost anything. A great deal of what originally was done for one by others, notably, by his parents, he takes over and does for himself as he grows up. This, of course, is healthy, provided it does not include trying to gratify for oneself what are genuinely interpersonal needs. This kind of retroflexion combines the absurd and the pathetic. For instance, the story is told of a college student who, though living in a dormitory, was unable to make contact with his fellows. From outside the window of his lonely room he would frequently hear the occupants of adjacent quarters being summoned forth to join their friends. One night he was discovered standing beneath his own window repeatedly calling his own name. Let us take a look at some typical retroflections. There are those that are simple linguistic reflexives. When we use such verbal expressions as I ask myself or I say to myself, what is involved? In previous experiments we have often suggested, ask yourself. Doesn't this seem logically peculiar? If you don't know something, why ask yourself, and, if you do know it, why tell it to yourself? Such ways of talking simply take it for granted that the personality is divided into two parts, as if two persons lived within the same skin and could hold conversations with each other. Do you regard this as a mere peculiarity of our language, or can you get the feeling that this quite common manner of speaking stems from being a person divided and having parts functioning in opposition to each other? Try to get a clear understanding that when you ask yourself something, this is retroflected questioning. You don't know the answer or you wouldn't have to ask. Who in the environment does know or, so you feel, ought to know? If you can specify such a person, can you then be aware of wanting to ask your question, not of yourself, but of that person? What keeps you from doing so? Is it shyness, fear of a rebuff, reluctance to admit your ignorance? When you consult yourself about something, can you be aware of your motive? Many are possible. It may be a game, a teasing, the administering of consolation, or the making of a reproach. Whatever it may be, for whom are you substituting yourself? Consider self-reproach. Here you will find no true feeling of guilt, but the mere pretense of guilt. Reverse the reproach by finding that person X among those you know at whom you are really leveling your reproach. Whom do you want to nag? Whom do you want to reform? In whom do you want to rouse the guilt that you are pretending to produce in yourself? At this stage the important thing is not for you to attempt the full undoing of the retroflexion by immediately rushing out and confronting person X with whatever you hold against him. You have not yet explored and accepted enough of yourself nor examined the interpersonal situation sufficiently. Let the detailed content of any particular problem go for the moment and content yourself with trying to realize the form of your behavior as a retroflector. Gradually you will begin to see the role you also play in your interpersonal relations. You will start to see yourself as others see you. If you are forever making demands on yourself, you also, explicitly or implicitly, make demands on others, and this is how you appear to them. If you are angry with yourself, you will feel angry even with the fly on the wall. If you nag yourself, you may be perfectly sure that there are others, too, whom you nag. A person who retroflects aggression takes the attitude, if I'm mean to myself, it doesn't hurt anybody else, does it? It wouldn't, if his retroflexion were complete and if he lived in a capsule, isolated from others. Neither is true. He lives with others, and much of his behavior of the same general type as that which he retroflects escapes retroflexion. For instance, specific aggressions that have not been specifically punished and turned inward do find their mark in the environment. He is not aware of these, for his self-concept excludes hurting others. Since he makes his attacks on others in a random, unconsidered way, rationalizing his motives, such actions, just as much as his retroflected aggressions, will be crude, primitive, and relatively ineffectual. Self-aggression can be more easily accepted as genuine aggression. One feels less guilt for hurting himself than for hurting someone else, but aggression toward others exists also in one who retroflects, and it must in the end be made aware and accepted before it can be developed into aggression that is rational and healthy rather than irrational and neurotic. When a retroflexion has been truly realized, reversed, and allowed spontaneously to develop with its proper objects, the meaning of what was retroflected always undergoes changes. For instance, reproach turns into approach. In the long run, any interpersonal contact is better than retroflexion. We do not mean by interpersonal contact mixing with people, being with others, or going out more for such activity, while masquerading as social contact, may be nothing more than contactless confluence. Making genuine contact sometimes involves what conventionally would be regarded as breaking or avoiding contact. For instance, suppose someone invites you to a gathering in which you haven't the slightest interest. You would greatly prefer to spend the time otherwise. But if you frankly say so, the common view would have it that you are declining social contact. This is bad, for we are taught early and late that some special virtue is inherent in gregariousness, even when it consists of nothing more than meaningless, insincere, time-wasting chit-chat. But we say, yes, I'd be delighted, instead of, no, thank you, I'd rather not. Thus we avoid breaking confluence with prevailing stereotypes of what constitute good manners. But we must then be rude to ourselves and treat with high-handed disregard otherwise possible activities that are matters of spontaneous interest and concern for us. When we say, yes, I'll come, and thus commit ourselves to what we do not wish to do, we are, in effect, saying no to alternative ways of spending the time that are of more importance to us. By preening ourselves on having a positive personality, being yes man for every Tom, Dick, or Harry, we retroflect the negative and say no to ourselves. Let us look again at the nature of the retroflecting process. In deliberate suppression, one identifies oneself with both the suppressed and the suppressing behavior. As a very simple example, consider the suppression of urination. Suppose one feels the urge to void his bladder at a time and place which is inappropriate. He simply contracts the urethral sphincter to offset the contraction of the distended bladder. This is a temporary retroflexion. He has no intention whatever of making it permanent, and he does not disown, alienate, or reject from his personality either side of the conflict. As soon as convenient he reverses the retroflexion. This consists, obviously, of merely relaxing the sphincter and allowing the bladder to press forth its contents. The need is satisfied and both tensions released. Persons differ, of course, with respect to how much tension of this sort they will endure before seeking relief. If their attitude toward eliminative functions is that they are not nice, they may be too embarrassed to excuse themselves from a social group. In contrast to a simple suppression like this, where both contenders in the conflict are aware and accepted by the I as belonging to it, I want to relieve myself, but I prefer to wait, one may identify with and accept as his own only one side of the conflict. In forced concentration, as noted in a previous experiment, one identifies himself only with the chosen task, that is, he identifies himself with the taskmaster who insists that he do whatever the job consists of. He disidentifies with, alienates and disowns, those counter-interests which he calls distractions. In terms of the structure of the conflict, this is similar to the simple suppression cited above. The difference is in the attitude adopted toward one side of the conflict. Although various needs are pitted against each other and working at cross purposes, the I is not split in this situation because it refuses to include in itself those background needs that run counter to the task. Not much gets accomplished. It frequently would clear the ground if the I could identify with the more urgent of these distractors, give them priority, get them out of the way, and then come back to the task. However that may be, what we are trying to point out here is that in the type of retroflexion that constitutes fighting the distractors in forced concentration, the I feels itself to exist only in the efforts to get the task done. Sometimes in retroflections the I plays both parts. It is identified with both the active, retroflecting part of the personality, and also the passive part which is the object of the retroflexion. This is especially true in self-pity and self-punishment. Before discussing these further, suppose you examine instances of self-pity or self-punishment in your own life and find out what answers you can obtain to the following questions. Whom do you want to pity? Whom do you want to pity you? Whom do you want to punish? Whom do you want to punish you? Pity, sympathy, and compassion are grossly synonymous, and all are in good standing as virtuous words. They have shades of meaning, however, which, while subtle from the linguistic standpoint, are profoundly significant from the psychological. The dictionary distinguishes them as follows: pity is feeling for another's suffering or distress, and sometimes regards its object as not only suffering, but weak or inferior. Sympathy is fellow feeling with others, especially in their grief or affliction. The word implies a certain degree of equality in situation, circumstances, etc. Compassion is deep tenderness for another, especially under severe or inevitable suffering or misfortune. These words, all expressive of attitudes toward the sufferings of others, are graded in terms of the amount of actual participation in, or closeness to, or identification with, such sufferings. Pity is the most remote, and we contend that most of what passes muster as pity is actually disguised gloating. Tennyson speaks of scornful pity, and most of us have heard the recipient of pity shout, "I don't want your damned pity." Such pity is condescension. We apply it to those who are in such low estate that they are not or have ceased to be our own serious rivals. They are out of the running. By pitying them we emphasize the discrepancy between their lot and ours. Such an attitude, we believe, motivates much so-called charity. When concern for the sufferings of others is genuine and not a mask for standoffish, jubilant self-congratulation, it entails the urge to help in a practical fashion and to assume responsibility for changing the situation. In such cases we are more likely to speak of sympathy or compassion, an entering into and an active participation in the sufferer's situation. These attitudes enmesh themselves with the actuality and are too engaged in it for the luxury of sentimental tears. Tearful pity is mostly a masochistic enjoyment of the misery. When this is retroflected we have the situation of self-pity. A part of oneself is not the object, but the pitying attitude is still one of scornful, aloof condescension. If the spit in the eye can be healed, the standoffish enjoyment of the punishment being administered changes into the active urge to help, whether the object of succor be someone else or neglected portions of oneself. This new orientation leads to the task of manipulating the environment to bring about appropriate changes. The desirability of self-control in our society goes unquestioned. On the other hand, there is little rational consideration of what it involves. This whole program of experiments attempts to develop self-control, but on a much broader and more comprehensive basis, in fact, on quite a different basis from what is envisioned in the usual, naive, frantic seeking after it. When a person demands, "How can I make myself do what I ought to do?" this can be translated into, "How can I make myself do what a strong part of me doesn't want to do?" In other words, how can one part of the personality establish an ironclad dictatorship over another part? The wish to do this, together with more or less successful attempts to bring it about, is characteristic of compulsion neurosis. The person who treats himself in this fashion is a domineering bully. If he can and dares to behave like this with others, he may sometimes be an efficient organizer, but where he must accept direction from others or from himself, he becomes passively or actively resistant. Usually, therefore, the compulsive accomplishes very little. He spends his time preparing, deciding, making sure, but he makes little headway in the execution of what he has so laboriously planned. What happens within his own behavior is similar to what occurs in a shop or office where the boss is a slave driver. The slaves, by slowdowns, errors, sickness, and the myriad other techniques of sabotage, wreck his best efforts to coerce them. In the compulsive, the I identifies with rigid objectives and tries to ram them through. The unconsulted other parts of the personality, whose interests are disregarded, retaliate with fatigue, excuses, promises, irrelevant difficulties. In the compulsive, the ruler and the ruled are thus in a continuous clinch. Although few of us would be diagnosed as compulsive neurotics, all of us have some degree of compulsiveness, for it is the outstanding neurotic symptom of our times. To the extent that we do, it will color most of our behavior. If the doing of these experiments is taken as an example, it is undoubtedly true that at times they feel like an onerous task imposed from outside, and the issue is merely to get through them as expeditiously as possible. You respond with irritation, annoyance, or rage if all does not go according to the cut and dried order of your preconceptions. To wait for spontaneous developments is the last thing that the slave driver in you will tolerate. Reverse a situation in which you compel yourself. How would you set about compelling others to perform the task for you? Would you try to manipulate the environment with magic words? Would you bully, command, bribe, threaten, reward? On the other hand, how do you react to your own compelling? Do you turn a deaf ear? Do you make promises you do not mean to keep? Do you respond with guilt and pay the debt with self-contempt and despair? When you try to force yourself to do what you yourself do not want to do, you work against powerful resistances. The prospect of reaching your goal brightens if, instead of compelling yourself, you clear the ground of whatever obstacles you can find standing in your way. This is the principle of the Tao philosophers: make a void, so that nature can develop there, or, as they also express it, stand out of the way. What obstacles, for instance, can you find to doing these experiments? If you say, "I must do them," who is supplying the must? You, apparently, for you are not compelled from outside. What if you didn't do them? No blow would fall. Your life would continue in its customary pattern uninterrupted. Suppose you say, "I want to do them, but some part of me objects." What is the objection? Waste of time? Are you equally severe toward other ways of wasting time? If you saved the time that you spend on these experiments, would you have some urgent, important task to which you are sure that you would then devote the time? Suppose you object to the lack of a guarantee that these experiments are going to do you some good. Are you able to get such a guarantee on other things that you do? Whatever your objections, don't blame yourself for them. Blame whomever or whatever you think is responsible for the way you feel. After discharging some of this aggression that you have been turning against yourself, you may respond to the situation quite differently. Another extremely important retroflexion to consider is self-contempt, feelings of inferiority, everything that Harry Stack Sullivan called the weak self system and considered the essence of neurosis. As he put it, when one's relations with oneself are disturbed, all interpersonal relations are likewise disturbed. One is on chronically bad terms with himself when he has the habit of forever taking stock of himself, evaluating himself, and, on the basis of comparative judgments, dwelling all the time on the discrepancy between his actual performances and those which would meet his high-flown specifications. If he reverses the retroflexion, he will let up on himself and then start evaluating the persons in his environment. Once he ventures to do this, he will soon come to regard such verbal evaluations, whether applied to others or himself, as of secondary importance. He will realize that his retroflected evaluations were merely a mechanism for dwelling on himself. When he directs the same kind of elaborate evaluating to others, he may soon see the futility of it and stop. Then he will notice persons with simple awareness of what they are and what they do, and will learn either how to manipulate them in a genuinely satisfying way or to adjust himself to them. What do you doubt about yourself? Mistrust? Deprecate? Can you reverse these attitudes? Who is the person X whom you doubt? Who makes you suspicious? Whom do you wish to pooh-pooh and take down a peg? Can you feel your inferiority as concealed arrogance? Can you undo self-effacement and recognize it as the retroflected wish to wipe out person X? Still another important type of retroflexion is introspection. When you introspect, you peer at yourself. This form of retroflexion is so universal in our culture that much of the psychological literature simply takes it for granted that any attempt to increase self-awareness must of necessity consist of introspection. While this, definitely, is not the case, it probably is true that anyone who does these experiments will start by introspecting. The observer is split off from the observed, and not until this split is healed will a person fully realize that self-awareness that is not introspected can exist. We previously likened genuine awareness to the glow produced within a burning coal by its own combustion, and introspection to turning the beam of a flashlight on an object and peering at its surface by means of the reflected rays. Examine your procedure when you introspect. What is your aim? Are you searching for a secret? Ferreting out a memory? Hoping for a surprise? Do you watch yourself with the sharp eye of a stern parent to make sure you don't get into mischief? Are you trying to find something that will fit a theory, for instance, the theory developed in these pages? Or, on the other hand, are you seeing to it that such corroboratory events do not take place? Then try directing these attitudes toward persons in the environment. Is there someone whose insides you would like to search? Is there someone on whom you would like to keep a strict eye? Who is it that you feel bears watching? Apart from the aim of your introspecting, what is your manner? Do you dig? Are you the brutal police officer who pounds on the door and bellows, "Open up there"? Are you timid or furtive with yourself, that is, do you sneak your glances? Do you stare at yourself unseeingly? Do you conjure up events simply to fulfill your expectations? Do you falsify them by way of exaggeration? Or do you soft pedal them? Do you abstract only what coincides with your immediate aims? In short, notice how your eye is functioning. This is far more important than the specific content. The extreme case of introspection is hypochondria, the search for symptoms of illness. Reverse this and search for symptoms in others. You may be an inhibited physician or nurse. What is the aim of such searching? Is it sexual? Have you ever been told that masturbation produces a telltale appearance in the eyes? Have you searched your own eyes or those of others for such a symptom? Do you introspect your body for signs that punishment has started for your sins? A few students, in reporting their reactions to this experiment, expressed indignation over what they took to be its insulting insinuations and launched themselves upon a defense of the goodness of their personal motives. You assume that all of us have an innate desire to pity or punish someone, and likewise to be pitied or punished. I must reject such a position as utterly preposterous. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I pity someone, I vehemently deny that there is any disguised gloating in it. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You certainly talk as if you regarded us as a bunch of abnormals. Or is it that you're abnormal yourself? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You make it sound as if I ought to hold myself responsible for the situation I'm in. That may hold for some, but not for me. You just don't know how I've been treated. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Some of the statements you make seem to me quite unnecessarily harsh. Most reports, on the other hand, indicated attempts to grapple frankly with whatever was turned up. I don't want ordinary kinds of pity, but I want people to pity me when I've made some important sacrifice. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have had to acknowledge that what I took to be my kind-hearted pity for my stepsister does involve a considerable amount of secret gloating. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. My pity goes to those who, as you say, are out of the running. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I've discovered that I actually want to punish my girl. This bothers me, because I really love her. Fortunately, it's not all the time, but just when I'm blue and down in the dumps. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I couldn't believe that the wish to punish or be punished applied to me. But then I thought of the dreams I'm forever having of punishing someone, usually female, and doing it in a rather violent way. When I was younger, the dreams were of someone punishing me physically. I enjoyed it. My parents didn't punish me physically, but by the threat of withdrawing their love. This would go on for quite a while, and I thought how much better I would like it if they actually beat me and got it over with. Rather than cite short comments from a number of students on the various other parts of the experiment, we give the following rather extended quotation from a single report. While there is no one I would constantly want to shower with pity, there are times when I would like to pity my sister, for I feel she has embarked on an undesirable marriage. But when I see her and have to realize that she is very happy, I know my pity is misplaced. I am very happy, for I am deeply in love with my fiancé. I am very fond of his parents, and they've been wonderful to me. At times I would like to punish my father for venting his anger on my mother. If I had to choose someone to punish me, it would be my mother. She is so lenient and good-hearted that the punishment would not be severe. I would like to avoid punishment by my fiancé, because he is so stubborn that the punishment, though it would probably be nothing more than prolonged silence or absence, would be worse than any sort of fast, violent punishment. When I try to compel myself, I make promises to myself. I promise that I'll never let my affairs get into such a mess ever again where I have to put myself under pressure. I also promise that, after doing a certain amount of work, I'll give myself the chance to relax. This works pretty well when the relaxation period doesn't go on and on, as it does tend to do. What I doubt most about myself, and this doesn't recur too frequently, is whether I'm entirely ready for marriage. I still have a wonderful, romantic picture of marriage which doesn't include washing dirty socks and economizing on the groceries. I doubt whether my sister, although she is married, is ready for that. She doesn't have her own apartment yet, and hasn't been faced with these things. The terms you use are particularly strong. There is no one I would like to wipe out. If my sister were person X, I certainly would have no wish to destroy her. Before she got married, our relationship was a particularly close one, but I can't say I am jealous of her husband for separating us. For the first time I've become really antagonistic toward you. Something inside me seems to be asking, what are they driving at, what are they trying to find out? It is almost as if you had me backed against a wall with a strong spotlight on me. There is a certain anxiety, it is as if some cobwebs were being pushed aside, but I can't identify what is beyond. I only know that it is disturbing. When I introspect, it is as if I were waiting for something to turn up, something that is elusive. I'm not sure if it is pleasant, but I think not, for it makes me slightly anxious. If there is one person who bears watching, that is my fiancée's mother. She is a wonderful person, and has been more generous and gracious to me than most future mothers-in-law would be, but there are times when I am with her when I fear that she will come to dominate me as completely as she does her husband and daughter. My fiancée, fortunately, has gone through the period of revolt and been almost completely successful in getting out from under her thumb. When introspecting, I first stare at myself, unseeingly. Then, almost furtively, I try to sneak glances. If the events I hit upon are distasteful, I tend to soft-pedal them, or they become blocked out by other thoughts. The symptom for which I found myself searching was a sexual one. It probably can be traced to a particularly disgusting French film of which I saw only the smallest part. I suddenly got the idea that women who had had intercourse sat with their legs spread, rather than crossing them at the knees. I looked for this in my sister when she came to visit us. The symptom was there. It has been 3 weeks since I saw the picture, but it still, from time to time, comes into my mind. Experiment 13, Mobilizing the Muscles. In this experiment we come to grips with the mechanics of retroflexion. When your approaches to objects and persons in the environment are frustrated or evaluated as too dangerous to continue, so that you turn your aggressions inward against yourself, the muscular motions by which you do this may retain their form or be modified to conform to the substitute objects. If with your fingernails you scratch your own flesh, this is precisely what, without the retroflexion, you would do to someone else. On the other hand, when you control an urge to pound someone with your fist by contracting the antagonistic muscles and thus immobilizing your arm and shoulder, the retroflexion does not consist of pounding yourself, it is, instead, a statically maintained counteraction. It is a doing of one thing and also its opposite at the same time in such a fashion as to achieve a net effect of zero. So long as the conflict endures, the use of the arm for other purposes is impaired, energies are squandered, and the state of affairs is the same as the military situation of a stabilized battle line. Here the battle line is within the personality. Retroflections are manipulations of your own body and impulses as substitutes for other persons and objects. Such self-manipulation is unquestionably useful and healthy when it constitutes withholding, biding your time, adjusting yourself to the surroundings, in situations where you need to exercise prudence, caution, selectivity, in the service of your own overall best interests. The neurotic abuse is when you have once and for all censored a part of yourself, throttled and silenced it, so that it may no longer lift its voice in your aware personality. But no matter how squeezed, choked off, clamped down upon this censored part may be, it still exerts its pressure. The struggle goes on. You have simply lost awareness of it. The end result of such censoring, whether recognized or not, is invariably a more or less serious psychosomatic dysfunction, impairment of powers of orientation or manipulation, ache, weakness, or even degeneration of tissues. Consider how ineffectual is retroflexion in the following example. A patient undergoing treatment may display an extraordinary frequency and amount of weeping, perhaps several outbursts in a single session. The crying occurs whenever one might expect the patient to come forth with a reproach or some other kind of attack. What happens is this: the patient feels like attacking, but, not daring to, retroflects the attack against himself, feels hurt, and bursts into tears as if to say, "See how harmless and how abused I am." The original aim, of course, is to make some person X, perhaps the therapist, cry. When this cannot be achieved, the crying spells and the chronic resentment persist until the aggression can be reorganized and turned outward. Other cases may have frequent headaches which are, as the Freudians would say, converted crying. Here the mystery of the conversion process is readily solved when one recognizes that the headaches, like most other psychosomatic symptoms, are retroflected motor activity. They are produced by muscular tensing against a swelling impulse. If you open a water tap slightly and attempt with a finger to hold back the water against the pressure in the pipe, You find this increasingly difficult. There is a strict analogy between this and many internal conflicts where you squeeze or hold back an urge to defecate, to have an erection or to become tumescent, to vomit or belch, etc. If you clench your fist hard, after a while it will ache from cramp. The psychogenic headache, or, as it used to be well called, the functional headache, is the same type of phenomenon. In a given instance, you start to cry, but then you control the impulse by squeezing your own head so as not to be a sissy or to give others the satisfaction of seeing they have made you cry. You would like to squeeze the life out of person X who has so upset you, but you retroflect the squeezing and use it to hold back your crying. Your headache is nothing but your experience of the muscular straining. If you detense the muscles, you will start to cry and simultaneously, the headache will disappear. We repeat once more our opposition to premature relaxation. Suppose you manage to relax the muscles of your neck, brow, and eyes and burst out crying. This by no means solves the original conflict. It merely bypasses it. An important part of the symptom, namely, the tendency to aggressive squeezing, goes unanalyzed. When someone has hurt you, there is the wish to retaliate by hurting him. This tendency gets some expression: you do some hurting even if it is but the retroflected squeezing that makes you the victim of your own aggression as well as of that of the other person. If, instead of reversing the retroflection, you simply give up the retroflecting behavior, in this case, your self-squeezing, you can succeed only by somehow also getting rid of your proneness to be hurt. This requires a technique more serious than retroflection, namely, desensitization. Not wanting to hurt depends on not being hurt, which depends on ceasing to respond emotionally to the environment. This process can go as far as depersonalization. Admittedly, one may be hypersensitive and have one's feelings hurt by almost everything. One has, correspondingly, a heightened urge to hurt back. The solution for this condition is reorganization of the personality, not further disorganization in the form of going numb. The healthy organism, when genuinely attacked, fights back in a way and to a degree appropriate to the situation. Furthermore, when muscles are willfully relaxed, they are less at your disposal even for behavior not involved in the conflict. You lose agility, grace, and mobility of feature. This accounts for the relaxed facelessness of some analyzed persons. They have mastered their problems by becoming aloof to be fully human. In the healthy organism, the muscles are neither cramped nor relaxed, but in middle tone, ready for the execution of movements that maintain balanced posture, provide locomotion, or manipulate objects. In beginning the motor muscular work of this experiment, do not relax. Later we shall amend this by saying do not relax until you can cope with the excitement which will thereby be released. If relaxation occurs prematurely and you are surprised and frightened by unblocked excitement, you will clamp against it harder than ever and experience great anxiety. With correct concentration, however, on the motor manipulation of yourself, slowly and methodically adjusting to pressures as you feel yourself exerting them, the loosening of tension will often take place as a matter of course. From the beginning be prepared for sudden urges to break out in rage, to cry, vomit, urinate, behave sexually, etc. But such urges as you experience at the start will come from near the surface of awareness and you will be quite able to cope with them. Nevertheless, to spare yourself possible embarrassment, it is advisable at first to perform the muscular experiments in solitude. Furthermore, if you are prone to anxiety attacks, before attempting intensive muscular concentration, work through what you are going to do by internally verbalizing it. While lying down, but not deliberately relaxing, get the feel of your body. Notice where you have an ache, headache, backache, writer's cramp, belly cramp, vaginism, etc. Realize where you are tense. Do not give in to the tension, nor do anything about it. Become aware of the tensions in your eyes, neck, around the mouth. Let your attention wander systematically through your legs, lower trunk, arms, chest, neck, head. Should you find that you are lying in a crooked position, adjust it accordingly. Do not move jerkily, but let the self-sense develop softly. Notice the tendency of your organism to regulate itself, the tendency to pull back into a better position in one place, to stretch out in another. Do not fool yourself that you are feeling your body when you are merely visualizing or theorizing it. If prone to the latter, you are working with a concept of yourself, not yourself. But this concept is imposed by your I and its resistances. It is not self-regulating and spontaneous. It does not come from the felt awareness of the organism. By waiting, refusing to be put off by visualizations and theories, can you get the glow of awareness that arises directly from the parts attended to? As you proceed, consider what objections you may have to each particular bit of self-awareness. Do you despise physical functioning? Are you ashamed of being a body? Do you regard defecation as a painful, dirty duty? Are you frightened by a tendency to clench your fist? Do you fear that you will strike a blow? Or that you will be struck? Does the feeling in your throat disturb you? Are you afraid to shout? In parts of your body where it has been difficult for you to get any feelings at all, what you are likely to experience first as feeling is restored is a sharp pain, a painful numbness, a cramp. When such pangs occur, concentrate on them. An extremely useful method of grasping the meaning of particular aches or tensions is to call up appropriate expressions of popular speech. These invariably contain long-tested wisdom. For instance, I am stiff-necked, am I stubborn? I have a pain in the neck, what gives me a pain in the neck? I stretch my head high, am I haughty? I stick my chin out, am I leading with it? My brows arch, am I supercilious? I have a catch in my throat, do I want to cry? I am whistling in the dark, am I afraid of something? My flesh creeps, am I horrified? My brows beetle, am I full of rage? I feel swollen, am I ready to burst with anger? My throat is tight, is there something I can't swallow? My middle feels queasy, what can't I stomach? Now, assuming that you have begun to rediscover your bodily existence, your tensions, and their characterological and interpersonal significance, we must take the next step. What you have been doing, searching and softly adjusting so as to orient yourself further, must now give way to the other functions that are latent in contracted muscle. With orientation we must begin to integrate overt expression, to change the muscular contractions into controllable behaviors available for manipulation of the environment. The next step in solving the problem of chronic muscular tensions and of every other psychosomatic symptom is to develop adequate contact with the symptom and accept it as your own. The notion of accepting the symptom, precisely what you feel you want to be rid of, always sounds preposterous. So let us try, even at the risk of unnecessary repetitiousness, to get this perfectly clear. You may ask, if I have a symptom that is painful or some characteristic that is undesirable, should I not try to get rid of it? The answer is, certainly. The issue then is reduced to the selection of a means which superficially looks as if it ought to work, but actually doesn't. The direct means of condemning the symptom, of regarding it as something that has been imposed upon you, of appealing to others for help in making it disappear, will not work. The only way that will work is an indirect one: become vividly aware of the symptom, accept both sides of the conflict as you. This means to re-identify yourself with parts of your personality from which you have disidentified yourself, and then discover means by which both sides of the conflict, perhaps in modified form, can be expressed and satisfied. Thus, for your headache it is better to take responsibility than aspirin. The drug temporarily dulls the pain, but it does not solve the problem. Only you can do this. Pain, disgust, repulsion, are all disagreeable, but they are functions of the organism. Their occurrence is not accidental. They are nature's way of calling attention to what needs attention. You must, where necessary, learn to face pain and to suffer, in order to destroy and assimilate the pathological material contained in the symptom. Reintegration of dissociated parts always involves conflict, destroying and suffering. If, for instance, you are on guard against some infantile behavior, you must, Nevertheless, learn to accept it as yours in order to give it a chance to grow up and find its proper place in the general integration of your personality. If not allowed to claim attention and do its work, whatever this may be, it cannot be altered. Given attention and allowed to interact with the rest of your behavior, it is sure to develop and change. To gain confidence in this hard task, start with mistakes that you are prone to. In playing a piece of music, perhaps you keep making the same mistake. If so, instead of being upset about it and trying to block it out, become curious and repeat it deliberately to find out what it means. Possibly your mistake is a natural fingering of a passage and the correct fingering quite wrong. Repeated mistakes or acts of clumsiness are often retroflected annoyance. If someone has annoyed or upset you, instead of striking back at him, you upset the nearby glass of water and upset yourself still further. For a while allow your pronouncements of moral judgment on yourself to remain in abeyance. Give yourself a chance. When the impulses that you customarily alienate on moral grounds can learn to speak in their own voices, you frequently will find that you change your evaluations of the right and wrong of the matter. Do not, at least, be any more harshly critical of yourself than you are of others. After all, you are a person, too. Soon you will discover that facing neurotic pain or some immoral tendency is not as bad as you feared. When you have acquired the technique for dissolving the pain and reintegrating the immorality, you will realize that you are freer, more interested, more energetic. Apply to a headache or some other symptom the method of the concentration experiment. Give it your attention and let its figure/ground spontaneously form. If you can accept the pain, it serves as a motivating interest, it is a concernful sensation. The important thing in dissolving the pain is to wait for development. Permit this to occur of itself, without interference or preconceived ideas. If you make contact, you will get a clearer figure and be able to dissolve the painful conflict. For a considerable period after you have started work on this technique, the changes that occur may be so subtle, especially if you are expecting heavy drama from the outset, that you lose patience. The pain will shift about, expand or contract, alter in intensity, transform itself in quality and kind. Try to feel the shape, size, and direction of particular muscles that you contract. Be on the alert for any trembling, itching, electricity, shivering, in short, for any signs of biological excitement. Such excitement sensations, vegetative and muscular, may come in waves or be constant, may swell or subside. When an itch develops, see if you can keep from prematurely scratching or rubbing it away, concentrate on it and wait for it to develop further. Allow the excitement to come to the foreground. Correctly carried through, this procedure should leave you with a sense of well-being. The same technique is applicable not only to psychosomatic aches and pains, but to fatigue, depressions, unspecified excitements, and attacks of anxiety. In the performance of these experiments you are likely to suffer anxiety, which we have seen to be a self-regulating attempt to counteract faulty breathing during mounting excitement. Whether anxiety is present or not, practice the following respiratory experiment. Exhale thoroughly, 4 or 5 times. Then breathe softly, making sure of the exhalation, but without forcing. Can feel the stream of air in your throat, in your mouth, in your head. Allow the air to flow from your mouth and feel the stream of it with your hand. Do you keep your chest expanded even when no air is coming in? Do you hold in your stomach during inhalation? Can you feel the inhalation softly down to the pit of the stomach and the pelvis? Can you feel your ribs expand on your sides and back? Notice the tautness of your throat, of your jaws, the closure of the nose. Pay attention especially to the tightness of the midriff. Concentrate on these tensions and allow developments. In your daily activity, especially in moments of interest in your work, when near someone sexually desirable, during an absorbing artistic experience, while confronted by an important problem, notice how you tend to hold your breath instead of breathing more deeply as the situation biologically requires. What are you restraining by holding back your breath? Crying out? Shrieking? Running away? Punching? vomiting, deflation, weeping. At the time of writing their reports on this experiment, students varied tremendously in the amount of progress they had been able to make on this phase of the work, from virtually none to important unblockings of excitement. We repeat that there is no standard timetable for assimilation of the concepts introduced here, and it is certainly not to your discredit if at this stage the procedure is, so far as you are concerned, a bust. There is nothing that puts me to sleep more quickly than trying to do these exercises. This applies whether I intended to go to sleep or not. If we say that this person flees into sleep, it is without any moralistic implication that he ought not to. This is simply the way he functions at the present. Structured as he is, he prefers to avoid his problems rather than to solve them. He can continue to exercise this preference so long as he subscribes to one or both of the following propositions: the problems do not exist, the problems are inevitable and cannot be solved. In permitting one's attention to wander over the body, noticing tensions, twitchings, pains, etc., I can report success, if success is to be measured in terms of finding that I do have these physical sensations. It is no great trick to focus attention on parts of the body and experience them. But may not the very focusing of attention, where the result has been foretold by the authors, be responsible for getting such results? How far would one have to go in getting uncomfortable physical sensations before either the help of a doctor was needed or the person worked himself into the position of the hypochondriac? I can't help but be dubious of the theory that every twinge in a tense muscle is associated with some long-forgotten experience. This man insists on separating his body and mind so that never the twain shall meet. For him the sensations are physical sensations that are natural to parts of the body and that anyone may have for the looking. But in the next breath they owe their existence to our having predicted that they will be found if looked for, that is, they are due to suggestion. At this point he apparently becomes quite able to resist our influence, for he balks at the theory that the tensions have meanings as conflicts that can be discovered and worked through. Instead, he sees the more unfavorable outcome of having to get a doctor. To do what? Restore inattentiveness to the body? Unsuggest what was suggested? Tell him to forget it, or, as is actually the case, tell him that it is psychosomatic? The last sentence quoted above may be an example of misstating an argument to make it easier to dispose of. Muscles may be painful for a number of reasons, including ordinary fatigue, inflammation, or various dietary deficiencies. We are concerned here not with such instances but with chronic contractions that one may, if attentive, notice time and time again in the absence of the usual explanatory factors. It is these which, if developed and analyzed, may lead to remembrance of situations in which they were learned as a means of squelching conflict. But such recapture of memories, if and when it occurs, is incidental, a mere byproduct of discovering and expressing the conflict's component tensions. I did not have a headache to experiment on, so I had to use a barked shin and its resulting pain. While concentration on actually injured parts of the body does increase blood circulation and in this way promote recovery, this has no pertinence to the purpose of the experiment. I had no measure of success whatsoever. I followed through all the directions, but was unable to achieve anything more than a feeling of wasting my time and futility. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This experiment has produced an interesting block. If, while lying down, I feel an ache or itch and concentrate on it, it disappears rather than comes to the foreground, and another in a totally different part of the body begins to distract my attention. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I'm getting awfully tired of this whole overrated rigmarole. I am not upset by any of my urges, and am completely aware of all of them. I have no desire to vomit, to go on a rape rampage, or to commit suicide. I am ashamed of nothing, absolutely nothing about myself. I am not afraid of my desire to murder people. I am not afraid to holler good and loud, but out of consideration for the neighbors I try not to. I alienate no impulse on moral grounds. I am doubtless a psychopathic personality. I have stolen cars, taken dope, and lived with women. Try to prove it? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The tensions I feel around my shoulders, neck, and at times my legs, are due to the fact that I am worried and nervous of late. I feel all tightened up inside, and this seems to manifest itself in the parts of my body just mentioned. The next quotation is from a student who, at the time of writing her report, had permitted considerable development, but was still confused on what to express and how to express it. I have great resistance to putting my actual feelings on paper. Let me say that, whereas previously I regarded your statements as very confused, now they seem much clearer, and I'm aware that it was I who was confused. Until now I've refused to face the responsibility of awareness, and I'm not really reconciled to it yet. But I realize that I must bring back many suppressed conflicts and either try to live with them or resolve them. I've gone back to the beginning experiments again, and now, with reduced resistance so far as they are concerned, find them easy. However, when I attempt these present ones, I'm afflicted with a nervous irritation which seems to start in my legs and spread slowly through my whole body, so that I scratch and seem to want to tear myself apart. In fact, even as I type this, it begins again. I'm banging at the keys as if the aggression and irritation aroused by the experiments could be dissipated by the noise of the machine. Suddenly I have a pain in my left arm which seems to be in the bone. The whole lower part of my left arm is stiff. My right arm is unaffected. I've been trying to remember when the nervous reaction of scratching began. I can't keep thinking about the scratching, but start to think about crying instead. So I'll say something about that. I come from a family in which any display of emotion, especially of this sort, is frowned upon. At the moment I'm in conflict with my parents, and it is something that produces a guilt conflict, as I feel I'm in the wrong for making them suffer needlessly. I refuse to go home. When I'm there I feel materially very secure, but suffocated in every other direction by their only half-concealed distaste for my ideas and way of life. I have received a letter from them that makes me want to cry. When I got it and read it, or whenever I think about it, I get a lump in my throat, a tightening behind the eyeballs, and a tenseness throughout my body. This is repeated now as I report it. But I won't allow myself the luxury of crying about it. What strikes me as peculiar is that I cry easily over a film, book, play, or work of art, but in my own personal relationships it is a privilege that so far I will not allow myself. Now I am aware that suddenly I feel very aggressive, as if I want to do something violent, and the way I'm pounding the typewriter is in keeping with this feeling. The pain has come back to my left arm. In regard to inner thinking, I'm aware that the odd words and disjointed phrases in my head have begun to crystallize. My thoughts seem to be about conflict, about compromise, and about the facades behind which I've hidden myself, a different one for every group I'm in. In one life one plays many roles. Which is the true one that represents the self? The awareness which has shaken me the most is the size of my resistances and their strength. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. This person certainly has unfinished business with her parents. What, for example, does one owe to parents who will not accept one as he is? How can one make them come to realize? What life shall one live, what he chooses or what is chosen for him? Or something in between? This person will have to discover that, of the various roles she plays, there is not a true one which represents the self. Instead, a part of herself is invested in and finds expression in each of the roles. The problem is to integrate them so that all of herself comes together and lives her life continuously. The following excerpt is not very specific about the content of the conflict discovered and developed, but we include it because of the partial discharge attained and the consequent differentiation of the primitive impulse. While trying to be aware of my body, certain feelings do arise, certain people are involved in the potential fulfillment of the aroused feeling, and certain embarrassments follow inevitably. I'm really seriously angry at the authors, for what has turned up was, to say the least, somewhat unorthodox and shocking, with no chance whatsoever of fulfillment. All that has happened is that I've become aware of a certain function or desire and have become just as aware that its fulfillment is out the question. I realize that the desire was there before, because I just lay on the bed and suddenly this thing popped into my mind, full-blown, completely developed in all its various details. The whole scenario was complete from beginning to end. I don't think it grew during the short course of the experiment. It probably was there latently all the time, but till now, at least, I was unaware of it. It had merely brought about a state of active, constant, self-vituperative frustration. How can I release this by socking a pillow or screaming? There's only one way of getting rid of this. That's by doing it, and I can't. Upon rereading the foregoing part of this, I was tempted to destroy it and start all over. But I include it because of what I consider a rather curious aftermath. The sudden awareness of the cause of my bodily tension and the discovery of an unfulfillable need had actually made me so angry that I lost sight of what I now believe was important. Since starting on this report again a little while ago, I deliberately tried to imagine the whole sequence being acted out, although I knew it could never actually happen. I suddenly found myself blushing to the roots of my hair, not because it was the forbidden act, but because it was so silly. What a ridiculous way of trying to wreak vengeance. I sincerely think that if the opportunity were now offered to do what I thought I couldn't, that now I wouldn't, simply because it's so silly and ineffectual. There are other much more adequate ways of dealing with the situation. And now so many of my attitudes and poses in regard to X become meaningless. What is important in the present context is that the primitive retroflected aggression and the act that it prevented did not for their relief require that the repressed wish be literally carried out against person X. Once in awareness and fantasied with embarrassment, the primitive aggression underwent differentiation into other much more adequate ways of dealing with the situation. It was the repression itself which kept the aggression primitive and incapable of discharge. In the following example, a symptom of the alimentary tract was subject to concentration. For some months, in fact, on and off for a year, I have been suffering from diarrhea, which, since there has been no physical basis found for it, was probably psychosomatic. During my awareness experiments, I concentrated on the stomach and solar plexus muscles to see if I could become aware of tensions there that might be causing this. I found many tensions in that region, and spent a good deal of time and several sessions isolating and testing them. Since then my diarrhea has completely vanished. It is too soon to say whether it has gone for good, but, since I have changed neither my diet nor anything else in my life situation, it seems encouraging. As a final example, we quote some effects obtained by a student that ordinarily require much more prolonged work with these techniques. I relaxed on the bed, getting the feel of my body. After a short while I was in full contact with it, and felt around in first one part and then another. Then I breathed deeply, exhaling completely. Excitement kept starting forward. I'd feel a little surge of it, and then it would recede. That happened several times, and I realized that I was preventing my breath from coming faster. So I deliberately started panting, and there came the excitement. It surged all through me. It was as though my hands and feet were strapped down while tremendous bolts of electricity were being shot into me. My body strained upward, this way and that, twisting and turning with the force of the current. Pelvis, shoulders, back, legs, head. All of me moved circularly and in every way. My body was as hot as fire, I actually burned, and my hands and feet felt as though they were blazing. The perspiration poured off me, tears streamed down my face, my breath came in huge gasps, and I was saying, "Oh, oh, oh." I don't know just how long this lasted, but it was for at least several minutes. After it was over, I looked at my hands to see if they were scorched. I wouldn't have been surprised to find that they were. Little chills went through me for about another half hour, and I felt very alive and strong. There is a place in the back of my head that has to be relaxed before I can experience all the excitement. Work on that spot and the diaphragm resulted in my being able to have the above experience. By relaxing that little spot in the back of my head, I can have little chills run up and down my spine anytime. The word softly, which appeared twice in the instructions, was of great importance to me in performing this experiment. Although I don't know what's around the next bend in the road so far as these experiments are concerned, I'm damn well going to find out. So far it has just been the honeymoon phase that you spoke of in the introduction. Maybe it will be over for me with the next experiment, but I shall continue to try. Experiment 14, Executing the Reversed Act. This is the third and final experiment on retroflexion, for which the preceding two were preparation. In them, when you discovered and muscularly explored some retroflecting activity, we suggested merely that you reserve it in fantasy or imagination. The crucial stage, of course, is to reverse it in overt action directed outward upon the environment, for only in this way can your inner conflicts be changed back into strivings to obtain what you need in contact with people and objects in the outer world. You are not ready for this, and it would be premature to attempt it unless you have, by concentrating on the muscular clinch, succeeded in loosening it somewhat and differentiating it into component parts. Assuming that you have, next comes the work of making approaches to overt reversal of the retroflected activity. As an example, suppose that you have been choking yourself to prevent screaming and that now, finally, you can feel in your throat the impulse to scream and in your fingers the impulse to choke. However bizarre this may sound if you have not yet become aware of this or a comparable conflict, we mean it literally, not just as a figurative way of speaking. If you do feel something of the sort, what to do about it? Certainly it would be no solution to rush up to someone and, while screaming at the top of your voice, throttle him. The two parts of the conflict do have this meaning, the wish to scream and the wish to choke, but they are primitive and undifferentiated, and it is precisely their static clinch in your musculature that has kept them so. If you do not become paralyzed by the silliness of it, you can now give some overt expression to both sides in a way that is perfectly safe. You can choke a pillow. Dig your fingers into it as if it were a throat. Shake it as a mastiff shakes a rat. Show it no mercy. While doing this, fiercely absorbed in squeezing the life out of your enemy, you will also sooner or later find yourself vocalizing, grunting, growling, talking, shouting. This part will come sooner if you can perform the experiment beyond the earshot of others, but once you get into it fully, you are unlikely to care what the neighbors think. Before such an occurrence you might feel that you want to scream, to pound, to squeeze, but that you couldn't possibly do it if you tried. The muscular ties holding the appropriate activity in confluence may be so subtle that even with the best concentration they are not loosened in their last details. Various approaches to expressing the impulse, such as the kind suggested above, may be made abortively without having the behavior come to life and be meaningful. It remains dead, a deliberate bit of play acting. If you persist, however, extending the variations, going along with and falling into whatever absurdities, antics, posturing suggest themselves, eventually the deliberateness will change suddenly to spontaneity, you will become strongly excited, and the behavior will become a genuine expression of what was previously blocked. At this moment what was before impossible for you will now, paradoxically, become possible and be done. Mere physical execution of what you are aware of wanting to do, be it yelling, punching, choking, or whatever, will be useless unless accompanied by a growing awareness of the meaning of the act, by recognition of its particular role in your own interpersonal situation, at whom you want to scream, whom or what you want to pound, and by the executive sense that it is you who are doing it and are responsible for it. Otherwise, the action is a bluff and a mere forcing. If you bully yourself into doing something on the ground that it is what you are supposed to do to fulfill the experiment, you will rasp your throat, strain your muscles, rack yourself with new false excitements, but you will not achieve the integration you are seeking. Here the truth of the unitary conception of the organism, unitary functioning of body, feeling, and environment may dramatically be demonstrated. For if your orientation, your feeling, and your overt actions come together spontaneously and with the proper timing, you will suddenly find that you understand, feel, and can act with an unexpected new self-awareness and clarity. You will spontaneously recover a lost memory, recognize what your true intention is in some present relationship, see clearly what is the next thing for you to do, and so on. It is because of the importance of parallel development of all factors involved that we have been reiterating, use an all-round approach: fantasy, analysis of the interpersonal situation, verbal or semantic analysis, emotional training, body expression. Do not prematurely relax and thus bypass some of the factors. Do not force yourself or impose preconceptions, but allow for spontaneous developments. When expression is overt, there normally is a release of pent-up energy. For instance, the seeming lethargy of depression will, if unblocked, be replaced by what it concealed and held in check, raging or the clonic movements of sobbing. When fears or social pressures remain so great that such expression cannot break through, the miniature and wholly inadequate motions of thinking are substituted for them, in this instance a kind of subvocal whining. The big movements that would suffice to discharge the energy are in a clinch with self-controlling tensions in the diaphragm, throat, and head. Since the only way to release the energy is to express it, and since the self-controlling I has no intention whatever of letting this particular impulse find appropriate outlet, the clinch does not change. Without change it does not hold attention but becomes forgotten and isolated, unaware conflict in the organism. If the cramped muscles give rise to psychosomatic pains, the I does not understand and accept these as consequences of its unrelenting self-control, but regards them as imposed upon it from outside and feels victimized. The energy of the organism cannot flow. On the other hand, if you concentrate on a headache and permit development, you may sooner or later become aware that the headache is produced by muscular squeezing of your head. You may realize, further, that you are sad, in fact, that you want very much to cry. Unless you are alone, you may be unable to loosen the muscles and let go. To make it easier, retire to a place where you can have privacy. Even there, if you are a man, it may be difficult to let yourself weep, for you probably have been brought up on the fiction that big boys don't cry. When you discover an impulse to do something that cannot reasonably in its primitive form find a direct expression, try above all not to turn it back against yourself. Turn it, instead, against any kind of object that is convenient. Don't throttle yourself again, but throttle a pillow, meanwhile allowing the fantasy to develop of whom you really want to choke. Squeeze an orange instead of your own eyeballs. Punch a bag. Wrestle for sport. Kick a box. Allow your head to shake from side to side and shout no. At first you will do such things rather lamely, but after a while, if you are convinced that they are not silly, that they are, instead, safe first approaches to what you will later be able to do on a less primitive basis, you will permit yourself to express with full emotional force all the kicking, pounding and screaming of a child's tantrum. Despite conventional notions to the contrary, this is the healthy device by which the organism exteriorizes frustrated aggressions. Symptoms may often be more deeply concealed than indicated in our discussion so far. If the pain of a particular conflict has been too much to bear, you may have desensitized its context, and so developed blind spots. In that case, you may find during body concentration not aches and pains, but sensations of numbness, fogginess, nothingness. If so, then concentrate on these until you have them as a veil or blanket that you can lift, or as a fog that you can blow away. In theory, male and female sexual frigidity are merely such blind spots and are curable by correct concentration. In practice, though, most cases of this sort have extremely complicated resistances. The chief muscular block in frigidity is the stifling of the pelvis, mainly in the small of the back and in the groin. This frequently is linked up with incorrect masturbation. And, since masturbation is a sexual kind of retroflexion, normal or neurotic depending on the context, let us discuss it briefly. Up to a generation ago, masturbation was considered extremely sinful and harmful. Now it is approved of in many circles, even encouraged by progressive parents, though often with great embarrassment on their part. Both attitudes, the condemnation and the approval, are oversimplifications. Whether masturbation is healthy or harmful depends on the urge that it expresses, the accompanying attitude, and the method employed. It has been said that it is the guilt and remorse that constitute the damage that can be done by masturbation, and this is correct, Without these feelings a person suffers no injury. But there is a general misconception on this point. The guilt does not so much concern the act itself as the fantasies which accompany it, for instance, sadism, watching for someone to surprise and punish one, ambitious self-glorification, etc. Since healthy masturbation expresses an outgoing drive as a substitute for intercourse, the healthy masturbation fantasy would be that of approaching and having intercourse with a beloved person. Where masturbation gives rise to guilt, the problem is to notice the guilt-producing fantasy and to deal with it separately from the sexual act. The second point of danger in masturbation is the lack of pelvic activity. The act becomes one in which the hands are the active, aggressive partner to intercourse, while the genitals are merely raped. A man, lying on his back, conceives a passive feminine fantasy. Or, in the absence of spontaneously developing sexual excitement, the situation becomes a struggle, a striving for victory. The hands try to rape while the genitals resist and defy the rapist. The pelvis, meanwhile, does not move in orgastic waves and jerks, but is immobilized, tense and rigid. No satisfactory orgasm results, the artificially stimulated excitement is inadequately discharged, and there ensues fatigue and the need to try again. Masturbation, furthermore, is often an attempt to live out tensions not sexual at all, for instance, non-sexual loneliness, depression, annoyance. Or, on the other hand, it is sometimes a non-sexual expression of general defiance and rebellion. In healthy masturbation, as in healthy intercourse, the lead has to come from the pelvis or what corresponds to this genuine sexual need. If the small of the back is rigidly tensed and if the legs are pulled up into the trunk, no orgastic movements are possible. The sexual act, to give satisfaction, requires that one surrender to the sensations. If one thinks during intercourse, has fantasies that are not an integral part of what one is doing, avoids bestowing attention on one's partner, or omits to feel one's own pleasure, one cannot hope for the profound relief of consummated sexual expression. Let us return now to the more general problem of the systematic undoing of retroflexions. By concentration on localized muscle cramps or areas of numbness as you permit developments to occur, you will release a certain amount of energy that was previously bound up and unavailable. But after a time you will find that you cannot make further progress without giving attention to functional relationships among the larger divisions of the body. The felt contact between one part and another must be re-established before reintegration can be achieved. These parts are not detached from each other, of course, since they all go with you when you walk down the street, but still it is necessary to explore and feel vividly the structural and functional connection of upper with lower body, head with torso, torso with legs, right half with left half. As you do this work, you will be fascinated by the novel and yet obvious relationships that will assert themselves. You will comprehend at first hand what is meant by the Freudian notion of displacement upward, for instance, that repressed sexual and anal functions appear on an inadequate substitute basis in speech and thought, or the converse, that oral blocks repeat themselves in anal tensions. This presents no mystery, for, since the system is functioning as a whole, when one end of a large subsystem like the alimentary tract is disturbed, the other parts adjust progressively to compensate or at least to maintain a functioning, though less efficient, unity. Detailed interrelatedness of various parts of the body vary with each personality. By now you should be able to discover and work out the special features of your own particular mode of functioning. For further discussion here, let us restrict ourselves to a few remarks on balance and on the relation that exists between left and right. When muscular action is retroflected, it is obvious that posture must be deformed in every kind of way. For instance, if you hold your pelvis rigid, there can be no flexible base for any movement of the upper torso, arms, and head. Attempts to recover correct posture and grace by setting up exercises will prove fruitless unless there is also a loosening of the rigidity. Mothers produce nothing but exasperation in their children by constant admonitions to stand up straight, throw back your shoulders, or hold your head up. The bad posture feels right and will continue to as long as certain parts are held in a vice-like grip and not allowed spontaneous movement. For proper posture, the head, unconstrained by taut neck muscles, must balance freely on the torso, and the upper torso, without any pushed out chest or pulled in back, must ride easily on the pelvis. These body segments have been likened to three pyramids, each resting on its point, so that it can pivot readily in any direction. Conflict between head and trunk often expresses itself elsewhere as a struggle between right and left hands. When the head, for instance, is moral and right, the person is stiff-necked, afraid of losing his precarious balance. In this case, the neck serves, not as a bridge between head and trunk, but as a barrier, literally, a muscular bottleneck between the higher and the lower functions of the personality. The shoulders, afraid to expand and work or fight, are held contracted. The lower body is well under control. Ambidextrous cooperation is lacking. One hand tends to hold down and nullify the activity of the other, and the same is true for the legs. In sitting, balance is precarious, the upper carriage bears down on one buttock like a crushing piece of lead. By concentrating on right/left differences, you can regain much of the subtle balance required for adequate posture and locomotion. Lie on your back on the floor. Work first on the hollow small of the back and the arch of the neck. Although neither of these spots would remain up in the air as you lie there were your posture correct, do not try to relax or to force the vertebrae to flatten. Bring your knees up and spread them slightly apart, resting the bottoms of your feet on the floor. This will ease the tension along your spine, but you can still notice the rigidity of your back, and the short, pulled-in feeling of your legs. Allow any spontaneous adjustments that may occur in the direction of a more comfortable position. Compare every part of your anatomy on the right side with the left. You will observe many discrepancies in what should be bilateral symmetry. Your feeling that you are lying all crooked expresses, though in an exaggerated way, what is actually the case. Following the organism's own pressures as you notice them, softly correct your position very, very slowly, without jerky movements. Compare your right and left eyes, shoulders, feet, arms, hands. Throughout this work, keep the knees somewhat apart, arms loose and uncrossed. Notice the tendency to bring them together. Consider what this tendency may mean. Do you want to protect your genitals? Do you feel too much exposed and defenseless to the world if you lie open in this manner? What will attack you? Do you want to hang on to yourself for fear that otherwise you will fall to pieces? Is your right/left discrepancy expressive of a wish to hang on to person X with one hand and to push him away with the other? To go somewhere and not to go, at the same time? As you try to adjust your position, how are you doing it? Are you squirming, wriggling? Are you in a trap? A highly important connection and discrepancy is between the front of the body and the back. For instance, while to all appearances your gaze is directed ahead, it may be that you are more concerned with what lies behind, in which case you can never see where you are. What unknown thing do you fear from behind? Or what are you hoping will overtake and assault you? If you tend to stumble and fall down easily, concentration on this discrepancy between front and back will prove useful. As you allow muscular developments to take place, at times you may experience a vague, but fairly strong, urge to perform some particular type of movement. It may be, for instance, a kind of reaching out. If so, go along with it by experimentally reaching out. Should the feeling intensify, then reach out, not just with your hands, but with your arms, and, if it is the natural continuation of what you are doing, with your whole body. For whom are you reaching? Your mother? An absent beloved? At some stage does the reaching out begin to be a pushing away? If so, then push. Push against something solid like the wall. Do it with a force adjusted to the strength of your feeling. Similarly, suppose you feel your lips tighten and your head draw away. Then let your head move from side to side and say, no. Can you say it firmly and loudly, or does your voice break? Do you plead? Or, Quite the opposite, does your refusal develop into a general sense of defiance and rebelliousness, with pounding, kicking, and screaming? What does it mean? In performing such mimetic movements, nothing is gained by forcing. It then becomes mere play acting and throws you off the track. Your sense of what to express and act out must grow out of the exploration and development of feelings and their significance. If the movements are the right ones and properly timed, they will crystallize your feelings and clarify meanings in your interpersonal relations. In quoting reactions to this experiment, we begin as usual with some of the more antagonistic ones. I'm a creature of habit and quite comfortable with my present posture. I'm not going to lie on the floor and do gyrations. I don't go reaching out for mother or an absent beloved, push things away, plead, kick, scream, or bellow no. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't have aggressive drives. When younger I was temperamental, aggressive, and self-righteous. It was quite a struggle learning to control these things during the past 10 years, but I did it. It's really not that I now control my temper, the truth is that I don't have a temper anymore. What I hope to get out of these experiments and have completely failed to get is, not an invitation to develop a temper again, but rather to learn how to be self-assured. That's my problem. Where are the experiments that deal with that? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I'm aware of an itch, I scratch it. If I'm uncomfortable, I change my position. Going around asking do I feel something, isn't going to make me a happier or better adjusted person. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. What's all this stuff about wanting to protect myself from things that obviously aren't there? This is all getting farther and farther out into left field. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The frank discussion of sexual fornication and masturbation shocked me. At the risk of sounding like a prude, which I'm not, I may say that this shock has prevented me from doing this whole experiment. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The assumptions in this experiment are utterly ridiculous. I fear nothing in back of me. After reading this kind of stuff, I begin wondering about the authors. The more I wonder, the more I think that the only benefit I'm getting out of these experiments is typing experience. We now sample reports from those who describe more positive results. When I inhale, my stomach seems to move naturally, but my jaws are extremely tight, as is my throat and the rest of my face. I experience this as restrained shouting. I had a chance to make sure of this when my father was dressing me down over something where I felt positive I was right. I got this very same choked up feeling, but I couldn't let very much come out even when he demanded what was eating me. The way it felt to me then was that I mustn't hurt his feelings. But that's precisely what I know I did do by sulking and moping around afterward. Next time I'm going to spare myself this pain and spare him my sulking by speaking my piece. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Last week when I came home late from a party I had a terrific headache. Instead of taking aspirin, I tried, as you suggested, to take responsibility for it. I lay there quite a while, exploring my forehead from the inside, and gradually it seemed that the pain, which I had supposed was a general one, was actually centered in two distinct points, one over each eye. It then became very clear that it wasn't just a pain, but very definitely a muscular ache. After concentrating for a while on the muscles around my eyes, without trying in any way to relax them, all of a sudden, with no effort on my part, they relaxed, and the pain was gone. It was a wonderful sensation of relief, and naturally, I fell asleep almost immediately. It wasn't until next morning that I wondered what the meaning of the ache had been, but by that time I guess it was too late to do anything about becoming aware of that. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The first tension I felt was this tenseness in the diaphragm, and in a heightened state of awareness I felt a subtle urge to vomit. As the awareness increased, I felt several convulsive heaves in the diaphragm region, but these, never too severe, stopped in a short while, and the whole area seemed relaxed. Throughout the whole period of nausea I tried to let my feelings come out, and almost spontaneously I felt my hands clench. The shaking of my head as if to say no quite vehemently also came quite easily, and before I knew it I was saying the word no out loud and saying it quite loudly and with much emotion. I followed through with the experiment to the point of strangling a pillow, and it was while doing this that I saw some visual images which were exceedingly interesting and revealing to me. I don't feel that they should be described here, for they were of a rather intimate personal nature. The diaphragm tensions can't be found now, and I have hopes that they won't return with any degree of severity. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was no one in the house for once and wouldn't be for a while, so I decided to do this experiment in the living room, since by pushing the table aside I would have considerable room for movement. At first, when I stretched out on the floor, I was completely dressed. This hampered me. It was the first time I really could go all out on a manipulation experiment and know I wouldn't be bothered, so I threw a blanket on the floor, drew the blinds, and stripped. I was more successful in body awareness than I had ever been. I was excited, and my breathing was rapid. I concentrated on it until, though it was still rapid, it was slow enough to permit full breathing. I tried to verbalize my various feelings, the throb of my chest, shoulders, and upper arms, and it was while I was working on the sensations I realized I was developing an erection. Involuntarily I tried to check this, and then I got an ache in my back. This was very interesting to me, because that particular ache is an old acquaintance, and now I'm beginning to put two and two together. My spine was extremely tight. Neither the small of my back nor the arch of my neck touched the floor. When I drew my legs up I felt somehow uncomfortable. The base of my spine pressed into the floor and it was quite an effort to put my feet down squarely. My legs felt very tense. When I began to compare the two sides of my body, I found the right side far more relaxed than the left. My right shoulder was slightly raised and most of my weight was on my left shoulder and left buttock. I had the distinct feeling that my pelvic arch was raised up. As I explored various muscle groups I suddenly had a terrific urge to stretch. I raised my arms high and stretched my shoulder muscles. I then spontaneously bridged as do wrestlers, raising my whole body and suspending myself on my feet and neck. When I lay back I felt relaxed and strangely relieved. My spine wasn't so tight and the small of my back was much closer to the floor, although both my neck and back were still held high. Although the meanings of all this don't come through very clearly, I can feel that they are starting to emerge, and in a general sense I don't feel nearly so confused as I did. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While lying on my bed and trying this experiment I became aware of feeling ashamed of my genitals. I wished to get up and cover myself, but continued to lie there to see what might develop. The desire to cover myself with my hand became very strong, and I remembered my mother telling me that nice girls never expose themselves. I was brought up in a family which put tremendous weight on moral virtue. Emotions, particularly those related to sexual adjustment, were suppressed in strong verbal warnings and lectures. In doing this experiment I realized my natural desires and at the same time I felt the fears and warnings that had been implanted in me in childhood. I realize I have a great deal of reappraising and working out to do before I can finally come to terms with myself. There is a great deal of unfinished business in my life, but I'm getting clearer on ways and means of going about the job, and already I feel I've made a good start. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Before doing this particular experiment I felt I had already gained some insight about the matter, but to discover how opposed forces act upon the body was something quite amazing to me. Until recently I was unable to experience anger, no matter what the circumstances. Instead, I felt hurt. I would become nervous and later develop a splitting headache. As I was lying on the floor with knees brought up and my feet flat, I became aware that my right arm was limp at my side and that my left arm was curved away from the body with fist tightly clenched. To me the right side represents the meek and non-aggressive tendencies in me, and the left side repressed aggressive tendencies. It is amazing to me, but not amusing, that although one might repress aggression, it inevitably comes to the surface in another form. I used to be very sarcastic, but eventually denied myself even this more or less subtle way of striking. I believe that when I gave this up I became unable to be aware of anger. This awareness has come back with the doing of these experiments, but I'm still unable to do much about it overtly. It somehow feels cruel and unjustified to attack anyone for any cause whatever. I know, though, that I actually want to do this and that in certain situations it is not only justified but necessary. I'm making some progress in that direction, but I've got an awful lot of retroflecting to undo and I'm trying to resign myself to its taking quite a while. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I started shadowboxing and allowed different people to wander in and out of my fantasies. Finally Sir X arrived. At this point I stopped throwing punches at my imaginary adversary and let go with my right foot. Immediately I felt a cramp in my shin. It surprised me considerably, not so much the cramp, as the thought of kicking someone. I had always abhorred such action and considered it impossible for me even to comprehend. Yet here I was attempting to stomp Mr. X's face. Since the experiment stopped at this point, naturally the cramp in my shin subsided. However, as I'm typing this I can feel tensions in my shin developing again. I now ask myself whether this is an example of retroflected behavior. Does it mean that I've been kicking myself all these years when I wanted to kick someone else? As yet there is no clear answer to these questions, but I shall pursue them again soon. Because of its fine attention to detail we quote the following report at some length. As time went by I found that I could do the motor muscular experiments for greater and greater stretches, and also that there was a quicker and more complete awareness of internal activities and tensions in each succeeding attempt. The first time I tried it, I got no results for some time. Then I became aware of my heartbeat, and then the results of my heartbeat, namely, circulation through my limbs, and the throbbing of the blood vessels. Then I lost my gestalt and fell asleep. The second experiment started negatively. Suddenly I became aware that I was introspecting, doing nothing but stare internally in an attempt to force results. The moment I stopped this the results were instantaneous. I took no notes during the experiment, so I cannot report all the sensations I felt. I can only say, as I report those that I do recall, that they were multitudinous and came so fast that I could not have reported them without interfering fatally with the flow of awareness. First I felt the circulatory awareness I had felt the first time. On this occasion, however, I maintained the gestalt, and soon was rewarded with definite motor muscular awareness. There were all sort of twinges, electric currents, and, especially, little internal jumps in the extremities. There seemed little or no anxiety, except a continued overeagerness, which I noted as part of a compulsive drive toward premature success. At one time I almost fell asleep again, but as I re-established the figure ground, I felt a fine feeling of having overcome this resistance to awareness. Then I felt a severe pain in the stomach muscles, almost as if someone had kicked me in the solar plexus. As I tried to concentrate on it, however, it disappeared. Then I felt a severe pain in my upper arm. This remained and intensified as I concentrated on it for about 5 minutes. It moved slightly, and alternately faded and increased in strength. I now tried to make free associations with my life situation to observe whether any connection could be made with this pain. I honestly do not remember what my train of thought was at this time, but something came to the surface which seemed to cause the pain to explode like an internal mushroom bomb. I can describe my feelings by saying that I felt as if I were about to have an orgasm in the area of the arm. This feeling mounted to almost unbearable tension and then faded without resolution, leaving me feeling very much as if an expected orgasm had not taken place. However, when I ceased the experiment I felt well. Rather than having the typical unpleasant after effect of an incomplete orgasm, I did, however, have the feeling that something terrific had almost occurred. I must now report further that, as I typed this report, memory of the experiment returned spontaneously in greater detail than I would have imagined possible, and suddenly I felt the same pain in the same region of the arm. It is there right now. This interests me, but also alarms me somewhat. I interrupted my report at this time to concentrate on the repeated pain in my arm. Internal awareness came at once, and the pain remained present. Suddenly it spread out over my entire body and I began to tremble with fear, an emotion which both surprised and disgusted me. As I did this, I felt that I wanted to stretch my arms out to someone, my mother. Simultaneously an incident came to mind of when I had done just that. It occurred when I was 4 years old. I was traveling with my parents, and had taken an intense dislike to the manager of our hotel. I did something or other that was naughty, and my mother said that if I didn't behave she would go off and leave me behind with the hotel manager, who was present at the time. I started to cry and ran to my mother with my arms outstretched. She consoled me, and assured me that she was joking, while the manager laughed at me and called me a mama's baby. All this may be cooked up, and I wouldn't blame you for being skeptical. I am myself. However, to the best of my knowledge, I hadn't thought of this incident since the time it occurred, and now I remember it as clearly as if it had happened yesterday. The pain in my arm still persists, but it seems to be less acute and to cover a wider area. In my next muscle tension experiment, awareness came a little more slowly than the previous time, possibly due to anxieties that had been aroused by the results of the previous one. It took about 15 minutes for strong awareness to form, and this time it was in the area of the face. I first noticed a tendency of the muscles at the corner of my mouth to twitch upward in what I imaged was an attempt to smile. 10 minutes approximately passed before I realized that this upward twitch was not a smile, but actually part of the facial movement of a crying spell. I thereupon proceeded to cry. This I hadn't indulged in since a small child. Embarrassment at my own behavior interfered with developments at this point. I could not associate my action with anything in my life situation, except possibly the death of my mother 2 years ago, on which occasion I had been unable to cry although I wished to. I did become aware, however, that the pressure of my lower lip against my upper and the tension across my forehead, two tensions which I reported previously, existed to prevent my crying. After the experiment I felt fine and extremely happy to have made this outgoing action available to myself. Volume 2 Chapter 7. Introjection. Experiment 15, Introjecting and Eating. In dealing with introjects we again make use of the same techniques of concentration and development that were applied to retroflections, but there is a crucial difference in procedure. In retroflections both the retroflected act and the behavior that it holds in check are parts of one's own personality, and what must be done is, first, to accept and identify with both parts, and, second, to find a new integration in which both parts obtain overt expression. An introject, on the other hand, consists of material, a way of acting, feeling, evaluating that you have taken into your system of behavior, but that you have not assimilated in such fashion as to make it a genuine part of your organism. You took it in on the basis of a forced acceptance, a forced identification, so that, even though you will now resist its dislodgement as if it were something precious, it is actually a foreign body. Both as an organism and as a personality one grows by assimilating new material. To compare the acquisition of habits, attitudes, beliefs, or ideals to the process of taking physical food into the organism strikes one at first as merely a crude analogy, but the more one examines the detailed sequence of each, the more one realizes their functional identity. Physical food, properly digested and assimilated, becomes part of the organism, but food which rests heavy on the stomach is an introject. You are aware of it and want to throw it up. If you do so, you get it out of your system. Suppose, instead, you suppress your discomfort, nausea, and tendency to spew it forth. Then you keep it down and either succeed finally in painfully digesting it or else it poisons you. When it is not physical food but concepts, facts, or standards of behavior, the situation is the same. A theory that you have mastered digested in detail so that you have made it yours can be used flexibly and efficiently because it has become second nature to you. But some lesson that you have swallowed whole without comprehension, for example, on authority, and which you now use as if it were your own, is an introject. Though you have suppressed your initial bewilderment over what was forced into you, you cannot really use such foreign knowledge and, to the extent that you have cluttered your personality with gulped-down morsels of this and that, you have impaired your ability to think and act on your own. On this point we differ with Freud. He held that some introjections are healthy, for instance, the models and imitations by which the developing personality of the child is formed, especially the introjection of the loving parents. But in this he was obviously failing to make the distinction between introjection and assimilation. What is assimilated is not taken in as a whole, but is first destroyed completely and transformed, and absorbed selectively according to the need of the organism. Whatever the child gets from his loving parents he assimilates, for it is fitting and appropriate to his own needs as he grows. It is the hateful parents who have to be introjected, taken down whole, although they are contrary to the needs of the organism. Accompanying this is the starving of the child's proper needs and his repressing of rebellion and disgust. The I that is composed of introjects does not function spontaneously, for it is made up of concepts about the self, duties, standards, and views of human nature imposed from the outside. If you can realize the necessity for an aggressive, destructive, and reconstructive attitude toward any experience that you are really to make your own, you can then appreciate the need mentioned previously to evaluate aggressions highly and not to dub them glibly antisocial, on the basis of an introject. As commonly used, social often means being willing to introject norms, codes, and institutions that are foreign to man's healthy interests and needs, and in the process to lose genuine community and the ability to experience joy. To eliminate introjects from your personality, the problem is not, as it was with retroflections, to accept and integrate dissociated parts of yourself. Rather, it is to become aware of what is not truly yours, to acquire a selective and critical attitude toward what is offered you, and, above all, to develop the ability to bite off and chew experience so as to extract its healthy nourishment. To clarify further the process of introjection, let us review the earliest years of life. The fetus is in complete confluence with the mother, who provides oxygen, food, and environment. After birth, the infant must get his own air and begin to differentiate the sensory environment, but his food, although now only intermittently available, still comes fully prepared for digestion. All that is required of him is to suck and swallow. Such fluid intake is equivalent to total introjection, for the material is swallowed whole. But this is appropriate to the predental, suckling stage. In the next stages of oral development, biting and chewing, the infant becomes more active with respect to his food. He selects and appropriates and changes in some degree what the environment offers. With the growth of incisors, he is for a period in transition from suckling to biteling. He makes the discrimination that the nipple is not to be bitten while he sucks from it, but for the rest of his diet he bites off bits of other still partially prepared food. With the eruption of molars, he reaches the chewing stage, which is of paramount importance because it allows for complete destroying of the food. Instead of accepting what is given and uncritically introjecting it, the chewling works over what is provided by the environment so as to ensure his assimilation of it. It is on the basis of such competence, combined with almost complete development of sensory discrimination and perception of objects, that the child begins to speak and brings to a head the process of forming his I. The process of weaning, of making the child give up its suckling, is always regarded as difficult and traumatic. But it is very likely that, if there has been no previous starvation and failure of affection, the child will be ready and eager to exercise his newly developed powers and to leave behind the introjective confluence. It was the tragic fact that this normal sequence almost never takes place in our society that there is, therefore, imperfect biting off and chewing from the beginning that led Freud and others to conceive as normal partial introjection, the gulping down of poorly chewed morsels of one kind or another. With biting, chewing, and the very important functions of locomotion and ability to approach, the child has the chief types of aggression available to him and under his control for his own growth. These, obviously, are not antisocial, although they are the very antithesis of passive confluence. But if these biological activities are not used in the service of the growth functions as initiative, selection, overcoming of obstacles, seizing upon and destroying in order to assimilate, then the surplus energy finds discharge as displaced aggressions, domination, irritability, sadism, lust for power, suicide, murder, and their mass equivalent, war. The organism does not develop in continuous creative adjustment with its environment, so that the I is a system of executive functions concerned with orientation and manipulation. Instead, it is saddled with an I that is a thrown-together collection of unassimilated introjects, traits and qualities taken over from the authorities, that he cannot stomach, relations that he did not bite off and chew, knowledge he doesn't understand, sucking fixations he cannot dissolve, disgust he cannot release. When, by reversing retroflections, an amount of aggressive energy is detached from the self as victim, it may be usefully reemployed for biting through and chewing physical food and its psychological counterpart, problems that must be faced, fixations that must be dissolved, concepts of the I that must be destroyed. That is what is attempted in the following experiments, but just as in working with muscular contractions, you must go slowly and not force yourself, or you are sure to be disappointed and discouraged. The main resistances of which you will become aware will be impatience and greed, which are emotions perfectly normal to the gulping stage, but not to the more mature, differentiated stage of selection, biting off, and ruminating. Be content at first with the development of awareness. You will have accomplished much when, by concentrating on your mode of eating, you learn to distinguish between liquid food which may appropriately be drunk and solid food which cannot be handled adequately by drinking it down. Concentrate on your eating without reading or thinking. Simply address yourself to your food. Meals have for us become social occasions for the most part. The primitive goes off by himself to eat. Follow his example to this extent, set aside one meal a day to eat in solitude, and learn how to eat. This may take about 2 months, but, after that, you will have acquired a new taste, a new source of enjoyment, and you will not relapse. If you are impatient, this will seem too long. You will want magical effects, quick results without effort. For you to get rid of your introjects, you yourself must do the destroying and the reintegrating. Notice your resistances to addressing the food. Do you taste the first few bites and then fall into a trance of thinking, daydreaming, wanting to talk, meantime losing contact with the taste? Do you bite off your food by clean, efficient action of the front teeth? In other words, do you bite through on a meat sandwich held in your hands, or do you close your jaws part way and then tear off a hunk? Do you ever use your molars up to the point of complete destruction of the food, that is, liquefaction? Just notice whatever it is you do, without deliberately changing anything. Many changes will occur spontaneously if you keep in contact with your food. As you eat with awareness, do you feel greed? Impatience? Disgust? Do you blame the hurry and bustle of modern life for your gulping of meals? Is it different when you have leisure? Do you avoid food that is flat and tasteless, or do you just down it without demurring? Do you experience a symphony of flavors and textures in your food, or have you so desensitized your palate that it all tastes pretty much alike? When it is not a matter of physical but of mental food, how does the matter stand? Consider the same questions with regard, for instance, to your intake from the printed page. Do you skip over hard paragraphs or do you work them through? Is your taste for the sweet and easy alone light fiction or feature stories which you can gulp down without active response? Or do you compel yourself to partake only of heavy literature, though you get little pleasure for your effort? What about your visual intake at the movies? Do you fall into a kind of trance and drink in the scenes? Study this as an instance of confluence. In the same context, let us consider alcoholism, which, although complicated and with many ramifications, is muscularly anchored in oral underdevelopment. No cure can have lasting effect or be more than a suppression unless the alcoholic progresses to the stage of biting and chewing. Fundamentally, the drinker wants to drink his environment in to get easy and total confluence without the excitement of contacting, destroying and assimilating. He is a bottle baby, a gulper, reluctant to take solid food and chew it. This applies to the steak on his platter and to the larger problems of his life situation. He wants his solutions in liquid form, pre-prepared, so that he need but drink them down. Socially, he wants to enter into immediate confluence without preparatory contact with the other person. His acquaintance of the moment becomes a pal to whom he will pour out his heart. He bypasses those parts of his personality that would exercise discrimination, and then, on the basis of these supposedly deep and sincere but actually most superficial social contacts, he comes forth with impatient, extravagant demands. Just as uncritically, he takes in social reproaches and accepts them as coming from himself, for he has a strong self-aggressive conscience. He may silence it by drowning it in alcohol, but when he awakes, its vindictiveness is redoubled. Since his aggression is not used in attacking his physical food or his problems, the surplus which is not invested in his conscience often turns outward in surly, irrelevant fights. Drinking is the adequate way of appropriating fluids, and inebriation's easy sociability is warming and pleasurable. But these are only phases of experience, not the whole of it, and when they continually occupy the foreground as imperious needs, the possibility of other kinds and levels of experience is ruled out. A similar mechanism manifests itself in sexual promiscuity. The demand here is for immediate terminal satisfaction, without preliminary contact and development of the relationship. Since he is cold and the victim of tactile starvation, the promiscuous person seeks crude tactile proximity of the skin surface as his final sexual aim. While there are, of course, other complicating factors, what again is outstanding is impatience and greed. For the most part, our views on introjection arouse nearly unanimous disagreement on first encounter. We cite a few comments from students. I cherish the illusion which you will no doubt diagnose as neurotic that being a human being implies more respect for the grandeur of the soul than to address myself to food. ******. I don't see how changing your eating habits is supposed to aid your ability to reject introjected ideas. I just don't see it. Even if early eating habits are connected with all this, simply changing your present habits isn't going to suddenly enable you to see that Freud's concept of introjection is wrong while this one may be partially correct. Why can't we work on something that will actually be of use rather than all this junk? *****. The whole business of the parallel between forcible intake of food and forcible intake of behavior is tenuous, especially when carried past just being a figurative way of speaking. The organism does not vomit out behavior, nor does it bite and chew experience. True, complex behavior may be introjected, but to me this has little to do with the eating functions, certainly when infancy is past. I have disregarded the eating experiments as I think they are useless a priori, and I won't even give them the limited attention I've paid the other experiments, that is, doing them for the sake of curiosity. In the author's own terms, I refuse to introject what they have to say about introjection. *****. I'm no more impressed or moved to action by this drill than I have been by the others. Although much has been learned in the process of reading it, namely, an acute sense of awareness of one's thoughts, motives, habits, etc., with possible permanent benefits derived therefrom, I still fail to comprehend the essential thought behind this mass of verbal confusion. I assume that the dominating thought is to make the individual more cognizant of various processes within himself, and therefore expel many undesirable factors present in his thoughts and actions. As previously stated, though, I feel that the authors assume too much insight on the part of the student, and I feel further that the drills involve much too much preoccupation with self, a decidedly dangerous thing if devoid of trained guidance. In all of the above excerpts there is the customary modern emphasis on verbal evidence and verbal proof. As a matter of fact, there are a number of objective experimental findings which could be brought to bear in this connection, perhaps sufficient to oblige the above quoted students to give intellectual assent to the theory presented here. However, What we seek is not verbal agreement but the dynamic effects that you may obtain by directly discovering and proving the points in your own nonverbal functioning. Several persons, apparently unable to reject the theory without more ado, rejected it temporarily by postponing its nonverbal testing. I question this whole thing on the how the hell can there be a functional identify of any sort? I'm going to put this whole thing off until I go home this summer and work on it then. Whatever doubts they had about the theory, most students took an experimental attitude toward the examination of their eating processes and reported various discoveries about their usual modes of ingestion. After concentrating on my eating, I found that I didn't know how to eat, but bolted my food gluttonously. I can't stop eating with a great rush even when there's no reason to hurry. I find that I use my molars scarcely at all. The problem of keeping a presentable silhouette dominated many reports. I would try on a dress that looked beautiful in Vogue or Harper's Bazaar. What I saw in the mirror didn't look like my long, willowy, blonde ideal. I would get sore and disgusted at myself and swear to go on a diet. Then I would get to feeling so sorry for myself that I would sit down and eat some candy or a piece of cake. We quote in detail an account of attempting to chew some food to the point of liquefaction. Since I'm quite well known in the family as a food gulper and a reading when eating type, I looked forward to the eating experiments with interest. They have worked, but for fear they might work too well, I've stopped before going too far. First, I noted how I took the food, and wasn't too surprised to find that I'm a partial biter, tear the rest off sort of operator. It was fairly easy to slow down enough to bite through my food as completely as I could before starting to chew. But since I rarely eat without reading, simply this concentration on biting off instead of tearing off sent me into daydreaming. I just sat there dumb, unaware of what I was doing and not thinking anything, so that literally before I knew it the food was down. As to whether I ever liquefy my food, the answer emphatically is no. I tried to chew and chew until the food was about as liquid as I could stand it and noted two reactions. First, my tongue started to ache toward the back. What usually takes place is that after I have food in my mouth nothing happens until the food is on the way down the esophagus, that is, I'm not aware of swallowing, gulping, breathing, or anything else. What happened, now that I tried to masticate completely, was that I found myself running out of air. My tongue started to ache uncomfortably. I seemed to be holding my breath. So I had to push the food to the sides of my mouth, making the gulping motions, and then take a deep breath before going on. After these setting up exercises I would have to bring back the food from wherever it had scattered in the sides of my mouth and then go to work on the messy leftovers of that last bite. This description is particularly detailed and, to me, nauseating, because that's how I felt after a couple of bites, nauseated. The food began to taste terrible and I now found myself deliberately avoiding trying to taste or even feel what was going on in my mouth. I usually don't taste or feel what's going on there anyhow, but this experiment did bring back a lot of taste, etc., so that now to get rid of the unpleasantness aroused by it I had to try to desensitize myself. What I meant above when I wrote that I stopped the above experiments before going too far is that I was feeling so disgusted with what was going on in my mouth that I felt a very strong tendency to vomit. Immediately I switched over into daydream or stupor, telling myself, now let's not spoil a whole meal by getting sick, after all, there's a limit. So I stopped. Now this is obviously a resistance, but that's what I did twice. A student who feels that he has good eating habits mentions the following. As a child these good eating habits were not present. I was an extremely poor eater and probably introjected most of what I ate, attempting to think or talk about anything to keep from becoming aware of what I was eating. The change occurred somewhere between my 10th and 13th year. The major event in my life during this period was when my father remarried and we finally moved away from my uncle's home where we had been living. A number of students made comments such as the following. I am utterly amazed at how closely my ways of dealing with problems, with reading matter, with movies, etc., parallel my ways of dealing with food. Experiment 16, dislodging and digesting introjects. Introjection is characterized by a particular constellation of emotions and behavioral tendencies, impatience and greed, disgust and its negation through loss of taste and appetite, fixation, with its desperate hanging on and clinging to what has ceased to be nourishing. Let us examine these in detail. Infants and children are said to be impatient and greedy. But these terms, appropriate as applied to adults who are underdeveloped, are misapplied to children. A baby, when hungry, wants the breast. If he does not get it right away, he squalls impatiently. No, for this is all that he can do in the direction of satisfying his need. This is not something to be corrected but rather to be grown out of. Impatience has no meaning apart from its opposite, patience. Adults have had a chance to differentiate these behaviors by acquiring the working through techniques which, when applied, constitute patience. The child has not. If he has a loving mother, his hunger cry is to her an adequate and unresented signal. Given the breast, he eagerly and immediately swallows down the milk. Greedily. No, for liquid food requires no delay before ingestion. The behavior of the child is mistakenly called impatience and greed when obviously it is aggression that is fully adequate in the child's mother-confluence situation. Only when the primitive aggression does not, as the child gets older, differentiate into techniques for tackling and working through obstacles are we entitled to speak of impatience and greed. Although equipped with the apparatus and the opportunity for taking care of himself, such an old child still wielding his aggression in its original, primitive form insists that it be done for him and done at once. If you investigate your own impatience, you will be able to confirm this. You will realize that it is a primitive aggression, a crude, angry reaction to frustration. To say, I am impatient with you is equivalent to, I am annoyed with you because you do not come across with what I want right now, and I don't want to have to put out the additional effort to get you to come across. In babies and cubs we can easily observe the further differentiation of aggression at the biting stage. They like to try out this new ability by sinking their teeth into whatever is biteable. The mouth, too, becomes an organ of manipulation. Subsequently, the hands take over the early exploratory function of the mouth and then its manipulating. As more and more discrimination and working over of food is required, the mouth specializes correspondingly in tasting and destroying. Parental interference comes seriously into the picture at the biting stage. On the one hand, biting is punished as cruel and naughty, and on the other, food that the child does not want or does not want at the time is forced into him. His tendency under these circumstances to make a barrier of his teeth to the unwanted food is forcibly vanquished. Denied adequate expression, the child's oral aggression must be displaced. Part of it is retroflected to suppress the punishable food rejecting. Part of it turns against persons. This comprises the so-called cannibalism of those who want to eat you up. In order to get down and keep down the unwanted food, the child has to repress his disgust. Furthermore, spontaneous use of his teeth has been denied him. He was punished for his cruel and naughty biting and also for clamping his teeth against the unwanted food. Only the behavior of the suckling which he was in the process of outgrowing is fully safe. His development out of this stage has been interfered with, and, because of the maiming of his biteling behavior, he retains in some degree or relapses into the impatience and greed of the suckling. Only liquid food still tastes good, but this is never enough to gratify hunger. Because of scheduled feedings and other scientific practices applied to you as an infant, the blocking of oral aggression as described above is probably in some degree present in your own case. This condition is the basic prerequisite for tendencies to introject, to swallow down whole what does not belong in your organism. We shall, therefore, attack the problem at the source, namely, the process of eating. The solution involves remobilization of disgust, which is not pleasant and will rouse strong resistances. For once, therefore, in stating the following motor experiment, we do not propose it as something to try out in a spontaneous fashion to see what happens, but we appeal to your courage and charge you with it as a task. During each and every meal, Take one bite, remember, just one, single bite. And liquefy the food completely by chewing. Do not let one morsel escape destruction, but seek it out with your tongue and bring it into position for further chewing. When you are satisfied that the food has been fully liquefied, drink it down. In performing this task you will forget yourself in the middle of the operation and swallow. You will become inattentive. You will have no time. On occasion you will feel that you have spoiled the taste of something good. When you encounter disgust, you will be sorry you ever started the experiment. But sooner or later a welcome byproduct of the experiment will be that you get much more taste and nourishment out of your mouthful than you would have imagined possible, and with this you will begin to have an increased feeling of yourself as an active agent. The task is restricted to a single bite per meal, for this, no matter how simple it may sound, will be hard to do. It requires the remarshaling of an enormous amount of energy. The chewing as such is not what you are after, but rather the attitude of destroying and assimilating real material. Avoid any obsessional practice such as counting your jaw movements, for this only distracts your attention. As the functional counterpart of the task of chewing up a single bite of food, give yourself the same training in the intellectual sphere. For example, take a single difficult sentence in a book that is tough meat, and analyze it, that is, take it apart thoroughly. Get the precise connotation of each word. For the sentence as a whole, decide on its clarity or vagueness, its truth or falsity. Make it your own, or else make clear to yourself what part of it you don't understand. Perhaps you have not failed to comprehend, but instead the sentence is incomprehensible. Decide this for yourself. Another profitable experiment, one that makes full use of the functional identity between eating physical food and stomaching some interpersonal situation, is the following: when in an impatient mood, angry, upset, resentful and thus inclined to gulp, apply the aggression in a deliberate attack on some physical food. Take an apple or a tough heel of bread and wreak your vengeance on it. In accordance with your mood, chew as impatiently, hastily, viciously, cruelly as you can. But bite and chew, do not gulp. The neurotic's condemnation of aggression has two exceptions. The first is when the aggression is retroflected and he then drives or punishes himself, and the second is when the aggression is invested in conscience and moral judgment and is then directed against both himself and others. If he will use some of the aggression dentally, that is, in the biological aggression of the teeth, he will correspondingly let up in his attacks on himself and others, and, what is most important, he will learn to recognize aggressiveness as a healthy function that prevents introjection. He will learn to reject what is indigestible in his physical or psychological system and to bite off and chew what is potentially digestible and nourishing if adequately destroyed and assimilated. And, with respect to the introjects he now has, he will learn to bring them up and get rid of them, or else, at last, to chew them properly as preparation for genuine digestion. Disgust as a word comes from the prefix dis-, meaning without, and gustus, meaning relish. This understates what we experience as disgust. When disgusted we have nausea, the physical sensations that go with reverse peristalsis in the alimentary tract. This changed direction of the gastric and esophageal contractions is, of course, designed to regurgitate and thus make possible the elimination or the further chewing, as in ruminants like the cow, of indigestible or improperly masticated food. The same process occurs in the organism when the environment presents objects or situations which could not possibly be mistaken for physical food but which can be termed instead perceptual food. We retch even at the sight of a decomposed horse. You may feel your gorge rise slightly at mere reading of these words, and you certainly would if we elaborated further on the possibilities of taking the dead horse as food. In other words, the organism reacts to certain objects and situations, and we cannot impress this upon you too strongly as if they had been taken into the alimentary tract. Our language is full of expressions that reflect the psychosomatic identity of disgust produced by physical food and by what is indigestible only in the psychological sense. Consider, for instance, you make me sick, I gag over having to do this, the sight was nauseating. It would be easy to think up another series of verbalisms about belching, that relatively milder but omnipresent indicator of bad digestion. Disgust is the desire to bring up, to vomit forth, to reject material that is disagreeable to the organism. One gets the stuff down only by numbing and putting out of commission the healthy organism's natural means of discrimination, smelling, tasting, and so on. In such an event it is crucial at least that one feel the disgust later on, and thus be enabled to get the stuff back up. Since introjects have been gulped down precisely in this manner, their elimination from your system requires that you remobilize disgust. Neurotics talk much of being rejected. This is, for the most part, a projection onto others of their own rejecting. What they refuse to feel is their latent disgust with what they have incorporated in their own personalities. If they did, they would have to vomit up and reject many of their loved identifications, which were unpalatable and hateful at the time when swallowed down. Or else they would have to go through the laborious process of bringing them up, working them through, and then at last assimilating them. Forced feeding, forced education, forced morality, forced identifications with parents and siblings, result in literally thousands of unassimilated odds and ends lodged in the psychosomatic organism as introjects. They are both undigested and, as they stand, indigestible. And men and women, long accustomed to being resigned to the way things are, continue to hold their noses, desensitize their palates, and swallow down still more. In psychoanalytical practice a patient may lie down and bring up verbally all the undigested material accumulated since his last session. This furnishes relief, for he has performed the psychological counterpart of vomiting. But the therapeutic effect of this as such is nil, for he will introject again. At the moment of taking it in he does not feel disgust for what later he will disgorge. If he did, he would reject it then and not save it for his treatment hour. He has not learned to chew up and work through what is nourishing and necessary. He will drink down his analyst's words, too, as something new with which to identify, rather than mulling them over and assimilating them. He expects his therapist to do the work of interpretation for him, and he will later spew out these very interpretations to his bored friends. Otherwise, intellectually accepting the interpretation without conflict, suffering, and disgust, he merely imposes on himself a new burden, a further complication of his concept of himself. Orthodox psychoanalysis makes the error of not regarding all introjects as unfinished business to be worked through and assimilated. Consequently, it accepts as normal much in the present life attitude which is not actually the patient's own and not spontaneous. If, instead of limiting themselves to working through merely the dreams and more spectacular symptoms, analysts would concentrate on every aspect of behavior, they would find that the introjected I is not the healthy I. The latter is completely dynamic, consisting entirely of functions and shifting boundaries between what is accepted and what is rejected. When one looks upon the introject as an item of unfinished business, its genesis is readily traced to a situation of interrupted excitement. Every introject is the precipitate of a conflict given up before it was resolved. One of the contestants, usually an impulse to act in a given manner, has left the field, replacing it, so as to constitute some kind of integration is the corresponding wish of the coercing authority. The self has been conquered. In giving up, it settles for a secondary integrity, a means of surviving, though beaten, by identifying with the conqueror and turning against itself. It takes over the coercer's role by conquering itself, retroflecting the hostility previously directed outward against the coercer. This is the situation usually referred to by the conventional term self-control. Here, although actually defeated, the victim is encouraged by the victorious coercer to perpetuate his defeat by forever rejoicing in the deluded notion that he was the victor. Though admittedly unpleasant, there is no other way to discover what in you is not part of yourself except by remobilizing disgust and the accompanying urge to reject. If you wish to unburden yourself of those foreign bodies in your personality that are introjects, you must, in addition to the chewing experiments, intensify awareness of taste, find the spots where you are taste blind, and resensitize them. Become aware of changes in taste during mastication, differences in structure, consistency, temperature. In doing this, you are sure to revive disgust. Then, as with any other painful experience that is your own, you must confront this too, become aware of it, and accept it. When, finally, there comes the urge to vomit, do so. You will feel it as terrible and painful only because of your resistances to it. A small child vomits with perfect ease and in a strong orgastic stream. Immediately afterward he is quite happy again, rid of the foreign matter that was bothering him. Fixations form another most important part of the introjective constellation. They are the tendencies to static clinging and suckling when the situation has progressed to the point where active biting through and chewing are required. To be fixated is to be confluent with the situation of sucking, of skin proximity, of holding onto, of dreamy recollection, etc. In our view, a fixation does not result from a particular traumatic interpersonal or Oedipal experience, but is the work of a character structure, a rigid pattern repeated continuously in the life of the neurotic. You may recognize the fixated, confluent type by his clenched jaw, his indistinct voice, and his laziness in chewing. He hangs on doggedly. He will not let go, but he cannot, and this is the decisive point, bite the piece off. He hangs on to exhausted relationships from which neither he nor his partner are any longer getting any profit. He hangs on to outworn customs, to memories, to grudges. He will not finish what is unfinished and try a new adventure. Where there is risk, he visualizes only the possible losses and never the compensating gains. His aggression, confined to holding his jaws locked, as if trying to bite himself, can be employed to destroy neither the object on which he is fixated nor such new obstacles as may present themselves. He is squeamish about hurting and projecting his unacknowledged wish to hurt, fearful of being hurt. Castration fear has as a major component the clinging fear to hurt or be hurt, and the vagina dentata, a frequent fantasy of castration anxiety, is the man's own unfinished bite projected into the woman. Little can be accomplished in working on castration fantasies until dental aggression has been remobilized, but once this natural destructiveness has been reintegrated into the personality, not only the fear of damage to the penis but also the fear of other damages, to honor, property, eyesight, etc., are reduced to proper size. Here is a simple technique for starting to mobilize the fixed jaw. If you notice that your teeth are frequently clenched or that you are in a state of grim determination, instead of working with ease and interest, make your lower and upper teeth touch each other lightly. Keep them neither clamped nor apart. Concentrate and await developments. Sooner or later your teeth may begin to chatter, as if with cold. Allow this to spread, if you will, into a general shivering excitement all through your muscles. Try to let go until you are shivering and shaking all over. If you succeed in this experiment, use the opportunity to try to increase the looseness and amplitude of your jaw. Touch your teeth together in various positions: incisors, front molars, back molars, and meantime press your fingers against the sides of your head where the jaws meet the ears. When you find painful spots of tension, use these as foci of concentration. Likewise, if you achieve general trembling in this or other experiments, use it to try to experience a complete giving up of all rigidity, to the point of dizziness or collapse of tension. Try the alternative of clamping your teeth hard in any position, the situation of biting through. This will create a painful tension in the jaws that will spread to the gums, mouth, throat, and eyes. Concentrate on the pattern of tension, and then, as suddenly as you can, let go with your jaws. To mobilize your stiff mouth, open it wide in talking and bite through your words. Spit them out like bullets from a machine gun. The hanging on bite is not restricted to the jaws, but spreads to throat and chest, impeding breathing and aggravating anxiety. It spreads also to the eyes, bringing about a fixed stare and preventing a piercing glance. If your states of anxiety tend to come when you are speaking, for example, in public, or even in a small group, you will benefit by considering the following. Speaking is organized exhaling. Inhalation takes in oxygen for metabolism, exhalation produces the voice. When excited, you increase the speed of your speech but do not inhale sufficiently, and breathing thus becomes difficult. An experiment simple in structure yet exceedingly difficult to perform will remedy this, besides being an excellent means of making you feel your nonverbal existence in relation to your verbalizing. It coordinates breathing and thinking. You have already done it in part in your earlier work on internal silence. Talk in fantasy, silently and subvocally, but with a particular audience, perhaps a single person. Attend to your talking and your breathing. Try to have no words in your throat during the inhalation, but let out your thoughts and your breath at the same time. Notice how often you hold your breath. You will perceive, again, how much of your thinking is a one-sided interpersonal relationship, not a give and take. You are always lecturing, commenting, judging, or pleading, inquiring, etc. Seek for the rhythm of speaking and listening, give and take, exhaling and inhaling. The introjection experiments call forth more violent protests than any others in the series. The authors carry this chewing and food consciousness a little too far and insist upon it ad nauseam. That we eat the way we do is usually unrecognized by us, but surely there must be an easier way to point this out. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Your statements are nothing but organized irrationality. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. If you are literally inviting us to chew a piece of food until it disgusts us so much that we throw up, then this is the most stupid business I've ever encountered. I do agree that we often do feel like throwing up for many causes, and perhaps we would feel better if we did throw up. However, like anything else, it could get to be a habit and we'd be in quite a fix. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Eating is eating and that's all. Following your suggestion, I took a bite and chewed it until I was tired and couldn't chew anymore. Then I swallowed. Okay, that's it. I didn't feel nauseous. I don't see how anyone can go into such detail about vomiting. What is there to vomit about? It's food. They eat it every day. And then, suddenly, after reading your experiment, they eat it again and vomit. They're certainly open to suggestion. The statement just above came from one of the very few students who expressed any astonishment that food, when chewed thoroughly, should arouse disgust in anyone. Most persons simply took it for granted that masticating to the point of liquefaction would produce nausea, and, furthermore, that it would continue to do so permanently. But why should it? As well stated above, what is there to vomit about? It's food. If there is nothing intrinsically disgusting about this particular bite of food, in other words, if it is good food and you are hungry, then, if thorough chewing of it arouses nausea, you must be making a mistake. You must be tapping some repressed disgust, which was aroused but not expressed on past occasions. When obliged to down something unpalatable, your method was to inhibit chewing and desensitize yourself to the eating process. You behave now as if you still have to do this and do it with respect to all food. Actually, you are now in a position to be discriminating. You need no longer be, as one student put it, the good child who eats everything. What disgusts you, you can reject; what you find nutritious and appetizing, you can consume with gusto. But only after you have remobilized and expressed the repressed disgust. Let us go over this again. Disgust is a natural barrier possessed by every healthy organism. It is a defense against taking into the organism what does not belong there, what is indigestible or foreign to its nature. However, by dint of great effort, parents and other authorities can get the child to demobilize disgust, that is, attack and put out of commission its own defenses against what is unwholesome. The child's original ability, which has been experimentally demonstrated over and over again, to pick a balanced diet appropriate to its needs, is overthrown by an arbitrary scheduling of officially designated correct foods in correct amounts at correct times. The child eventually adjusts to this by gulping down whatever is given with just as little contact with it as possible. Once the natural defenses of the organism have been breached, it is then comparatively easy to get the child to gulp down all sorts of unnatural and arbitrary mental food and thus preserve society for still another generation. The healthy organism's way of eating, or, in its broader meaning, its way of selecting and assimilating from its environment what is needed for its own sustenance and growth, cannot, unfortunately, be restored overnight. Full remobilization of disgust for what is disgusting calls a halt to further introjecting, but it does not forthwith cause to be spewed forth what has already been introjected and now lies heavy in the mental stomach. This takes time and a transitional period of more or less frequent or chronic nausea. Persons differ widely in their attitude toward vomiting. For some it comes relatively easily and brings profound relief. Others have highly organized defenses against it. I have not been able to mobilize the feelings of disgust spoken of, probably because of tremendous fear of vomiting. I do not remember the origin of this fear, but I can remember that as a very young child I struggled for hours in order to prevent vomiting. Whether or not this was connected with forced feeding I don't know, but my mother still does talk about how, when I was little, she had to force food into me, mouthful after mouthful. ******. In doing the experiment I did feel disgust and the desire to regurgitate. But that is as far as I went, for I have always been averse to vomiting. When I have known that it would be good for me and have tried it, the effort has almost always seemed too great. Attempts to force vomiting by the finger in the throat technique always produce a pain in my chest, which is my reason for suppressing the desire to complete the act. *****. I can vomit easily. As a child, when I had an upset stomach, my parents sent me to the bathroom with instructions on how to vomit. The result is that, for me, this is a perfectly natural and tremendously relieving process. *****. When I gulp down my food, I have, pretty soon afterward, a pressure in my stomach or, more often, higher up in my esophagus. It feels as if something is stuck there and can't move forward or backward. This is the very same feeling I had when, as a child, I was late for school. On those occasions I often vomited on my way to school. *****. Mealtime was the occasion, when I was a child, that my father chose to play the heavy parent and lay down the law. Sometimes it took my appetite so that I couldn't eat a bite, and I remember several instances in which I had to excuse myself from the table and go vomit. The remobilization of disgust in connection with eating may bring to the surface a number of past experiences for reconsideration. Perhaps it was just some kind of generalization, but the results I got in the eating experiments started me to thinking about a lot of things in my life. My father kept coming to mind. He is a very domineering man, one who wants to keep his children from growing up. I think that playing parent is for him his life work to a much greater extent than his profession, and from this I don't think he ever intends to retire. Many of the ideas that he's crammed down my throat I think I'm starting to vomit up. They flood into my mind, and I analyze them in terms of present-day social and moral views. It is perfectly amazing to see how many things I've taken for granted as being my views, when it's perfectly obvious now that they're his. They don't fit into my life, and already I feel a tremendous relief in sloughing off some of them. They have made my life so needlessly complicated. One student reported in great detail the bringing up and freeing himself from introjected blame in connection with the accidental death, when he was a child, of a sibling. The process of ejecting the introject began with burning sensations in the stomach. These began after he had been performing the eating experiments for a short period. Another student reported the onset of burning sensations in the stomach almost from the start of these experiments, but it was not until the work with introjects that the following events developed. In connection with wondering what introjects I might have lodged in me as foreign bodies, I went back to the work on confluence where we considered traits, speech, dress, etc., and from whom we had imitated them. I became aware of thinking about the problem of tolerance. Then came, how I hate her. The words I and here were emphasized, really emphasized, with fists clenched, biceps contracted, lips compressed, teeth clamped together, eyebrows knit, temples pulsating, ears straining backward, and the entire body pressing hard against the ground and bench. Simultaneously, and this is what I considered important, the tension of the stomach and previously mild burning sensation increased to such an extent that I was sick. Then came the words "Aunt Agnes." And all the tensions, burnings, pressures, and pulsations vanished. The only symptom that lingered on, and then only for a few minutes, was the sour oral taste. Aunt Agnes was a masculine, domineering, authoritarian woman who was temporarily put in charge of me when I was 3. Prior to the start of the awareness experiments and throughout the span of my remembered life, I would fall asleep readily and rarely had dreams. Just before the confluence experiment, however, I began to have nightmares, and I had them every night. As soon as I spewed up this hateful introject, the nightmares disappeared and my sleep has been untroubled since. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Projections. Experiment 17, Discovering Projections. A projection is a trait, attitude, feeling, or bit of behavior which actually belongs to your own personality but is not experienced as such. Instead, it is attributed to objects or persons in the environment and then experienced as directed toward you by them instead of the other way around. The projector, unaware, for instance, that he is rejecting others, believes that they are rejecting him, or, unaware of his tendencies to approach others sexually, feels that they make sexual approaches to him. This mechanism, like retroflexion and introjection, functions to interrupt mounting excitement of a kind and degree with which the person cannot cope. It seems to require the following: that you be aware of the nature of the impulse involved, but that you interrupt the aggressive approach to the environment that would be necessary for its adequate expression, with the result that you exclude it from the outgoing activities of your I. Nevertheless, since you are aware that it does exist, then it must come from outside, notably from a person or persons in your environment, and it seems forcibly directed toward you because your I, without realizing it, is forcibly interrupting your own outwardly directed impulse. A transparent example of the projection mechanism is given by the inhibited woman who is forever complaining that men are making improper advances to her. For projection to occur, retroflexion and confluences also are necessary, just as they are in introjection, and, in general, as we have said before, the neurotic mechanisms are all functionally related to one another and interlocking. In retroflections, both components of the conflict inhere in the personality, but, because of their clinch, the person in effect loses part of his environment, for before his outgoing impulse can come to grips with objects or persons, he intercepts it with his retroflecting behavior. In projections, one is aware of the impulse and of the environmental object, but he does not identify with and carry through his aggressive approach, and thereby loses the sense that he is feeling the impulse. Instead, he stands stock still and, without realizing it, waits for his problem to be solved for him from outside. These mechanisms constitute neurosis only when inappropriate and chronic. All of them are useful and healthy when employed temporarily in particular circumstances. Retroflexion is healthy behavior when it constitutes holding back for the sake of caution in a situation of genuine danger. Introjection of the dull and unimportant material of a required school course may be healthy when one has the chance to spew it forth and relieve himself of it on the final examination. Examples of healthy temporary projection are the activities of planning and anticipating. In them one feels oneself in a future situation, projects oneself into the environment, and then, when one follows through, in a practical way, integrates oneself with the project. Likewise, in certain kinds of sympathy one feels oneself into the other person and solves one's own problem by solving his. Imaginative artists alleviate their problems by projecting into their work. When a child at a very early age projects his teddy bear out of a crib to the floor, this may mean that he himself wants to be there. What makes all these mechanisms unhealthy, of course, is the structural fixing on some impossible or non-existent object, the loss of awareness, the existence of isolated confluences, and the consequent blocking of integration. The fear of rejection is crucial with every neurotic, so we can profitably begin our experimentation with this. The picture of being rejected first by his parents and now by his friends is one that the neurotic goes to great lengths to establish and maintain. While such claims may have substance, the opposite is also certainly true, that the neurotic rejects others for not living up to some fantastic ideal or standard that he imposes on them. Once he has projected his rejecting onto the other person, he can, without feeling any responsibility for the situation, regard himself as the passive object of all kinds of unwarranted hardship, unkind treatment, or even victimization. In your own case, by whom did you or do you feel rejected? Your mother, father, sister, brother. Do you bear them a grudge for it? On what grounds do you reject them? How do they fail to measure up? Now call up in fantasy some acquaintance. Do you like or dislike this person X? Do you like or dislike this or that trait or action? Visualize him and speak to him or her aloud. Tell him that you accept this mannerism or characteristic, won't have any more of that one, can't stand it when he does this, etc. Repeat this experiment many times. Do you talk stiltedly? Lamely? Self-consciously? Do you feel what you say? Does anxiety develop? Do you feel guilty, afraid that you might spoil the relationship irrevocably by your frankness? Assure yourself of the difference between fantasy and material reality, for this is just what the projector confuses. Now comes the decisive question: do you feel that it is you who are rejecting on the very same grounds on which you believe yourself rejected? Do you feel that people hi-hat you? If so, can you be aware of instances in which you do or would like to hi-hat others? Do you reject in yourself the very things you think others reject you for? If you are skinny, fat, have buck teeth, or whatever it is about yourself that you don't like, do you feel that others are as scornful of these shortcomings as you are yourself? Also, can you notice yourself attributing things unwanted in yourself to others? If you take unfair advantage of someone, do you say, "He was just about ready to do it to me"? It is not always easy to discriminate between what is genuinely observed and what is imagination. Error speedily dissolves when it produces a clear contradiction of some sort. Projected behavior is then recognized as crazy, hallucinatory, and you say, "I don't know how I ever could have thought that." But, for the most part, the projector can find proofs that the imagined is the observed. Such rationalizations and justifications are always available to the person who wishes to find them. In the subtleties and many-sided aspects of most situations, the projector can fasten onto a true detail, perhaps some genuine but insignificant grievance, and then exaggerate and embroider it fantastically. Thus he does his damage, or, in his language, is damaged. A person's unfelt need to reject person X will lead to finding something in his own behavior which he thinks accounts for but does not justify X in rejecting him. If X were operating on the basis which the projector supposes and would actually reject him, then the projector's purpose would be accomplished, namely, it would bring about their separation, which is precisely what the projector wants without being aware of it. Suppose one has an appointment with person X and he is late in arriving. If, without further evidence, one jumps to the conclusion that this is a sign of contempt, then one is projecting one's own contemptuousness. In everyday life, the common case of paranoiac projection is, of course, the jealous husband or wife. If you are prone to such jealousies and are continually suspecting and proving infidelity, see whether you yourself are not repressing the wish to be unfaithful in the very way that you attribute to your spouse. Apply the suspect details to yourself as clues, that is, you would go about it in just that way, make the clandestine phone call, etc. A second important source of paranoiac jealousy is also a projection. The jealous partner represses his own homosexual impulse, and therefore imagines that the partner loves another man or another woman, and calls up images of them together. The epithets he then directs at the fancied lovers are the very ones that he would apply to his own taboo impulse. In all these cases, the degree of evidence or contradiction is unimportant. If one is a jealous husband or a touchy mother-in-law, it does no good to be proved wrong, for the same situation will repeat itself with other flimsy evidence. The projector clings to his passive suffering role and avoids going outward. An extremely important and dangerous class of projections is prejudice, race prejudice, class prejudice, snobbery, antisemitism, misogyny, etc. In every such case, along with other factors, the following projection is operating: to the vilified groups are attributed traits which really belong to the prejudiced person, but which he represses from awareness. Hating and refusing to come to terms with his own bestiality, he feels and proves that the despised race or group is bestial. Consult your own views on such matters as candidly as possible and see how many of them are prejudices. A useful sign is that particular salient confirming instances loom in your mind. These individual cases, of course, are quite irrelevant in issues that involve masses of people and that can be intelligently considered only in terms of cold statistics. When you notice such striking confirming instances of any pet idea of yours, look to see if you do not yourself possess the trait. Contrary to the view that this attitude of the passive suffering projector belongs only to masochistic and passive feminine types, we believe it typical of modern dissociated man. It is embedded in our language, our world attitude, our institutions. The prevention of outgoing motion and initiative, the social derogation of aggressive drives, and the epidemic disease of self-control and self-conquest have led to a language in which the self seldom does or expresses anything. Instead, it happens. These restrictive measures have also led to a view of the world as completely neutral and objective and unrelated to our concerns, and to institutions that take over our functions, that are to blame because they control us, and that wreak on us the hostility that we so carefully refrain from wielding ourselves, as if men did not themselves lend to institutions whatever force they have. In such a world of projections a man, instead of raging, is possessed by a temper that he cannot control. Instead of thinking, a thought occurs to him. He is haunted by a problem. His troubles worry him when, indeed, he is worrying himself and anybody else he can. Alienated from his own impulses, yet unable to obliterate the feelings and acts to which they give rise, man makes things out of his own behavior. Since he then does not experience it as himself in action, he can disclaim responsibility for it, try to forget or hide it, or project it and suffer it as coming from the outside. He does not dream or wish, but the dream comes to him. He does not shine in glory, but abstract glory becomes a thing to die for. He does not progress and want progress, but progress, with a capital P, becomes his fetish. When the early psychoanalysts introduced the concept of the ID or it as the source of drives and dreams, they were expressing this powerful truth: personality is not restricted to the narrow sphere of the I and its sensible self-controlled little thoughts and plans. These other drives and dreams are not idle shadows but real facts of the personality. But, having achieved this insight, orthodox analysis did not sufficiently insist on the next step, to loosen and enlarge the habits of the I and change it from a fixed form into a system of shifting processes, so that it can feel the ID facts as its own facts, use its hallucinations, and wield its drives for creative adjustment. A careful criticism of our habitual language points the way to such loosening and adjustment. Let us reverse the process of alienation, self-conquest, and projection by reversing the it language. The aim is to come to realize again that you are creative in your environment and are responsible for your reality, not to blame, but responsible in the sense that it is you who lets it stand or changes it. Examine your verbal expressions. Translate, as if they were in a foreign language, those sentences in which it is subject and you are object into sentences in which I is the subject. For instance, it occurred to me that I had an appointment translates into I remembered that I had an appointment. Furthermore, setting yourself in the center of sentences that concern you, look for concealed indefinite expressions. Often, for instance, I must do this means either I want to do this or I don't want to do it and won't, and meantime I am making excuses or I am keeping from doing something else. Also, recast sentences in which you are meaningfully an object into sentences expressing the fact that although you are object, you are experiencing something. For instance, change, he hits me into he hits me and I am being hit, he tells me into he says something to me and I listen to it. Attend to the detailed content of your it expressions, Translate the verbal structure into visual fantasy. If you say, a thought struck me, just where and how did it strike? Did it use a weapon? Whom did you want to strike at the time? If you say, my heart aches, are you aching for something with all your heart? If you say, I have a headache, are you contracting your muscles so that you hurt your head, or even in order to hurt your head? Listen to and translate other people's language in the same way. This will reveal to you a good deal about their interpersonal relationships. Eventually you will understand that, as in art, although the content of what is said is important, it is much more the structure, the syntax, the style, that reveals character and underlying motivation. Some reactions to this experiment are as follows. You must think we have the intelligence of a child. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The last part of this experiment amounts to a gross dabbling in semantics. Translating it phrases is about as constructive in psychological terms as doing a crossword puzzle. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. People have told me that I said I too much, and in writing letters I've had to search around for substitutes so as not to seem egotistical. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I don't believe that the amount of projecting that most people do is more than is healthy. From reading these instruction sheets I get the impression that the authors regard the whole wood as filled with paranoids. It seems to me this indicates some projection on the part of the authors. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I was amazed to discover how often I used the impersonal form of speech. It occurs to me. It happened that. Etc. All seem to be very common and I use them quite extensively. As I try consciously to change the syntax of my speech, I can feel a heightened awareness of the immediate environment and how I am responsible for it. I can make a great deal of sense out of this. I almost said, it makes a great deal of sense. I shall keep this up, for I find it most important. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I have a friend whom I tend to criticize because she spends so little time on her schoolwork. Just before exams she crams, but the rest of the time she uses for going out and having fun. She does it quite openly, and doesn't seem ashamed. I, on the other hand, stay home with a book open in my hand. What I've just realized is that this is just a pretense of studying, and I might better spend my time doing what she does. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Changing it into I has been quite an eye-opener for me. When I've dropped something, I've caught myself explaining it dropped out of my hand, or when I've missed my train because I dawdled around, I've complained, it went off and left me. Just the same, some of these home truths are pretty hard to take. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. When I take unfair advantage of someone, I don't say he was just about to do it to me, instead, I say, he was a fool not to do it first. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I feel rejecting toward my sister because she treats my father like a bum. What I've found out, though, is that I'm condemning her for expressing something that I hold back. Actually, I'm pretty sure that he hasn't done more for us. He's one of those persons with no other ambition than just to be able to scrape by. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The other day I felt that my father was rejecting me by siding with my brother on an issue. Recalling this experiment, I examined my own attitude. Much to my surprise I found that I was the one who was really rejecting the help and advice they both were trying to give me. Experiment 18, Assimilating Projections. In the moving picture theater it is obvious to everyone except small children that the pictures do not emanate from the screen but are the reflections of light patterns cast upon it by the projector. What can appear on the screen, which is simply a blank surface, is strictly contingent on what is on the film in the machine. On the other hand, when a person projects parts of his personality, it ordinarily is not upon a blank surface but upon a screen another person, object, situation which already possesses in its own right some degree of what is projected upon it. We project onto persons who are appropriate screens, that is, who manifest enough of a particular trait or attitude to make it easy for us to justify loading them with our share of it as well. Abstractions, concepts, theories can also serve as projection screens. A remarkable case of this occurs in the current terminology of psychotherapy. The system of muscular contractions by which the neurotic attacks and squeezes his spontaneous impulses is called his character armor. This gives it the status of an objective barrier that must somehow be attacked and broken through. Actually, it is the person's own aggression turned against himself. Instead of regarding this armor as a dumb object, a shell, or rigid crust to be crushed, surely the appropriate therapeutic technique is to interpret it as misdirected activities of the person himself. On such a basis he will become able to say, I have a backache and a stiff stomach, that is, I contract my back till it hurts and I am cutting off indecent movements of the pelvis and suppressing evil desires. If this is pursued, he will then say, I hate sex and my sexual desires, and then it will be possible to work on the person's false identification with the social taboo and try to dissolve what he has introjected. In other words, in such a case we must first undo the projection, then the retroflexion, and then the introjection. No doubt the most important abstract projection screen is conscience or moral law. It is abstract in the sense that the dictates of conscience are verbalized as society demands or morality requires, when actually it is the person himself demanding or requiring in the name of society or morality. Conscience is always aggressive in its manifestations, for, like any screen, it reflects back to us what we project upon it. In this connection consider the following obvious facts: it is not those who live most cleanly, with unbending rectitude, with continuous attention to the rules, who have the lightest consciences. Far from it. Their consciences are forever hounding and upbraiding them. Is it their demanding consciences that make them restrict themselves and walk the tightrope of propriety? In your own case consider some escapade in which you succeeded and had a good time. Under those circumstances your conscience gave you little trouble, but if you failed, got caught, or were disappointed, then you felt guilty and your conscience told you you should not have done it. Logically we must say that it is the person's anger against the frustrating obstacles which anger, however, he cannot vent nor even feel as such because of his identification with the social standards that he now projects into his conscience. Then he suffers under its lash. It is not the introjected standard that gives strength to the conscience, it merely provides the nucleus, the appropriate screen upon which the person may project aggression. This is shown by the fact that the conscience is always more demanding than the taboos and sometimes makes demands that are even unheard of socially. The strength of conscience is the strength of one's own reactive anger. Perfectionism is another projection screen. This is based on the so-called ego ideal. While conscience serves, as we have said, as projection screen for aggressions and cruel demands that the person dissociates from himself, the ego ideal receives by projection his dissociated love and admiration. Such dissociated love is often homosexual, and homosexual love can frequently be analyzed as a still earlier projection of a more primary self-love which was a retroflexion that one was punished for or shamed out of. To dissolve irrational conscience you must take two steps. First, translate from my conscience or morality demands to I demand from myself. That is, change the projection to a retroflexion. Second, reverse this in both directions to I demand from X and X demands from me. You must differentiate the actual compulsion of society from both your private demands and your introjections. In your conscience are you nagging, threatening, blackmailing, casting sad, reproachful glances? If you concentrate on these fantasies you will find how much of your moral duty is your own masked attack, how much consists of particular introjected influences, and how much is rational. Do not be afraid that by dissolving conscience you will become a criminal or an impulsive psychopath. You will be surprised, when you allow organic self-regulation to develop and your outgoing drives to contact other persons, how the principles that you ought to live by will seem to emerge from your very bones and will be obviously appropriate for living out regardless of the social situation you are in. Delinquency is to a large extent a matter of inaccurate orientation, a misunderstanding of a person's role in society. As Socrates said long ago, evil is simply error. Pathological delinquency is frequently characterized by an overstern conscience. As with self-control, so with conscience, too much self-control leads to nervous breakdowns, too much conscience to moral breakdowns. Submission to conscience is identification with rigid principles that do not work and are always lacking in charity. Organic function and self-awareness mean appreciation of concrete situations. Conscience imposes a duty and accomplishes very little work. Aware function is interested, attracted, and gets the job done. When you come to the second step of dissolving conscience, namely, reversing what you demand from yourself to a demand on X, you will experience the greatest reluctance, for accepting your conscience as part of yourself means admitting to powerful dictatorial desires and demands on other people to be their conscience. You can, of course, become a moralist and try to make us all suffer, or let us hope you will restrict yourself to fantasy, and there work out your lust to be our ruler and our judge until you have developed a more integrated orientation and contact with the world. It will change your notions of conscience when you realize how the same intolerance that was invested in your conscience now shows up in your own cravings. The projector throws outward his unwanted feelings, but he does not get rid of them. The only way actually to get rid of an unwanted feeling is to accept it, express it, and thus discharge it. Projections are still bound to the person, just as repressed material is still in the person. The projector is connected with his projected omnipotence by awe, with his projected aggression by fear. Thus, it is not possible for the prejudiced person to rid himself of his bestiality simply by projecting it onto the vilified group. He must also become an anti-Semite, an anti-vivisectionist, or whatnot, and ruin his life with such idiocies. The distinction between a prejudice and some simple, foolish notion that one is too lazy or unconcerned to correct can be made in terms of whether you can let the matter go. If you cannot, if it is an imminent, haunting danger, then you have a prejudice. In dreams, projection of aggression becomes nightmares. Dreams with projected dental aggression, where you are threatened by crocodiles, dogs, the vagina dentata, are typical for introjectors. In attempting to interpret a dream, at the beginning, at least, regard all persons in it and all the features of it as projections, that is, as parts of your own personality. After all, you are the maker of the dream, and whatever you put into it must be what is in you and therefore available for constructing the dream. Just as with dreams, many memories are projections of the present situation. This frequently occurs in psychoanalysis with respect to childhood memories. The transference is construed as the reliving of the childhood events, when the simple facts of the analytic situation are sufficient to account for whatever happens, without reference to the past at all. For example, the patient, angry with his analyst in the present situation, does not express his anger openly, but brings up memories of the times when his father mistreated him in similar ways. To assimilate such projections, it is not necessary to go roundabout through the long memories when the relevant events happen under one's nose. Whether the patient says, "You are bored," or "You think such and such of me," or "You want to be rid of me," the projection is obvious. Your reality is playing either of two functions. It is either the concernful environment of your needs and is known by sharp, interesting figures against empty grounds, or it is a screen for your projections. If the latter, you will attempt to make the projections conform with observation. You will always be seeking proofs, making mountains out of molehills, and otherwise distorting your perspective. Instead, do the following: go through a period in which you say to everything, "Tat toi me si," that otherness is myself. And do the same on any subsequent occasion when you feel a violent reaction, particularly of fear or passive helplessness. Be on the watch for projected initiative, rejection, admiration, aggression. Think yourself into the shoes of the aggressor, admirer, rejecter, foolhardy one. More often than not, the reversal will click. Some reactions to this experiment are as follows. The instructions to think yourself into the shoes of the aggressor, admirer, etal, and more often than not the reversal will click is the perfect final note for you to end on. It really caps the climax of absurdity.
Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I believe it will be a very long time before I can accept responsibility for all my projections, for I've scattered the parts of my personality pretty widely. But I am going to continue to put myself into all my various shoes, for, as nearly as I can judge at this time, all the shoes do fit. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I tried the THIRD-WORLDISM experiment and discovered that I have an over-stern conscience. In time I hope to reduce it substantially, but I can see that it's going to take time. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as taking responsibility for one's behavior doesn't necessarily mean taking blame for it, I suppose it's just as unwarranted to take the credit for it. So long, though, as I continue to think in moralistic terms, I'm finding it exhilarating and releasing to take credit for what I do and to give credit to others for their actions. More and more I am noticing that when I or the people I know suffer a defeat, it almost always can be recognized to be, at least in part, an inside job. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I dissolved some irrational conscience that I've had as far back as I can remember. I've always felt that I must complete any job I start and, further than that, I must complete it in a given measure of time. In some specific instances I've recently stated it as my conscience demands that I finish the job today even though I have plenty of time later. My foolishness became perfectly clear, though, when I carried it on to, society demands from me that I complete this job today, for it was obvious that society was doing no such thing. Without any fireworks of an emotional sort, this has made a radical change in my attitude toward my work. When I start a job now it's without the hopped-up melodramatics, but instead I realize there's plenty of time, and if anything more important should come up before I get this job finished, I can give it priority without the world's coming to an end. When I look back at the way I was operating, I wonder, how stupid can you get? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. You'll probably diagnose this with some fancy name, but I intend to get it off my chest just the same. In your attempt to induce a permissive atmosphere, you bend too far the other way. With a casualness that can't be casual, you tell us how to masturbate, vomit, and choke pillows. You are moralistic all the way through, although not in the ordinary way. You are trying to get us to introject your views in place of the ones we now have. Do you go to sleep at night happy in the thought that at this very minute countless people are vomiting up their insides for you? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. I had trouble at first getting the hang of what was involved in putting myself in the shoes of all these other people who seemed so different from me. I wasn't aware of projecting and the whole thing fell flat. Then I figured that maybe I could sneak up on it by trying first to notice when I thought other people were projecting. Boy, what a revelation. I experienced what a way back you called the aha phenomenon. The time when it hit me right between the eyes was at a committee meeting to select candidates for election to a club that I belong to. Whenever a particular name came up and somebody wanted to give it a thumbs down, he had to state his reasons. Well, the reasons he would give for disliking the candidate and not wanting him in the club would amount to a listing of his own worst faults. After seeing this sort of thing happen, I sure got the point about trying on the other fellow's shoes and checking on whether they fit. Sad to say, they do.